The main character got reincarnated as a baby. And with every single sip of milk, he gets stronger. At 3 months old, he did 10,000 sit-ups. At 4 months, he learned to crawl. By 5 months, he could walk because he has a game hacking system. All he has to do is train a specific body part, and that part will power up infinitely. By the 6th month, he was already chilling and watching TV with his parents. The world he lives in has 2 types of superpowers: mechanical cyborg modification and genetic mutation. Mechanical modification is basically using machines to enhance yourself. It's about strengthening your own body through cybernetic upgrades. Genetic mutation involves fusing with the genes of exotic beasts to gain different abilities. And humanity's enemies, they showed up uninvited. Basically, after the Earth mutated, all sorts of monster beasts appeared. Not long after, some new neighbors moved in near the main character's house. They also had a daughter named Tham Than Han. This little girl was the main character's very first friend in this world. But right now, he still didn't know that their destinies would be tightly bound together in the future. By the 7th month, he learned how to run, how to high jump, and he could even talk. In the 8th month, he started frantically doing sit-ups and training his muscles. Even though he only dared to train when his parents weren't home, doing it for so long meant he eventually got busted. He wasn't careful enough and got caught by his mom. His mom rubbed her eyes, thinking, "What the hell? Why am I seeing my baby doing sit-ups?" But the moment she looked again, the main character was already pretending to be fast asleep, snoring away. His mom thought she must have been watching too many brainless short videos lately. She figured her mind was messed up and she was hallucinating. A few days later, while giving him a bath, the mom panicked and called out to her husband, "Honey, our son is only 8 months old. So why does he have a 6-pack?" The dad thought about how their son's appetite was already terrifying, and now he has a 6-pack too. Then, a light bulb went off in the dad's head. He told his wife that their son must have 1 in a million talent. He proudly said, "Our son's future is going to be incredibly bright. If he doesn't go for genetic mutation, he'll definitely reach the top with mechanical reconstruction." The main character immediately let out a sigh. He was just using hacks and almost got exposed. Luckily, his dad's brain just assumed he was a genius. Having a dad who writes novels is actually pretty lucky. But speaking of geniuses, the main character isn't the only one in this world. The news reported that a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital has a genius kid with innate divine strength. At 2 years old, he could already lift a 20-kilogram weight. Seeing that, the mom rubbed her son's head. "Our little Than is amazing too. In the future, you definitely won't lose to those ancient families." The main character thought to himself, "Mom really has a good eye." But he wasn't sure if he'd be able to easily lift 20 kilos by the time he turned 2. Not long after, the main character turned 2. Thanks to his strength progression, he could now easily lift a 20-kilogram weight. Right at that moment, his mom called his name, Than. "Where are you? Little sister Han Han is here to play with you. Hurry up and come out." The main character dusted off his shoulders and walked out. Then, he saw a little girl. She was holding a cake and offered some to him. He told her she could just eat it herself. Even though there was a huge difference in their mental maturity, the main character still let her play with him, because having her lie on his back helped increase the weight for his push-ups, which was pretty convenient. But there was a slight problem with playing with this kid. Sometimes she would wet her pants. At those moments, the main character could only scream out loud, calling for backup. "Mom, it looks like Ham wet the bed again." By the time he was 3, our main character could easily lift weights up to 40 kilos. Even that genius from the capital, who was a year and a half older, could only lift 30 kilos. But looking at the system interface, he fell deep into thought. His creature level was still just common rank. Stage 1. He wondered, what kind of power would common rank Stage 2 bring? Would it mean surpassing human limits? Carrying these questions with him, the main character stepped out of his front door for the very first time. It was also the first time he saw cyborgs and gene-spliced humans with his own eyes. And the very first place our main character headed to was the library. Since his parents didn't want him glued to electronics, if he wanted to answer his questions, the best way was to go to the library and read. After reading, he gained a new understanding of this world of beasts. It turns out, it was all recorded on ancient stone tablets. This world divides creatures into 6 ranks: common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Furthermore, each rank has 9 stages. Ordinary humans usually start at common rank. Stage 1, in the face of high-level creatures, they aren't even worth as much as an ant. It seems he needs to speed up his training to get stronger. Only then can he survive in this dangerous world. Ding system notification. You are reading. Spirit +1. Comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Achievement. Accumulated reading of 100 million words. Reward received creature attribute. Heavenly Wisdom Root. Reading accumulation is 10.86 out of 1 million words. The system really understood him. As soon as he finished reading, it assigned him a task. And so, he began cultivating both his mind and body. He read books while doing sit-ups. By age 4, he had read 43,960,000 words. Not long after, the main character started kindergarten just like any other kid. Shortly after starting kindergarten, he successfully leveled up to common rank. Stage 2. By now, he could lift 80 kilos with just one hand, do a standing high jump of 1.2 meters, and sprint 100 meters in 11 seconds. Meanwhile, Hem, because of his bedwetting accidents, was constantly mocked by classmates and called the bedwetting king. Seeing this, the main character stepped in immediately. He jumped onto the podium and shouted, "Shut your traps, all of you. If anyone dares to call him the bedwetting king again, I'll make sure you wet the bed every single day." The other kids were terrified and started crying. But Ham just looked at the main character with eyes full of absolute worship. Ding system notification. You unleashed your domineering aura, striking fear into all your classmates. Successfully unlocked title Kindergarten Boss. Achievement Dominator of 9-year compulsory education. Title Kindergarten Boss unlocked. Primary School Boss locked. Middle School Boss locked. He didn't expect that a single shout would trigger a brand new mission. He hadn't even finished the previous one, and a new mission had already popped up. It seems multiple missions can appear at once. But this is actually a good thing. Not long after, he successfully completed the reading mission and received the reward creature attribute Heavenly Wisdom Root. From that moment on, the main character worked incredibly hard, studying and training to reach the peak of life. In the blink of an eye, the main character and his classmates turned 7 and successfully received their kindergarten graduation gifts. Then, during the summer break before primary school, he trained non-stop, constantly increasing his strength, so that even with one hand he could lift. He could bench 200 kilos, jump 2 meters in the air, and run 100 meters in just 8 seconds. Plus, with the boost from his Heavenly Wisdom Root, our main character breezed through the entire elementary school curriculum in his spare time. Not long after that, our protagonist finally got the elementary school life he'd been waiting for, since he'd already started studying middle and high school material. Sweeping the awards at elementary level competitions was a piece of cake, but the prizes were total junk. He was only doing it to unlock his big boss title, usually at school. Whenever he had some free time, he'd tutor Shen Qinghan. Even though Qinghan wasn't exactly a born genius, she studied so hard that she ranked 2nd in the class for the semester. As for who took first place, that was our main character. Obviously, to unlock that big boss title as fast as possible, he didn't just study. He aggressively joined every sports competition and smashed every single school record. Just when he thought every day of school was going to be the same boring loop until graduation, a very special transfer student showed up in his class. The reason she was special was that he could sense an aura coming from her that definitely wasn't human. Then, The girl was assigned the seat right behind him. As she walked past, Ching Han whispered to him, "Little Chen, how is her hair so pretty? It looks just like a flower blooming in winter." But he wasn't in the mood to answer her. He was too focused on figuring out why this girl, Bai Shui, had that non-human aura. Is she a gene fusion hybrid or something? Or maybe a descendant of one? For the next few days, Bai Shui would just slump over her desk and sleep the moment class ended. At first, everyone was curious about her. But eventually, nobody paid her any attention. Until a month later, when Bai Shui's body started secreting this white liquid, no one knew exactly what it was. But it smelled terrible. So, the other classmates started shunning her because of the odor. One boy took it too far and dumped water over her head, claiming he was helping her wash off the stink. Everyone thought the usually cold, silent girl would get angry. But instead, she just burst into tears. The bullies started laughing their heads off. Ching Han couldn't stand watching it. She looked at our main character, hoping he'd step in to help Bai Shui. Even though he still didn't know what this new student really was, he decided to intervene. He walked over and clamped his hand on the bully's shoulder. "Hey, wipe that water off Bai Shui's desk." Now, the kid was terrified. No problem, I'll clean it right now," he stammered, frantically wiping the desk. After all, our protagonist was known as the little tyrant of the school. Even the 6th graders didn't dare mess with him. Then, he addressed the whole room. "All of you who have ever bullied Bai Shui, get over here and apologize to her. Right now." The bullies were shaking in their boots. They quickly lined up to apologize to Bai Shui. "We were wrong. We're sorry. Please forgive us." Bai Shui stopped crying and thanked both Ching Han and the main character. From that day on, Ching Han made an effort to get close to the white-haired girl, and she dragged the main character along, insisting he be friends with her too. She'd even share her best snacks with her first. Finally, Bai Shui asked the question that had been weighing on her heart. "I smell so bad. Don't you guys find me disgusting?" She quickly explained. "Sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that everyone around me has always hated me since I was little. For the joy of finally having someone by my side, it feels a bit unreal to me. Almost like a dream." Ham replied. "This isn't a dream. I've been through things just like you have. So I would never, ever hate you. Besides, as long as you're okay with it, we'll be friends forever." The Bedwetter King had similar experiences, so she really understood how Snow White felt. Snow White hugged Ham tightly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Thank you. Thank you both so much." Then, she took off the necklace she was wearing. Ham. "Little Chen, you guys always gave me delicious food and became my friends. So I have something I want to give you too. This is a beast tooth my mom gave me for my birthday last year. Now, I'm giving it to you guys. I hope you don't mind it. And I hope we'll be friends forever." Ham took the beast tooth with both hands and said happily, "We'll be best friends forever." Just when Ham thought this friendship would last for eternity, the unexpected happened. A cyborg helped Snow White process her school transfer. Furthermore, the male lead overheard the principal mentioning that her file was completely classified. From that, it was clear that Snow White's identity was anything but ordinary. From that day on, the male lead never saw Snow White again. Perhaps she was just a passerby in his life. In contrast to Snow White's departure, the events that followed were what really caught his attention. The capital city prodigy he often followed had successfully integrated his genes at 12 years old. Now, he could lift a half-ton weight with just one hand. This surprised the male lead. He fused genes at such a young age. Before this, the prodigy could only single-handedly lift 100 pounds. But immediately after gene fusion, he could lift 500 pounds. His strength increased 5 times over. However, the male lead was only 8 years old. And even without gene fusion, he could already hoist 300 pounds with one arm. That meant his potential was even greater. The male lead had been calculating this, feeling full of confidence about his future. That was until he saw the news and learned what it felt like to be dominated by fear. A neighboring country suffered a beast attack. According to footage captured by a cameraman, this attack involved giant mutated rats. A girl was caught in the beast's claws, then swallowed whole. Furthermore, investigations into this attack revealed that a cult was behind it, fueling the chaos. A Japanese spokesperson appeared on camera, begging for help from other nations, hoping they could join forces to wipe out this cult. This so-called cult was actually an anti-human organization established by a group of people. For their own benefit, they became the hunting dogs of the beasts, attacking the human world. Luckily, the male lead was born in a powerful nation with a stable environment, allowing him to grow up safely. But right at that moment, he heard an explosion outside his window. He rushed to check and saw many government cyborgs flying through the air. The next morning, the male lead waited for Ham so they could walk to school together. Suddenly, he noticed the gift Snow White had given them was glowing. He deduced that this was the tooth of a mutated beast. No wonder Snow White had a non-human aura. It probably came from this tooth. Afterward, they went to school. But the sight of the problem, cyborgs flying yesterday, combined with the glowing tooth, gave the male lead a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Just as the two of them were walking past, a red-haired woman suddenly called out to stop them. "Hey there, little ones. Want to play some fun games with Big Sister?" She even asked if they were siblings. Han, completely off guard, immediately told the truth. Then the woman asked again, "You kids are so small. Are you going to school all by yourselves? Where are your parents?" The male lead pulled Han away, saying, "We're going to be late. Don't waste time here." After arriving at school, he told Han, "From now on, when strangers come up to ask questions, don't just answer them carelessly." Han said she understood. After school, the male lead walked Han home, taking a different route. But just as they were passing a small alley, they ran into that same woman who chatted them up this morning. The male lead had already changed his route home. He didn't expect she would actually stalk them all the way here. She spoke up. "Hey, little guy. Big Sister has some yummy food at home. Do you want to come over and play behind her?" There was also a man. Then, without saying a word, the man rushed forward, trying to snatch the two of them. But the male lead was already in a fighting stance. He threw a punch that hit the man right in the chest, sending him flying 100 meters away like a cannonball. The woman was shocked. How is this possible? How can an elementary school kid send a grown adult flying? Before she could even figure it out, the male lead rushed in front of her and landed another punch right on her face. Then, the male lead picked up a brick and walked toward them. There were no cameras around. To eliminate any future trouble, he had to give them another hit, even though the male lead didn't want to do this. If they spoke about what happened today, his abilities would be exposed, and his plan to stay hidden while getting stronger would be ruined. But right at that moment, the ground started shaking, and there was the roar of a mutant beast. Then, the male lead saw a monster appear right in front of him. It was a mutant rat beast. The mutant rat opened its massive mouth and bit off the upper half of the woman. Then it grabbed the man, holding one prey in each hand, and slowly crunched down on them. The male lead didn't say a word. He rushed to Han, picked her up, and ran for his life. Luckily, they hadn't been running long when a cyborg appeared in the sky. She flew toward the mutant rat. Then she stopped right above the rat's head. She raised her hand and activated her weapon. After fully charging her power, she took aim at the mutant rat. A cannon shell was fired. The mutant rat took a massive explosive hit. Shortly after, the mutant rat started feeling dizzy. Right at that moment, the cyborg girl slashed at the mutant rat, completely ending its life. After getting home, the male lead analyzed the battlefield situation from today. That cyborg woman probably wasn't high level. She used a cannon to paralyze the rat first, then moved in close, taking 7 minutes to finish the fight. But that mutant rat was definitely not easy to deal with. An adult one can grow up to 4 meters long. A tier 5 common creature. It was lucky that the cyborg showed up in time yesterday, so the male lead could escape it all. But in the end, his own strength was what mattered most. After that, the male lead began training even harder. System notification weighted squats. Vitality +2. Leg strength +2. Squat mastery +1. Not long after, the main character and Ham Ham celebrated their 9th birthdays. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. The main character gave Ham Ham a hairpin. This was something the main character made while boosting his heavenly wisdom root. He taught himself to carve it in a single night. Time flew by. And before they knew it, they had both graduated. Just then, the system announced the unlocking of the title Elementary School Boss. And had he almost unlocked the Middle School Boss title, he could have received the Survival of the Fittest Creature attribute. While preparing during the break before starting middle school, in order to quickly prepare to unlock the Middle School Boss title, and also to rapidly boost his own power, the main character trained at high intensity every single day. System notification. You completed 1,000 weighted push-ups. Vitality +2,000. Arm muscle strength +2,000. Chest muscle strength +2,000. Push-up proficiency +1,000. Finally, on the day just before school opened, the main character's creature level had risen to common tier 3. All his physical attributes were enhanced. But the main character kept thinking about that prodigy from the capital. That guy is 14 years old now, and he can lift a heavy object, weighing 2,000 caddies with one hand, relying on Aunt Jenny's. He can boost his own strength by 4 to 8 times, even if he only boosts it 4 times. His actual base strength allows him to lift 400 caddies with one hand. If I compare it like that, then I'm already stronger than him. Thinking about this, the main character looked forward to it even more. If he starts fusing genes later on, just how high will his power rise? Not long after, the main character's middle school life began. Because he was the city's top academic achiever in elementary school, the principal of the city's top-tier school personally recruited him. In the end, he agreed to enroll at Sun High Middle School on the condition that Tham Thon Ham could continue studying together with him. When reporting as a new student, both the principal and the homeroom teacher came to welcome him, urging him to do his best to bring glory to the school in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the main character found an excuse to leave. The reason he came here was that Sun High Middle School had fully equipped training facilities, so upon enrollment, he and Ham Ham made a date to play a game of badminton together. But unexpectedly, they hadn't been playing long when some uninvited guests showed up. An upperclassman walked over and said, "You guys new here. This court is reserved exclusively for our elite class." The 2 upperclassmen beside him even sneered at Ham Ham. At this, the main character's face went dark. "Hey, you upperclassmen better get lost. Besides, the rule is first come, first served. I shouldn't have to remind you of that." The upperclassman looked at him with contempt. "Who says that's a rule? Today, even if God himself showed up, I'm taking this court." The main character didn't say another word. He tossed the shuttlecock high into the air and smashed it right at them. The shuttlecock flew so fast it broke the sound barrier, tearing right through the racket and hitting the upperclassman's cap. The 3 of them were instantly terrified. Too fast. Is he even human? Is he a gene fuser? He can't be that young. Can he? If we fight him, he'll smash our heads in. Then, they immediately lined up and bowed their heads to apologize to the main character. "Big brother, we were wrong." After that, they immediately ran for their lives. Perhaps because word of this incident spread throughout the school, no one dared to mess with the main character again. During class, since he had already finished the entire high school curriculum, he would just read books for outside knowledge. Then, after training at night, he'd go online to search for and learn all kinds of new skills. Plus, with the Heavenly Wisdom Root buff active, the male Lead gradually mastered skills like photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and plenty of others. In order to quickly unlock the title of high school tyrant, he didn't just rank first in every subject at school. He also helped the school compete and bring home major awards in math, physics, chemistry, and so on. The only reason he didn't take the #1 spot in absolutely every subject was to avoid attracting too much attention. But before long, the first semester was over. And unexpectedly, and because his performance was just too good, thousands of girls had a crush on him. But he really didn't care much about that sort of thing. Aside from helping Thon Ham with her studies, he poured all his mental focus into the school's upcoming sports activities. The male lead figured that if he snatched up the major sports awards in the school, he'd probably finally unlock that high school big boss status. For this sports meet, he only signed up for the shot put, high jump, and short sprints. These 3 events were categorized to represent strength, endurance, and speed. As long as he nailed these 3 areas, it would be considered mastering all aspects of physical education. Although, to keep things from looking too ridiculous, during the matches he definitely held back his strength. But even then, taking first place was still a piece of cake. Right at the moment the male lead grabbed all the medals, he suddenly felt a stream of energy surging through his body. The system announced your academic achievements and athletic achievements both rank first in the whole school, causing every single student to pale in comparison. Successfully unlocked the title High School Tyrant. 9 years of compulsory education completed successfully. Received the attribute Big Fish Eats Small Fish. System Introduction. Your life source stands above all living things. If you devour the life force of other creatures, it will accelerate your own evolution. Tuthon rubbed his chin in thought. What on earth does life source actually refer to? Suddenly, Thonham ran up from behind and called out, "Tooth, and wait for me." His eyes suddenly went wide as he thought. That's it. Tu then pointed a finger at her side and asked, Ham, can I borrow that beast tooth of yours to look at for a second? She didn't suspect a thing and immediately took off the necklace to give it to him. Tuthon's whole body froze for a split second. The system announced, consumed a fragment of the abyssal giant butterfly's life source. Abyssal giant butterfly diagram 1%. When the diagram's progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve certain attributes or skills of the corresponding mutant beast. He was surprised. This thing is actually a butterfly's tooth. Come to think of it, now that I know the name of this mutant beast, maybe I can find some information about it online. Toothan sat down and searched on the computer, but it only displayed the text, "Sorry. No results found for abyssal giant butterfly." He couldn't help but feel confused. There's absolutely nothing. Looks like if I want to understand this mutant beast, I can only rely on myself. Toothan quickly pulled a beast tooth necklace out of his backpack. Found it. Luckily, Bok Tu Yet gave me 2 of them back then. He clenched it in his hand, causing a stream of spiritual energy to radiate out. The system displayed you have devoured a wisp of the abyssal giant butterfly's source life. Abyssal giant butterfly diagram, 2%. A second later, he let out a sharp breath and muttered, "Only 2%. Seems like the life force remaining in animal bones isn't very much. If I want to unlock it completely, I'll have to find another way." The next day flew by, and school was already out. To ramp up his physical training, Tu Than started biking to school and giving Than Ham a ride every single day. That way, if they ran into another giant mutant rat, he could whisk her away to safety in a flash. He was riding along when a voice suddenly grabbed his attention. "Hey, student Toothan." A middle-aged man walked up beside him and spoke up. "I'm Mr. Quach from the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the school sports festival was the best in our school's entire history. So, I want to invite you to join the school's martial arts team. Your athletic talent is even better than your academic talent, so please, say yes. Of course, you can look into the martial arts team a bit more before making your decision." The two of them just stood there, stunned. Mr. Quach talked so fast. He didn't give me a single chance to say no. Mr. Quach quickly turned to leave, waving his hand, and didn't forget to add, Room C in the gym is the martial arts team's headquarters. If you're free tomorrow, make sure to stop by. I'll be waiting for you. Not long after, golden sunlight blanketed the city. Asterisk. Smack times. Someone's palms clapped together hard. Toothan looked down at the creature squashed flat on his hand, thinking to himself that the cockroaches and mosquitoes he just crushed didn't trigger his survival of the fittest attribute skill. It seems only powerful mutant beasts have enough life essence to be devoured. After thinking it over, he reached out and grabbed his phone. Toothan immediately hopped on his bike to head out. With Thanham sitting on the back, he was still deep in thought, wanting to verify his theory. So, I've decided to go to the supermarket that sells animal meat in the shopping mall to see if there's anything useful. In no time, we arrived at the downtown supermarket. Toothan picked up a tray of meat, rubbing his chin in thought. There's plenty of animal meat here, but it's all packaged up. I can't verify my guess if I don't touch it directly. Just as he was wondering what to do, a loud voice rang out, freshly cutting meat now. Come and take your pick. Everyone. What caught his eye was a sign, fresh beast meat. Unprocessed. Safe to eat. He secretly rejoiced, his heart leaping with joy. Got it, the owner over there is slicing meat right now. Toothan quickly strode over, adding, Ham. Wait for me here. I'm just gonna go check out that piece of meat over there. Okay? She stood behind him, bewildered, and could only utter a single, huh. Toothan's eyes shone like stars as he rushed toward the fresh meat. Ham probably thinks this is gross. But to verify my theory as soon as possible, I can't waste time explaining it to her. After all, the truth is right before my eyes. The moment I touched it, a strange energy surged up. I knew it, I guessed right. Beast meat really does contain an incredibly rich amount of life essence. Thanham looked at his excitement with curiosity. Toothan, are you okay? Why is he so hyped just from touching beast meat? Her face went completely blank. Toothan, how does the animal meat feel? Is it any different from normal meat? He scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. No difference really? It just feels fresher. Do you want to touch it? Thanham waved her hands to refuse. No need. No need, you touching it is enough. Toothan gestured elsewhere, suggesting, since we're already here, let's buy some meat to taste test. He looked down at the trays of meat below, telling himself, I'm not surprised. Ham looked so shocked. Because monster meat isn't cheap at all. Even the cheapest ghost shadow squid costs nearly 1,000 yuan per kilo. Toothan picked up a tray of squid and said, let's get this one today. Ghost shadow squid. Thanham panicked a little and gave him a gentle reminder. Toothan, this is way too expensive. Shouldn't you ask Auntie Han before you decide to buy it? He reached out to pat her head reassuringly. Don't worry. My mom already told me to buy plenty of it. Toothan recalled what Uyenhan had told him. If you're already buying monster meat, just get a few extra kilos. Desane, and tell Ham to come over and eat with us. I'll transfer the money to you. He pointed at the squid and continued. She's planning a huge monster meat feast for both our families, besides wanting to share it with everyone. There was another reason he was buying the favor. Meat. He was worried that directly absorbing the life essence would cause the meat to spoil immediately. Of course, this was just a guess. So Toothan needed to test it out on the meat he bought first. By then, Thungan had already scanned his QR code. Hello. That's 3 kilos of ghost shadow squid. The total is 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your support. See you next time. Toothan carried the bags, one hand clutching his chest as he lamented how insanely expensive it was. He wondered when he'd be able to afford this again. By the time they finished buying the meat, it was already past 9:00 at night. Things had been a bit unstable lately, so it was safer to head back early. The two of them went straight home. As Toothen pedaled, he reached toward the tray of squid in the basket. Even though they were still on the road, he wanted to verify his theory right away. Time to witness a miracle. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy radiated from it. The system announced, "You have devoured a small amount of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence. Ghost Shadow Squid diagram, 0.1%. He hurriedly pedaled Thonham down the deserted street. Toothan calculated as he rode. He devoured a chunk of the squid's life essence. Yet the diagram only unlocked 0.1%. That meant he'd need to devour 100 kilos to reach 100%. At 998 yuan a kilo, that would cost about 100,000 yuan. The Ghost Shadow Squid's ability was to dissolve in water and disappear. If he could gain that ability, 100,000 yuan was actually a steal. Plus, this was the cheapest meat he could buy. It's decided. I need to figure out a way to make money. That's a huge sum. I can't just ask my family for it. Right. The whole point of buying this was to check if the meat would spoil after I absorbed the life essence. It's been a while, so I should see the results by now. It looks like absorbing the life essence doesn't spoil the meat after all. That's awesome. Suddenly, the system announced Ghost Shadow Squid progress, 3%. Seeing him so distracted, Thanham quickly warned him. Little Than, watch out. There are people ahead. Hearing that, he slammed on the brakes, the bike screeching to a halt. To then wobbled, steering the bike right between a young couple, and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. He scratched his head, blaming himself. He was so absorbed in devouring the life essence that he forgot to watch the road. But why is the bike lane so crowded? She spoke up again. Little Van, look over there. It's the strawberry girl. She's being held hostage by a thug with a knife to her neck. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll kill her. The police ahead pointed their guns at him and shouted, You're surrounded. Stay calm and put down the weapon. The captain glanced over and ordered, Abin, don't fire blindly. We're too close. And that guy is a pro. He's using the hostage as a human shield and keeps moving around. Shooting blindly could easily hurt the hostages. He came up with a plan. But if we drag this out, the hostages will be in danger. How about we try using sleeping gas? The captain sternly shot that down. No good. Sleeping gas is too obvious. If it provokes him, before it kicks in, he might do something drastic. Suddenly, someone bent down and picked up a rock. They threw it right between the two of them, sending it flying straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, it smashed right into the thug's hand holding the knife. The captain immediately ordered his men to charge, yelling. Now, the police team moved fast, and before he knew it, the guy was subdued. Thanham stood in the back, looking confused. Little Shen, that rock just now. Was that you two? Shen signaled him to hush. Shh, let's go. We'll talk later. But the captain called out to stop them. Hey, student, did you throw that rock? He jumped, turned around, and waved his hands in denial. It wasn't me. Then, feeling guilty, the two of them ran for their lives. The captain wondered. Weird. Why do a good deed and not admit it? There's a cash reward for acts of bravery. You know. The words cash reward immediately hit Tu Shen's ears, making his eyes pop wide open. Tu Shen immediately spun around and ran back to the captain. Ignoring his dignity, he gave an awkward laugh and confessed. I just remembered something. I actually did throw that rock. Inside, he thought, I didn't want to do this. But money is just too important to me right now. Thanham couldn't keep up. Little Shen, why did you run back? Wait for me. The captain set a condition. Come back to the station with me to file a report first. Then I'll help you get the reward. After he and Thanham told their families they were going to the police station to give statements, they parked their bikes in the park, locked them up, and got ready to hop in the car to the station to collect their first paycheck. It seemed like nothing else would happen. But then, A surprise came. The kidnapper suddenly turned into a mutant. He transformed into a monster with a massive intenble's day. Muscular body. Sending the police into a panic. We're in trouble. He's a heretic cultist. He's showing signs of mutation and turning into a giant rat. The mutant quickly pounced on a policewoman near the scene. The captain grabbed his radio and ordered, "All units, focus fire on the mutant rat. But make sure to protect the civilians. Call HQ. A giant mutant rat has appeared in the West Jiangbei Road Park. Preliminary assessment. It's a heretic carrying the genes of the Rat King. We can't handle this alone. We need reinforcements." Tu Shen pulled the two girls close to him, thinking to himself, "I'm dead." He immediately took off at light speed. "Sorry about this, ladies. But right now, escaping is the only thing that matters. Luckily, it hasn't caught up yet. We need to move faster." Just then, a girl in iron armor zoomed right over their heads. Tu Shen froze. It was her. She put all her strength into a powerful kick, aiming straight at the mutant rat. The force was so insane that it sent the creature flying back a few meters. The girl immediately generated a purple energy source and shouted, "Charging laser cannon." As soon as she yelled fire, a massive wave of firepower blasted toward the mutant rat. Unable to react in time, it took the full force of the energy blast. In the blink of an eye, the mutant rat vanished, leaving behind nothing but a bit of ash in the air. Tu Shen watched in amazement. "She's so strong and, thank goodness she didn't blow up my bike. That would have been a huge financial loss." Strawberry let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. We're saved." Than Ham gave a wry smile in response. "Yeah." Suddenly, Tu Then's eyes widened as a thought struck him. "Wait. Has the beast meat gone bad? It seems that after the life essence is absorbed, the meat still degenerates, just at a slower rate. I need an excuse for why this meat is spoiled. Looks like I'll just have to let this heretic take the fall." Tu Then pretended to be boiling with rage, throwing the meat on the ground and shouting, "It's all that heretic's fault. That attack from the mech earlier was too strong. It scorched the meat to a crisp." Than Ham comforted him from behind. "It's okay, little Van. We're lucky just to be safe and sound." Originally, they wanted to go straight home, but at the captain's request, the three of them took the security team's car back to the station to give their statements. Unexpectedly, the heretic's body, despite being blasted by the laser cannon, still had some charred remains left. The key thing was the smell. With Toothen suddenly realized, that's right, the Riverfang beast earlier still had some life essence left. Which means this corpse must have some too. Doesn't that mean I can absorb the Rat King genes from the corpse? He sat in the car, deep in thought. A novice heretic. Just how many Rat King genes could he devour from this guy? Won't know unless I try. Toothon extended a finger slightly to touch that red substance, his whole body tensing up in an instant. System notification. You have devoured a small amount of life essence from the giant mutant rat. Giant mutant rat gene map 5%. Toothon was astonished. That much. It seems freshness is directly proportional to the amount of life essence I can absorb. A bin, sitting next to him, glanced over and warned, "Hey kid, please sit still and hold on tight. Stop moving around." Toothan pretended to stretch. "Don't misunderstand. Brother, I've just been sitting too long, so I'm stretching my muscles a bit." He was very careful. Bin seemed easy to fool, but the security captain was much sharper. At the security office, the captain announced, "I've already submitted an application for a bravery award for you. However, please tell me honestly, at such a distance and in such dim light, how could a high school student like you throw a rock and hit that heretic's knife hand so precisely?" Toothan quickly made up an excuse. "Maybe it's because I train my right arm a lot." The captain crossed his arms, staring at the awkward smile in front of him. Just then, Than Ham opened the door and called out, "Little Than, Auntie is here to pick us up." He turned around, startled. Mom, why are you here? We could have gone home by ourselves. Yin Han, eyes brimming with tears, rushed over calling for little Than. She hugged him tightly, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? You scared me to death." Tu Than reassured her. "Mom, don't get so worked up. Aren't I fine? I even got a cash reward for bravery." Yin Han immediately squeezed his hand, demanding, "Little Than, promise Mom that next time you encounter danger, you'll hide somewhere safe first." "Okay, because I just want to see you grow up safe and sound." Tu Than had no choice but to guide her out while comforting her. "Don't worry, Mom. I promise. I'll definitely protect myself first." As soon as they stepped outside, he overheard the conversation between two female officers. That rat god cult is getting more and more brazen. Now, they're even infiltrating colleges and universities, mainly to trick academic students who don't have the official qualifications to fuse genes yet. The guy who got shot tonight was a cultural studies student from Kwangnam University. He was brainwashed by the rat god sect. Damn it. I swear I'm gonna drag every single member of that cult out into the light. That's just a temporary fix. It won't solve the root of the problem. We still need to take out the Rat King, the one claiming to be a god. Tu Than's expression darkened in suspicion. The Rat King. There's actually a ton of info about the Rat God sect online. Their headquarters is in Songhai City. Most of their followers are just social outcasts and losers. Have they gotten more aggressive this year, or something? He rested his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at the phone screen. Suddenly, Tu Than's eyes went wide. As if he'd found a crucial clue, he pictured a scene of people bowing down in worship before the Rat King. Lost in thought, does the Rat King want to evolve into a higher-tier life form? Is that why he's having his followers gather such a massive amount of evolution resources? Don't tell me this Rat King has already evolved enough to gain sentience. A giant mutant rat. How on earth did it get that huge? Could it be related to the Rat King, eh? Forget it. This is the South. Rats as big as cats are totally normal here. That reminds me. Why is Ham Ham being so quiet? Is it that kind of problem again? Whenever Ham Ham gets sudden anxiety or feels rushed, she acts just like she did when we were kids. She just can't hold it in. But I've always felt like her condition might be linked to some kind of unknown hidden potential. Not long after, Yin Han turned pale with panic and screamed out, "Say what?" "The meat is gone." He scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. "Mom, the situation was really intense back there, so I wasn't paying attention. I think I must have dropped it somewhere." She sighed deeply. "Oh, forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. If the meat's gone, it's gone." Tu Than breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. Managed to bluff my way through that. He walked over to strike up a conversation with his dad. "Dad. Seriously. It's way too dangerous. It's not safe over there at all." Ngan Sen reassured him. "It'll be fine. I was born to be a worker. You know, my life is tough as nails." Tu Than hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Even if you find the meat now, it's probably already spoiled." "Dad." He scratched his cheek and turned back, looking surprised. "How do you know that?" The boy froze for a second before replying. I'm just guessing." Obviously. Over at the police station, the captain was puffing on a cigarette, muttering to himself. How the hell can a middle school student throw a rock with that kind of power? He suddenly froze, his eyes bulging out. Perched on top of the filing cabinet was a massive rat. The captain stumbled back in panic, shouting, Where did this rat come from? How is it this big?" The mutant rat locked onto its target and immediately lunged down. Acting on instinct, the captain whipped out his gun and unloaded the clip. Moments later, a pool of fresh blood spread across the room. Scene shifts to the classroom. Tu Than was sitting there taking notes when he let out another sigh. He closed his eyes, mentally weighing the shadow squid against the rewards he could get. Compared to that rat man and the cyborg woman from last night, I'm still way too weak. Looks like I need to make money fast to fill up the progress bar and unlock the shadow squid. But relying on scholarships from school competitions is just too slow. Maybe I could become a famous online academic influencer and sell study guides. No. That would make money fast. But it draws too much attention. Wait. I'm thinking about this all wrong. This world is full of people with genetic fusions and cybernetic enhancements. Studying martial arts pays way better than studying books. The prize money for martial arts tournaments is way higher than anything else. Looks like it's time to make a move. The scene shifts to gym room C. Mr. Quach is taking a sip of piping hot tea. Tu then steps out from nowhere and waves hello, making him spit his tea right out. Hello, Mr. Quach. Mr. Quach replies enthusiastically. Tuthan, are you here to join? Or do you still want to learn more about the martial arts team first? He leans in close to his ear and whispers. I just wanted to know if joining the martial arts team will get me into the city tournaments. And is the prize money high? Hearing this, Mr. Quach raises a hand to confirm. Of course there's a chance. Plus, the prize money is nothing to sneeze at. The awards are at least tens of thousands. Afraid of letting the opportunity slip by, Tuthan grabs his hand, sealing the deal immediately. Teacher, I've thought this through very carefully. Starting today, I am officially a member of the martial arts team. Mr. Quach is a bit stunned, but welcomes him. Welcome aboard. Then Mr. Quach calls out to the squad. All right, everyone. Gather round. We have a new member joining us today. I trust you're all familiar with Tuthan here. Today, our school's sports festival champion is joining our martial arts team. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? The other members introduce themselves one by one. My name is Truong Kai. Remember it well. I'm Thien Han. From Class 3. Grade 9. You can just call me A Han. I'm Thu Dong. From Class 6. Grade 9. Everyone usually calls me Little Lai. I actually quite like that nickname. I'm Natsukh. Just call me Brother Sak. He stands before them and replies. My name is Lam Tuthan. I look forward to learning from all of you. Since Tuthan has never practiced martial arts, Mr. Quach first demonstrates some basic punching and kicking techniques for him, wiping sweat from his forehead. He warns, don't underestimate these simple moves. They're actually quite difficult, even little Ly. Who's the fastest learner on the team? Took a whole week to get them down. Come on. Give it a try so I can see. Tuthan seriously repeats the movements he just saw. Mr. Quach continues to unleash other special moves. He quickly activates. Heavenly Wisdom Root. System notification. You are practicing fist technique. Vitality +1. Arm. Strength. Arm flexibility. And fist technique proficiency all +1. Every move Tuthan executes after that is incredibly fluid, with attributes continuously increasing by 1 point. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Mr. Quach's jaw drops. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he learn it just by watching once? He thinks to himself. Unless he's a 1 in 1,000 martial arts prodigy. Not long after, night falls once again over the lavish city. Uyenhan raises her ladle and calls out. Little then come get the bowls and chopsticks ready for dinner. Tuthan dashes over like a bolt of lightning. I'm here. What are we having tonight? Mom, she sets a plate of food on the table and says, your favorite. Of course. The ghost shadow squid you're always dreaming about. He takes a deep whiff of the aroma and sighs in satisfaction. Smells so good. So incredibly good. Uyenhan urges him. Stop sniffing it. Hurry up and taste it while it's still hot. Tuthan doesn't hesitate for a second and pops a piece into his mouth. She asks eagerly, her voice hushed. How does it taste? He starts buttering her up. Mom, your cooking is truly the best in the world. Uyenhan pats his head and says, Then you have to eat plenty. Okay, I bought 3 whole kilos. System notification. You have devoured a fragment of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence. Ghost Shadow Squid Bestiary progress 3.01%. Toothan is surprised. Wait. So I can devour it just by eating it directly. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have touched it. After eating, he went out to the living room to watch the news. The host was introducing a genius girl who had shocked the entire nation. At the age of 14, she successfully fused with an energy heart, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When her energy source is activated, she can easily lift an off-road vehicle, weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and jump 8 meters straight up from a standing position. Toothan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The god of the Eastern capital back then. And now, this genius girl. So who is actually stronger? A gene fusion user or a mechanized cyborg? The news switched to another story. Sad news: security captain Ha Xuan's son passed away in his office at 11 p.m. last night, according to footage from the surveillance camera. He was killed by a giant rat that sneaked into the security department. He recalled the shock and suspicion from the day before. Could it have been that giant rat from last night? No. I have to seize the time. I need to train more. After a period of training, Toothan's 100-meter sprint speed reached 4.61 seconds. His vertical jump reached 5.51 meters. And he could lift objects weighing about 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. And he didn't slack off on his martial arts training either, hoping to improve his strength as soon as possible to prepare for the martial arts competitions. Very quickly, the sky turned bright, and he went to school like any other day. The next morning, Toothan went to the gym to continue learning new martial arts and training. Because she was curious, Tenham went along with him. Suddenly, a young girl came over to strike up a conversation. Junior Toothan, you haven't had breakfast yet. Right, I brought some milk for you. This is fresh milk. He walked right past her. No need. Thanks for your kindness. Another guy saw this scene and got bitter. Damn it. This guy stole my championship at the school sports festival. And now he's rejecting a gift from my goddess too. He was so angry, he immediately rushed out to block the way. Hold it. Don't you know what manners are? If you're not going to drink it, couldn't you accept it and give it to someone else? Like me? For instance, why do you have to hurt other people's feelings like that? Toothan calmly mocked. Wouldn't doing that be even more impolite? The guy was tongue-tied, unable to say a word. Then you have to drink it all. Not drinking means you don't give face. And not giving face is rude. He replied nonchalantly. But I'm allergic to milk. The guy was determined not to let it go. I don't believe you. Toothan, do you dare to fight me? If I lose, I won't say another word to you ever again. But if I win, you have to drink every last drop of that milk. The system displayed an achievement. In an official competition, eliminate 1,000 different opponents using the most primitive biological method. Reward obtained: natural selection biological attribute. Total opponents eliminated 0 out of 1,000. He cracked a smile, thinking to himself, I've been waiting forever. And finally, I've received the 4th achievement mission. Toothan raised his hand, his eyes overflowing with killing intent, and accepted immediately. All right then. Let's have a match. 2 female students excitedly dragged each other over to watch. I heard Lam Toothan is going to compete with a senior in the gym. Her friend quickly grabbed her phone. Let's go over there and check it out. By then, a large crowd had already gathered in a circle at the gym. Before the match started, she even reminded him, Junior Toothan, I'll be cheering for you later. Teach him a lesson. Okay, the other person also enthusiastically encouraged him. Junior Toothan, come on, I'll take lots of beautiful photos of you. That brutal scene annoyed Truong Kai. Does everyone think I'm going to lose? He smirked cunningly to himself, thinking, I have to use this chance to teach this immature genius junior a lesson. Who cares if I'm bullying the weak? In just 1 month, this kid's talent has skyrocketed. If I don't act now, I won't get the chance to show off later. Tu then calmly replied, I still have to go home for dinner. Can we make this a blitz fight? Truong Kai agreed immediately. Fine. I'll satisfy you. Teacher Quach immediately waved his hand down. Remember, friendship comes first. Everything else is secondary. Let's begin. The command was barely out when he interrupted. Wait a sec. Truong Kai sneered and made a demand. You've only been learning for a month. Well, I've been at it for nearly 2 years. To be fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. The answer from Tu Than arrived at the same time as his speed. Okay then. Before the opponent could even grasp the situation, a fist flew at him like a rocket. It slammed into Truong Kai's face with immense force, making him cough up blood. With just that one hit, he was foaming at the mouth and laid out flat on the floor. Even Teacher Quach had to exclaim in shock. What the just one punch? The male students around dropped their jaws. Holy crap. This is way too illogical. Is it over just like that? Only Than Ham was cheering happily? He won. Tu Than won. The other girls joined in the chanting. Junior Tu Than is so handsome. He was focused on the notification acknowledging his priority rights. He still had to eliminate 999 opponents to unlock the natural selection survival attribute. He flashed an innocent smile and made a suggestion to them. Hey seniors, why don't we take this chance to spar a little together? Hearing Tu Than mention that, the mass of male students turned pale. Everyone had an excuse, scrambling to run away as fast as possible. Suddenly, I remembered I have extra classes after school today. My mom told me to come home early for dinner. I gotta take a dump. I'm going with you. Me too. Let me come along. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. I'll help you to the infirmary. Truong Kai was struggling to push himself up at this moment. I don't accept this, you little brat. You sucker punched me. If you do that again, I'll beat you to death. Teacher Quach immediately reprimanded him. Truong Kai, you must accept defeat. Was Tu Than's punch luck or a display of suppressing power? Let's just have little Lai Tu test it out, and we'll know right away. Being named specifically made him jump. Little Lai Tu, you're up. With no other choice, he had to take a stance. Sorry about this. Junior, please don't hit me in the face. Okay, 10 minutes later? That was too exaggerated. Tu Than had intentionally exchanged a few moves with the seniors. But aside from the progress, after defeating Truong Kai, the progress from the other brothers didn't increase after they were beaten. He pondered deeply. So trying to cheat is useless. Do I really have to defeat them directly? Teacher Quach suddenly appeared, giving him a huge fright. Genius Tu Than. You really are a genius. You've only joined the martial arts team for over a month. Yet you've already become the team's ace. He was so happy he clenched both fists tight. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Sun High Middle School will definitely defeat many other schools and win the district first prize. Thanks to him. Mentioning that, the boy realized something. That's right. Participating in the martial arts tournament means I can defeat many opponents directly. Doesn't it? Zhu Chen did the math carefully. As long as he managed to beat his opponent in this match, his mission progress was guaranteed to go up. Just then, a loud voice boomed out, interrupting his train of thought. It was Lin Zichen. Even though he had lost miserably, he was still putting on a show. Zhang Kai, I accept my defeat from now on. Even if you take a dump on my head, I won't say a single word to you. This declaration was so disturbing that everyone present turned pale. Then they all scrambled away before he could stop them. Wait, I haven't finished talking. In this world, high schoolers either study liberal arts or martial arts. And naturally, martial arts is the #1 choice. Out on the track, Qing Han was still right on his heels. Little Chen, wait for me, come on. I'm almost caught up. It was just as he realized, to get into the martial arts class. Shen Qinghan had started training with him. After running 3,000 meters, they'd practice martial arts for an hour to improve their combat skills. Then came the sit-ups and push-ups to build strength and physical endurance. After every session, he would help Shen Qinghan massage and soothe her sore muscles. But to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament, Xu Chen couldn't rest on his laurels. To unlock the natural selection attribute as soon as possible, he had to train like his life depended on it. A month later, the day of the competition finally arrived. It was held at the massive city stadium, with hundreds of millions of viewers watching. In the athletes' waiting room, Coach Guo was looking over the bracket. Our Shanghai Middle School is so unlucky. We drew Shanghai, #1 middle school, the strongest team out there. Zhang Kai, knowing all the stats, felt twice as gloomy. This year, #1 High has a wolfman who can sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're definitely gonna get beaten to a pulp. While everyone else was moping, Zichen stepped up. Coach, I want to go first. Coach Guo had no choice but to agree. Are you sure? All right then. Zichen, you're up first. Before it even started, 2 people were already cheering their hearts out for him. On stage, Zichen rolled his shoulders to get ready. Little Chen, it's all up to you. I believe in you. Qinghan jumped up and down. Go. Little Chen. On the opposing side, a massive foot stepped out, shaking the entire arena. Before the fight, he had some praise for Zichen. Hey, mountain boy, I saw your stats on the roster. You're just a junior high kid, yet you managed to make it to the 8 schools alliance ring. Not bad. You've got talent, but this isn't the place for you. A first-year middle schooler who isn't even 1.7 meters tall. In a moment, I'm going to show you the difference in size and power. Once the trash talk was over, the referee signaled the match. Begin. The moment the ref spoke, the big guy lunged forward. But he was in for a shock. Zichen dodged the punch. What the Xu Chen gently placed his hand on the guy's chest, seemingly using no strength at all. Then, he pushed. It was just a one-handed shove. But the guy went flying. Even the referee was stunned as he announced, Lin Zichen Vince. Qinghan threw her hands up in joy, celebrating the first victory. Little Chen, you're amazing. His teammates shouted proudly. Zichen is the GOAT. But down below, someone wasn't happy. Dead muscle. It's definitely dead muscle. Zero flexibility whatsoever. It turned out to be the opposing coach scolding his player. Footwork. It's all about footwork. How many times have I told you? In the ring, don't just blindly rush forward. You have to use your footwork. Why won't you ever listen to me? The system notification pops up. You have successfully defeated an opponent, and your ranking in the competition has increased. Total opponents eliminated 2 out of 1,000. Tuthan comes to a conclusion. As expected, defeating an opponent in a highly competitive match really does boost the progress of the achievement quest. The coach assigns the next mission. Tranfong, you're up next. Go beat that clueless first-year brat as fast as you can for me. All right, he assures him. I got it. Coach. This time, Tranfong takes a stance. Much more careful than the last guy. The referee shouts the same old line. Match. Start. Tranfong moves swiftly. Just like the wind. Unfortunately, Tuthan still dodges easily and uses the exact same move on him. This time, Tranfong spins a few times in the air before hitting the ground. No different from the other guy. He falls face first, like a slap in the face to his opponent. The referee urges, get him to the hospital for a checkup. Right now, looks like he hit his head. In the stands, the audience is buzzing, and the bettors are getting annoyed. What the hell is going on? How is that student from Shanghai Middle School getting so lucky? Good for him, I guess. The last opponent lost just because he threw himself out of the ring. What kind of luck is that? This is definitely rigged. Damn it, give me my money back. The opposing coach clutches his head in fear. No. That's not luck. That junior high kid from Songhai? He's actually got skills. Gao Fi, I'm putting you in for the next match. Focus on defense. Do not attack first. And whatever you do, do not lose. He steps out proudly with an overwhelming aura. Don't worry. Coach, I'm gonna win this. Cao Fi takes his stance and analyzes his opponent. Lam Tu Than doesn't have a strong physique. He's just quick and knows how to exploit the situation. That's how he won so easily. I can run 100 meters in just 9 seconds. And I have way more combat experience than him. As long as I take this match seriously, there's no reason for me to lose. The crowd starts whispering, hearing you guys talk like that. I'm afraid that first-year student from Songhai Middle School has no hope left. He's just a first year. After all, maybe when he grows up, Songhai Middle School will be number 1. Down below, the referee shouts the signal. Match. Start. Cao Fi rushes in like a fragile little bird. Full of pride, he throws punch after punch at Tu Than. But the boy dodges effortlessly. This is the flowing water rock smashing fist style. The coach is shocked. Cao Fi, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why are you attacking? Gao Fi, eager to win, thinks to himself. Defense A, genius like me doesn't need that garbage. Tu Than recognizes the moves. This fist technique is actually pretty interesting. I'll observe it first, then try to copy it. He starts to get exhausted. Why? Why can't I hit him? Cao Fi stops, furious, and curses. How the hell are you dodging my attacks? This is scientifically impossible. Tu Than doesn't care. He just asks, you got any other moves? Go ahead. Use them all. He gets furious, throwing faster and more frequent punches. The kid is clearly mocking him to his face. Tu Than decides to stop playing around. It's still the same fighting style as before. Forget it then. Let's end this. The whole stadium is shocked as he defeats Cao Fi. Only Tu Than's team is hyped up. Way to go. Little Than, you're too strong. Little Than is a beast, taking down 3 guys in a row. Winning without lifting a finger feels absolutely amazing. In the next round, he easily defeated everyone. The next opponent was even weaker than the last. In no time at all, Tu Than had taken care of all 5 people from Songhai No. 1 Middle School. Over the next 2 days, he single-handedly defeated the other 2 schools, successfully leading Songhai Middle School to win the championship of the 8-School Alliance tournament. The system announced the total number of eliminations was 16 out of 1,000. Tu Than was determined. There were still 984 opponents left to defeat. It would probably take many years to complete the natural selection quest. Tu Than was overjoyed, although the mission couldn't be completed in a short time. He hadn't expected Mr. Quach to give him the majority of the prize money from this competition. It was exactly 20,000. And including the prize money Tu Than had won from various academic competitions. He now had about 30,000 yuan in hand, but that 30,000 yuan was quickly spent by Tu Than. Uyen Han cooked him the most delicious meals. Eat slowly. Little Than. There's still plenty left. The system announced the activation progress of the Ghost Shadow Squid Atlas was 33%. He noticed that after eating 30 kilograms of Ghost Shadow Squid meat, the activation progress of the Atlas jumped directly to 33%. In his second year of middle school, he successfully broke through from Common Tier 3 to Common Tier 4. At the same time, he could easily lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, jump vertically up to 5.65 meters, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Tham Than Ham and Tu Than graduated from Songhai Middle School very quickly. The results of the high school entrance exam were out. Than Ham was terrified. Why I tried so hard. But the result? Little Than. Can we still go to the same high school? Tu Than explained clearly. He was the top student in the district for both academics and martial arts. Ham's grades were not bad at all, but her martial arts score wasn't high enough to get into the elite martial arts class at Sonhai High School. He wiped away her tears. How would I know? But the principal of Sonhai High said she wants to come to my house. Do you want to come with me to meet her? Thane Ham was sure the principal must be coming here to invite him to stay in the top martial arts class of Sonhai High School. This has nothing to do with me. So why should I go? Not letting her think any further, Tu Then dragged her along. Don't worry. The only condition for me to stay at Sonhai High School is that I must sit at the same desk as you. Everyone sat at the table. The principal of Sonhai High School discussed with them at home for many hours, simply expressing the hope that Tu Then would continue his studies at Sonhai High School. The principal summarized. Student Tu Then, we've pretty much covered everything. I've said what needed to be said regarding the final condition. As long as you agree to continue studying at Sonhai High School, you can tell me directly whatever you desire. Hearing that, Tu Then immediately pushed Than Ham forward. Thank you, Principal. I only have one thought. I hope Than Ham can continue studying in the same class as me. She leaned in close to Than Ham and asked, You are student Than Ham? Right. When the new school year starts, you two should come to Sonhai High School together to register. Both of them nodded excitedly. Thank you, Principal. Tu Then participated in many competitions. After choosing his high school, he joined the final martial arts competition of his middle school years. It came as no surprise that Tu Then continued to help Sonhai Middle School secure the championship with ease. Countless opponents were crushed by Tu Then, unable to even make a comeback. Deep in a forest far away from the city, Tu Then pondered. With the prize money in hand, he decided to fulfill his previous goal first. Just 20% left to unlock the Shadow Squid blueprint. If I use this prize money to buy meat, it'll definitely be enough to complete the progress bar. System alert: Shadow Squid blueprint increased by 80%. Since he didn't know what would happen once the blueprint was unlocked, or what kind of uncontrollable situations might arise, he deliberately went to the mountainous forests surrounding Sonhai City. With that thought, Tu Then got moving. No time to delay, let's get started right now. The system appeared. You have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Squid's life essence. He was overjoyed, though his face showed a hint of astonishment. Shadow Squid blueprint at 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Shadow Squid blueprint and received the biological attribute Aquatic Affinity. Aquatic Affinity significantly enhances your connection with water, allowing you to move freely through it, traceless and unseen. Tu Then felt a bit let down. Why does this Aquatic Affinity effect seem kind of useless? I need to test it out immediately at that nearby pond. My skin isn't wrinkling even after soaking for a long time, and I can clearly feel the water resistance has dropped a lot while swimming. But other than that, are there no other effects? Well, I guess that's to be expected. The Shadow Squid is a low-level monster, not even worth fusing genes with. If I want better biological attributes, I can just spend money to buy them later. Sooner or later, I'll have them all. Or when I get stronger, I can hunt mutant beasts and eat their meat. Tu Then clenched his fist firmly. For example, the giant mutant rat. A few days later, Tu Then went to the beach with Than Ham for a trip. There was less than a week left before the new school year started. My mom and Than Ham's family planned a joint vacation for both households. To better research this aquatic affinity, I suggested going to the beach. Than Ham hugged herself, shivering, and warned him. Then, the seawater is freezing. Tu Then submerged himself and reassured her. That's just how it is the first time. Just take it slow and get used to it. You won't feel cold after a while. System alert: you are diving. Vitality, full body muscle strength, muscle coordination, hydro affinity, deoxygenation capacity, water pressure resistance, and diving skill, all increased by 1. Than Ham wouldn't have it. She demanded. Then, stop swimming by yourself. Come over here and teach me how to swim. Now he realized that's right. It seems Ham still doesn't know how to swim. He stopped to instruct her. And so Tu Than began patiently teaching her. But since Thonham's athletic ability was only average, he thought it was highly unlikely she'd be able to learn. But Tu Than didn't expect reality to slap him in the face so quickly. Thonham swam even better than a fish. Then turns out swimming is this simple. I learned it in just a second. Not only that, she kept her face submerged for a long time. Then Thanham realized, I can dive too. Tuthan was startled when she popped up out of nowhere. Thanham bragged, "Dan, aren't I amazing? I always hear people say it's really hard to open your eyes underwater in the ocean. Because of the irritation, it's supposed to hurt. But I don't feel uncomfortable at all. It actually feels cool and refreshing." Tuthan looked at her, rubbing his chin in thought. He thought, even if Thanham has a natural affinity for water, there's no way she could master every single swimming stroke all at once. This is way too weird. Suddenly, something clicked. He blurted out, "Wait, that's not right." Memories of her swimming and wetting the bed came flooding back. Tuthan thought, don't tell me the reason Thanham kept wetting the bed was because she was born with a water attribute. That's unbelievable. Maybe in her past life, she had a special cultivation physique, just like in those fantasy novels. The two of them swam together. Next, Tuthan went diving with Thanham, and her performance shocked him even more. We've been underwater for over 10 minutes now, and she's a total beginner. Even a trained pro couldn't stay down here this long easily. Suddenly, Thanham heard something that made her jump. She wondered, why is there such a weird sound underwater? Thanham swam faster toward the noise, and he just followed her, wondering, what the hell is that sound? They both quickly surfaced from the vast water. Tuthan asked, what happened? Why did you get so tense all of a sudden? Thanham explained, just now, I suddenly heard a really weird sound in my ears. It was so strange. It was actually kind of scary. Worried, Tuthan asked, what kind of sound? Thanham stammered, trying to explain. I don't understand. Maybe it was a language I don't recognize. I just know it was a woman's voice. It sounded so real, and it kept echoing in my head. It didn't stop until I came up for air. After that, they headed back to help Thanham calm down as soon as possible. Tuthan immediately took her back to the hotel. Later, he checked his phone, but he couldn't find any information about what Thanham had described. But because he couldn't sleep thinking about it, he decided to continue working out. The system notifications kept popping up. You have completed 1,000 weighted sit-ups. Blood vitality increased by 2,000. Abdominal strength increased by 2,000. Sit-up proficiency increased by 1,000. Your biological level has been upgraded to common rank 5. Even he was shocked. He never expected to make such a huge leap just from training. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Common rank 5. That's a biological level, capable of fighting an adult giant mutant rat. It looks like if I keep training like this, tearing a mutant rat apart with my bare hands won't be impossible anymore. After leveling up, he went to a deserted beach to test out his new stats. His sprint time for 100 meters was now only 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump reached 6.98 meters. He could lift a car weighing about 1,600 kilograms with one hand, compared to when he first broke through to common rank 4. The numerical improvement was significant. These results in hand, Tuthan finally began his high school life. The girls in the class all admired him. Oh, is that Tuthan? You're so handsome. I can't believe we're on cleaning duty the same day as Tuthan. We're so lucky. Tuthan was surprised. Ham and I had early duty, but I didn't expect this new classmate to know who I was already. But what really surprised him was that the cleaning duty actually triggered a new mission. The system reported complete 1,000 cooperative multiplayer missions. Reward biological attribute, social animal. Total missions completed 1 out of 1,000. Tuthan was intrigued. I don't know what specific effects this social animal attribute has, but I'm really looking forward to finding out. Since the new school year had just begun and since he didn't have much to do, Zichen took advantage of his free time to go shopping at the supermarket. Anyway, the ghost shadow squid had already been unlocked, so the next step was to identify a new target. Suddenly, Zichen saw something that piqued his interest. He wondered what the product in front of him was. This is the violent giant eagle. 1,998 yuan per jin. Zichen picked it up with interest. This was it. The violent giant eagle is a type of mutant beast, a tier slightly higher than the ghost shadow squid. Its eyesight is extremely good, maybe 30 times that of a normal person. Truly powerful. Therefore, its ability to catch prey is also very strong. It can even accurately catch a mutant rabbit that is about to become nothing but an afterimage. Zichen sat at his desk deep in thought. If his vision was good enough, it could significantly improve a person's combat efficiency. In short, according to the description, the image of this violent giant eagle is definitely worth unlocking. The main reason is that the price of violent giant eagle meat is the second cheapest. Only 1,998 yuan. A jin. After that, he used the system to open it and check the function. Zichen was surprised. 1 jin of meat could increase the unlocking progress by 1%. This means it takes 200,000 yuan to unlock the violent giant eagle's image. Looks like I need to put more effort into the high school competitions to earn money. The prize money is higher than it was in middle school. I have to unlock this violent giant eagle's image before my second year. No matter what. Summer vacation ended. And finally, he stepped into his high school life at Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new semester, the principal and classmates began to introduce themselves. Hello everyone. I am Han Yuan Feng, the cultivation class teacher, and also your homeroom teacher. I am Tai Tianfai, the mechanical modification class teacher. I am Liu De, the gene fusion subject teacher. I am Cheng Bai, the teacher for the wilderness survival course. Next, it's your turn. Hello everyone. My name is Chu Yuxi. My specialties are music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Zhang Yijia. I like watching anime, cosplay, and sports. My name is Peng Hua Guang. Usually, when I have nothing to do, I like to stay home and play games. Soon it was Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. Being stared at by so many people, she felt very nervous. Hello everyone. My name is Shen Qinghan. I usually like drawing and coloring. I hope everyone will guide me in the future. Perhaps your self-introduction was the shortest. Nothing compares. Hello? My name is Lin Zichen. Please guide me in the future. Time passed very quickly. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the dismissal bell rang. Chu Xin raised her voice to ask her. Qinghan, how many points did you get on the high school entrance exam? Qinghan was surprised and turned to look at her. She shyly replied, I got 709 points. How about you? Chu Zhen. She was excited. Amazing. You're 10 points higher than me. I only got 698 points. Then how many points did you get on the physical fitness test? I did really poorly. Only reached 95 points. It was terrible. Hearing this, Qinghan felt scared inside. The total score for the physical test is 100. Getting 95 means she's a top student among top students. I only got 79 points. 11 points below the standard. I basically can't bring myself to say it. She spoke up. I'm not as good as you, Chu Xin asked. So what was your score? 94 or 93? Qinghan's voice dropped sadly. Still, a bit lower. She probed even deeper for information. Is it 92? 91? Or 90? While Chu Xin kept talking, someone came over and slammed the table, startling her. Zichen walked over and held out his phone. Can I add your WeChat? Chu Xin blushed. Adding WeChat is fine. Let me scan you. Her heart was fluttering. This handsome guy was actually taking the initiative. to friend her. What kind of fairy tale luck did she have today? He and Ching Han exchanged glances, and she secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness, Zichen came to rescue me. If they kept asking, I wouldn't have known how to answer. It would have been so embarrassing. Right after that, Zichen went around with his phone. You. Let's add each other on WeChat too. He nodded. You scan me. After adding friends, he created a 4-person WeChat group. But surprisingly, Zichen completed another multiplayer cooperation quest. You could say completing this quest just required lifting a finger. After creating the group of 4, they started getting to know one another. Yu came from the neighboring Nangguan city. He was a young master from a martial arts family and had won 8 awards, basically bringing glory to his ancestors. As for Li Chushin's family, they owned a clothing store with many branches in the district. She was a true little rich lady. Zichen and Shen Qinghan also introduced their backgrounds to everyone. Before long, they became a tight-knit little group where they could talk about anything. Just as their conversation was winding down, Yu spoke up. Guess who the strongest person in class is? You guys definitely won't be able to guess. Chuchen pointed her finger. I bet Si Chen is the best. He got the highest score in our district's high school entrance exam. Hearing that, he was stunned. Zi Chen. Turns out you're that awesome, but the district top scholar probably still falls short. You won't believe it when I tell you. Our class has 2 incredibly strong people. The principal spent a ton of money to recruit them from Nangguan City. The guy sitting by the window in the disband. 3rd row on the left is Wang Shuji. He was the top scorer in the Nangguan district exam. His 100-meter dash record is 7.89 seconds. Also, that big guy named Lu Qiang, sitting on the right in the back row, he's got God-given strength. He can easily lift 300 kilograms with just one hand. Qing Han admired. Seems pretty impressive. Chuxin covered her mouth in shock. For real, Zi Chen sighed in thought. Asterisk. Hearing this makes me feel much more at ease. Asterisk. 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. 300 kilograms of weight. Both of these are just elementary school level for me. Very quickly, the bell rang again. And the next item on the agenda was handing out books. There were 4 books corresponding to the 4 main courses. Since he had already self-studied all 4 books when he was little, Zichen found a quiet spot to cultivate during his free time. After all, the threat from the Rat God sect was still there. The police had only caught the heretics so far, but they still hadn't found any traces of the Rat King. So, he decided to try his best to advance beyond the 6th stage to be able to face them. The first practical class in the afternoon was Wilderness Survival, taught by Cheng Bei. Does anyone know how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? Yu spoke up. This skill is basically useless in real life. So who has the time to learn it? Immediately, he got a metaphorical slap in the face because others were already practicing it. Watching this, the teacher was delighted. What is going on here? How are you 2 so skilled? You can make fire just by rubbing sticks together like that. Lu Qiang looked smug. Seer. Back in middle school, I took an extracurricular class during summer break to learn this, Shuji added. As for me, I taught myself online when I was in elementary school. After the 2 guys from Nangguan City finished, the others started practicing on their own. Not long after, Zichen also taught his team members how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Later, when the martial arts class turned into a stage for those 2 guys from Nangguan City to show off, Instructor Yuan Feng spoke up. Today, I'm going to teach you all a special breathing cultivation technique. Suddenly, both of them shouted in unison. Sir, we've already learned that. It looks a bit ridiculous, but it actually works. Even though Zichen already knew this stuff, staying humble was just his style. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and Yuan Fei spoke up. It's been over a month since the new school year started, and it's time to test your progress. For this exam, I've set up some rewards. First prize is 888 yuan. Second prize is 666 yuan. And third prize is 333 yuan. Zihin was shocked. There's actually a cash prize, and the winner gets 888 yuan. That reward is seriously generous. It's almost enough to buy half a kilo of that violent giant eagle meat. With the reward on the line, everyone naturally put in more effort. An hour later, the exam ended. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Liu Darren, also held an exam. And the rewards were exactly the same. He announced, "It's been over a month since the school year started, so it's time to check on your learning progress." After the exam, he slumped onto his desk and groaned. Finally, it's over. The whole class started whining. Why was that test so hard? That last question was totally ridiculous. I was hoping for a 90. But this time, I'll be happy if I even get a 60. Just as everyone was complaining about how hard the questions were, the duo from Nangguan City started showing off again. Shujie spoke up. "That test was seriously tough." "How did you do?" Lu Gang replied. "I think I can probably get 95 points. I struggled with the last question." "How about you?" he answered. "Same here. I didn't know the last one, so I'm guessing I got a 95 too." Hearing this, Yeyu clenched his fists in anger. Showing off again. Ugh. Would it kill them to stop bragging? I just want to punch them in the face. Darren announced. The scores for the mechanical improvement exam are in. Guo Yanling, 52 points. Shen Qinghan, 61 points. She turned to him happily. "Zihin, I passed." He congratulated her. "Hard work pays off. You deserve it." He continued reading. "Hey you, 88 points." Everyone turned to look at him in admiration. "Hey you, that's amazing. You're a beast." Darren praised him. "Excellent work. I have high hopes for you." He beamed with pride. "Just luck." "Really, the test covered exactly what I studied." "Hey team, just wait until I win that 333 yuan for third place. And I'll treat everyone to a feast." The teacher continued. Lu Gang, Wang Shuji, 95 points. You two did exceptionally well this time. Only one question away from a perfect score. He smirked. "Sir, the last question required a lot of calculation. If I had 10 more minutes, I definitely would have solved it." The other guy agreed. "Same here." Darren looked expectant. "I believe you both have the ability." Hearing this, Yu got annoyed. Those guys are showing off again, but no matter what, third place belongs to me. The teacher dropped a bombshell. This exam was extremely difficult. You might not believe it, but someone in our class actually got a perfect score. Lin Xihan, 100 points. Shuji panicked. 100 points. How the hell did he do that? Lu Gang was terrified. Impossible. That's impossible, Yu was freaking out. Even the two top students from Nangguan City got beaten. Lin Zichen is just too strong. But the worst part is, he stole my third place spot. Next time, I definitely shouldn't celebrate too early. Qing Han praised. Zi Chen, you're amazing. Chu Xin added. You're really shining out there. He raised his hand and asked, Mr. C, when do we get the 88 yuan first prize? Darren replied. Don't worry. I'll put the cash in a red envelope for you. Then I'll send the reward to the class group chat. He thought to himself. Asterisk. Does this kid care about money that much? Asterisk. Asterisk. Is he that broke? Times just an hour later. The results for the gene fusion exam were announced. Yuan Fei announced. All right, everyone. The results are in. The Nangguan twin heroes. Lu Gang got 81 points. And Wang Shuji got 83 points. Considering most students failed this test, barely scraping by with an excellent score is actually pretty impressive. But clearly, neither of them could hide how satisfied they were with their results. As for Shen Qinghan, she scored 78 points. With that score, she can make it into the top 5. And then there's Zi Chen. who got a perfect score as always and continues to pocket the prize money. He Yu, Wang Shuji, and Lu Gang took a massive hit to their egos. One of them complained, "This test was so hard. How could anyone possibly get a perfect score?" The other agreed, "I feel like." Did he know the answers beforehand? The teacher frowned and shot that down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the answers in this test were created by his own mind. You can't find them on the internet. So cheating is impossible. Both of them were horrified. Yu teased, "Man, you guys are cracking me up. Just admit you couldn't do it. You lost. But you won't admit it. And now you're accusing him of cheating. It's seriously embarrassing." "For us, Nangguan people." She agreed. "Exactly. Wang Shujie has no class at all. Bad people always cause trouble." The lunch break was short. Class 1. Grade 1. Had a wilderness survival test that afternoon. Cheng Bei announced the rewards for the survival exam, which were the same as the other subjects. First prize is 88 yuan. Second is 66 yuan. And third is 33 yuan. The exam consists of 3 main parts: mountain climbing, swimming, and starting a fire by friction. Xu Jie frowned in annoyance. "Lu Gang, we couldn't win the theory test this morning, so we have to redeem ourselves this afternoon." He agreed. "You don't need to tell me twice. I'm definitely going to beat him and avenge our earlier humiliation." Soon enough, the exam began. The first test was tree climbing and mountain climbing. Scores were based on speed, and Lin Zichen took first place in the mountain climb, just as predicted. The Nangguan twin heroes were left in his dust. The two of them were deep in thought. "No way. This Lin Zichen is just too insane. I tried my absolute hardest, but I couldn't even see his shadow." The result? Lin Zichen took first place in the tree climbing competition too. But right now, Zichen was more concerned about Shen Qinghan. She hadn't even finished climbing yet. So it was no surprise that Qinghan came in dead last, but it wasn't a big deal. She'd regain her confidence in the swimming segment. In the next stage, making fire, he had to keep fighting against the Nangguan twin heroes to secure that prize money. Both of them had the same thought. Asterisk. Why is Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is godlike. I remember he wasn't this fast in class. In the end, Lin Zichen successfully started the fire in 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event. And this time, Lin Zichen crushed the Nangguan twin heroes again, dealing a massive blow to their mental state. No. The way I can understand Lin Zichen being that fast. But why did Shen Qinghan suddenly explode with power like that? I must have been too tense and messed up. After the wilderness survival results, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang got real quiet. They didn't say a word for ages. But hey, at least we got a peaceful lunch break out of it. That's because the afternoon martial arts class sparked their hope of showing off again. Yuan Feng spoke up. "You guys have been training in martial arts for over a month now. Today, it's time for a test. The test will be sparring in the ring. There are rewards for the top 3. Those two got all pumped up. Who cares about written exams or wilderness survival? In a martial arts class, the only thing that matters is your fighting skill. If you're weak, everything else is meaningless. I absolutely have to win this sparring match." Before the sparring started, Han Yuan Feng set up a physical fitness test. He explained that this warm-up test would measure 3 stats: sprinting speed, barbell lifting weight, and standing vertical jump height. Lin Zichen sprinted 100 meters in 7.78 seconds. As for weightlifting, he easily lifted 330 kilograms and did a standing jump of 2.18 meters. All 3 stats were top of the class. Since he didn't want to show off, Zichen didn't even go all out. Meanwhile, Shuji was terrified that Guy ran the 100 meters even faster than him. And yet, his exam results were only top of the district. That defies science. Lu Gang was horrified too. Lin Zichen doesn't even look that buff. Did his body just not develop enough back during the high school entrance exam? He tried to comfort him. Liu Gang. Don't panic. Failing the physical test doesn't mean we've lost everything. Real combat isn't just about physical strength. It's about technique. We still have a chance. The other guy agreed. You're right. Losing the fitness test doesn't mean it's over. We're superior to our peers. So we've still got a shot. After the physical test, everyone moved to the ring to start sparring in the gym's competition area. He thought to himself, to finish this as soon as possible. I still need to take the lead. But since my physical stats were so good, no one dares to come up. Even Nan Guanshuangsheng chose to just watch. But if we keep stalling, the teacher's gonna lose patience. He crossed his arms and ordered. Lu Vai, get up there and spar with Zichen. The guy who got picked was sweating bullets as he faced Zichen. To save time, he decided to end it quickly, to get everyone in the class up there before the session ended. Zichen had to speed things up, knocking them down one after another. From then on, anyone who stepped into the ring was taken down by him in just one move. Shuye froze. No way. Is Lin Zichen really that strong? Liu Gang went pale. I suspect that guy isn't even trying his hardest. At this rate, let someone else play with him. A moment later, He jumped into the ring and called out, Liu. Gang, I'm done warming up. I'm in peak physical condition right now. Do you dare to come up here and fight me? He shot back. It'll only take me half a minute to knock you out. But inside, he was secretly relieved. If that guy hadn't challenged him, he would have had to fight Lin Zichen. I might not be able to beat Lin Zichen, but there's no way I can't beat him. Liu Gang climbed up with momentum, shouting, Bring it on. Immediately after, he launched a barrage of attacks at him, but unluckily for him, Liu Gang easily caught his leg. He got spun around like a pinwheel, followed by a smooth, decisive throw from Liu Gang. He was thrown right out of the ring and couldn't stop vomiting. He gloated. Hey you. Out of everyone I've fought, your stamina is the best. Too bad my stamina is a whole level higher. Right then, Zichen jumped into the ring. All right, let's have a match. He thought this was the perfect chance to make some progress. Otherwise, no one else would dare step into the ring. Liu Gang smirked with pure arrogance. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Take this. He raised his fist and charged straight at him. Liu Gang moved with incredible speed. But Zichen just stood there, completely unfazed. In a split second, he leaned to the side to dodge. Liu Gang was stunned. That was fast. With just a single strike, Liu Gang was sent flying right out of the ring. Below the stage, the students started chanting, Wang Shuji, your bro just got destroyed. Aren't you gonna get revenge? Yeah. You need to protect the honor of Nangguan City's top student. Don't be a wimp. Wang Shuji, get up there. Provoked by the crowd, he jumped into the ring. What are you all screaming about? I was about to go up anyway. Just shut up already. Shuji looked at him and tried to comfort himself. Well, whatever happens, happens. I'll definitely find a way to beat him. One male student quickly rushed forward, feeling like he was taking a massive gamble. Zichen easily controlled his movements. With just one move, he sent him flying, leaving the guy sprawled on the ground with zero chance to fight back. After that, Zichen won by one knocked down the other boys in the class. He didn't seem to break a sweat while fighting any of them. One by one, they were taken down with ease. According to the rules of the natural selection quest, the same opponent only counts once, no matter how many times they get beaten. That means next time I'll have to spar with the girls. But I doubt they'd be up for it. Get in the ring with me just then. A girl boldly raised her hand and said, Hey Zichen, I want to challenge you. Then she quickly jumped onto the stage. But before she could even make a move, he knocked her down. His speed was incredible. She lay there, thinking regretfully. Aw, man, just a little closer and I could have hugged him. Then, surprisingly, the other girls started volunteering to challenge him too. Of course, he held back when fighting the girls, mostly just to finish the quest as fast as possible. In no time, he was done with the girls, but he was still a long way from completing the mission. He was feeling a bit disappointed. But then, unexpectedly, Han Yuanfeng announced some good news. The homeroom teacher spoke up. Your performance this time was excellent. From now on, the top students should learn to challenge those above them. In 1 month, our class will challenge the strongest regular class in the second year. So everyone, make sure you prepare well. Our goal is to defeat the strongest regular class of the second years. Hearing this, Zichen was pretty happy. I was just bummed out that I wouldn't have any matches to speed up my natural selection progress bar. This tournament came along at the perfect time. It's exactly what I needed. Class dismissed. A male student walked by and threw a challenge his way. I used to worry that after coming to Shanhe High School, I wouldn't have any real opponents left. But it looks like I underestimated Shanghai High School. From now on, you're going to be my rival for the next 3 years of high school, Zichen thought to himself calmly. Based on Han Yuanfeng's schedule, completing natural selection within a year doesn't seem impossible after all. Another guy walked up and said, Lin Zichen, just because I lost now doesn't mean I'll lose forever. Before I graduate, I will definitely settle this score. He secretly rejoiced. Not only did he just complete the mission, but he also got a cash reward. Doing a quick calculation, I must have made over 3,000 today, seeing how chill he was. Those two got super pissed. Like, he is not just ignoring us. He is actually mocking us. Isn't he? He is just way too arrogant. But Tuthan didn't give a damn about them. He was thinking, with this cash, I can finally buy some beast meat. This is awesome. Later that night at an apartment complex, Tuthan was busy in his room, writing something. He was calculating. Even though he got a small bonus today, it was still nowhere near enough to buy the beast meat and unlock the blueprint. So, to make some extra cash, he set up a web novel account and started his writing career. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Hello there. I am the editor in charge of the platform. Your novel is fantastic. I would like to offer you a contract to serialize your story. Tuthan was pretty surprised by the news. He had just woken up, and he already had a contract offer from the website. After logging into the novel platform to sign the contract, a piece of daily news caught his eye. It reported that just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat attacked a beast meat cold storage facility in the suburbs. This giant mutated rat was over 5 meters long, and it bit a cyborg completely in half. In that moment, the operator immediately activated the hidden backup energy source and self-destructed to destroy the enemy, blowing the giant mutated rat to smithereens right on the spot. Just how many of these giant mutated rats are hiding in Sanhai City? And besides, those mutated rats are massive. Where on earth could they be hiding above ground without being detected? The next day, at the Sun High Middle School Gymnasium, today was the day for their sparring match against regular class 52. Han Wenfeng was discussing tactics with some of the top students in his class. He made sure to give them very specific instructions. In a one-on-one match, the opponent's top-tier combat power is not as good as ours. However, their overall team strength is actually higher than our class. The other side will definitely use their numbers advantage to focus on defense and drag out the fight. Then, they will use a rotation strategy to wear the 4 of you down. So, once you step into that arena, you must win as fast as possible. Is that clear? All 4 of them responded in unison. Understood, sir. Right after that, Tuthan quickly jumped onto the fighting stage. He spoke up. Mr. Han, let me take the first round. Okay, he thought to himself. I need to complete the selection achievement. Since I need to defeat as many opponents as possible, getting in the ring early is my best bet. Seeing this, the opposing team looked terrified. One student said, "Teacher, our current opponent is their strongest fighter, and I am the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight him?" The teacher on that side immediately spoke up, clearly unhappy. "Mr. Fong, according to the rules for interclass sparring, the weakest student is supposed to go first. Why are you sending your best student out for the first match? That is a violation of the rules." The homeroom teacher pointed at the arena and gave an order. "To then. Get down from there. Now, you can go later. Let the weaker students in the class go first." "Okay." Hearing that, he replied reluctantly, "Fine. Yes, sir." Then Mr. Fong pointed to a girl standing nearby and said, "Van Dong, you go first." She replied, flustered, "Ha, but sir, I am not ready yet." Than Ham stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Han, my combat power is the lowest, so please, let me go first." Then, she walked up to the arena. Though she was feeling a bit nervous. "What do I do? I'm so nervous. Everyone down there is cheering. Ham. Let's go Ham. Take him down." Hearing that just made Thon Ham shake even more. Thinking about it is freaking me out. Suddenly, her opponent rushed in to attack. She tried her best to block those moves. Thon Ham calculated, "Even if I can't win, I can try my hardest to stall for as long as possible to drain her stamina." 3 minutes later, her opponent was starting to lose steam. She's actually, "If I keep going like this, I'm gonna run out of energy sooner or later. I need to end this fast." Right after that, she landed a heavy blow that took Thon Ham down. She got knocked right out of the ring, then immediately scrambled up and ran off. The homeroom teacher praised her. "Thon Ham, you fought very well. You knew how to use defense to drain your opponent's energy. Very smart." Tu Than walked over, gently patted her head, and said, "Not bad at all. Even against a senior who's been training for over a year, you still managed to hold out for more than 3 minutes. That's some serious progress." She felt comforted and shyly replied, Hey. Another student stepped into the ring, confidently thinking, "She doesn't have much energy left. I'll use this chance to take her down." And then, she quickly rushed in to attack. But just a few basic moves weren't enough to do anything. She was quickly hit head-on by the opponent and taken down in just a few moves. She cried out in pain. "Ouch. Let go, I give up." The opponent laughed mockingly. "Haha, you just got up here and attacked without any defense. Are you looking down on the regular class?" She walked over smugly and said, "It's true I don't have natural talent like you, but I've been training a year longer than you. You should go train for another year before trying to fight me." "Okay." At that moment, So Tam stepped into the ring. She said with total confidence, Hem. Let me get revenge for you. Watch me take down that senior." So Tam quickly rushed forward and knocked out the opponent with a single blow. Than Ham cheered excitedly. "So Tam is so amazing." Tu Than patted her head again. "You're amazing too. If you hadn't drained that senior stamina earlier, So Tam wouldn't have won so easily." She clenched her fists and hummed in agreement. 2 hours later, the regular class teacher looked confidently at Vien Fong. "Mr. Fong, your class only has 4 people left. Looks like we're definitely going to win that dinner bet." He raised his hands and shrugged. "It's too early to say anything. Let's just wait and see," he thought to himself. Lam Tu then. Vung Tu Kiet. Luke. Kwang. And Havu too. They are the true power of Class 1. The real battle starts now. Vien Fong turned to Havu. "Havu, you're up next." He confidently jumped onto the stage. "Present." He raised his fists. "My fists have been itching for a while now. Senior, are you ready to taste my iron punch?" The opponent sneered. "Hey little buddy, can you stop acting like an edgelord?" Havu kicked straight at his face. You dare ruin my cool moment? Get lost. The guy collapsed in pain, falling hard onto the ground outside the ring. He put his hands on his hips, looking down arrogantly. No way. With that level of skill, you dare to call people stupid. What a loser. Suddenly, a foot stomped down hard, and a guy with a mullet walked up aggressively. You little brat? You're pretty cocky. Huh. He rushed in and punched straight at Havu's face. Let me show you some real intensity. Havu used his hand to push off the ground and dodge. The guy was surprised. What the he's so fast he actually dodged my attack. Riding the momentum, he landed a spectacular heel kick right to the guy's chin, knocking him out cold with a heavy thud. Thumb Thon cheered excitedly. Havu. That was awesome. Keep it up. Sir Tom shouted. Havu. Get him. Smash them all to pieces. Next, Havu took down opponent after opponent, knocking out another one with ease. The number of people he defeated kept climbing, over and over. A while later, he was exhausted but still tried to act tough. Next, hurry up. I can still take down 10 more of you. Even though Havu wanted to keep fighting, after knocking down 5 guys in a row, he was clearly worn out. Finally, facing the 6th opponent, he was taken down. At this point, Class 1 only had 3 students left, while Class 6, Grade 2 still had 13. Vine Fong gave the order. Vung To Kiet. You're up. Thu Kiet's eyes lit up as he jumped in. Present. Vung Tu Kiet took down 10 people in a row. It wasn't until the 11th match that Vung Tu Kiet lost because his stamina was completely drained. Next up was Luk Kung. In less than 10 minutes, he quickly took down the remaining 2 generals. A knee strike took out the opposing class's general. He rubbed his nose and looked at the Class 6 teacher. Your class only has 1 person left. Why don't you just surrender early? The teacher put his hands in his pockets, still confident. I don't think that's necessary. Go on. Vung Kim Ha. It's your turn to put on a show. A massive guy, built like a giant, stepped up. Present. Luk Kung scoffed. Has. Just a tall, fat guy. Huh? He sprang forward. I'm still gonna beat you. His fist punched straight into Kim Ha's flabby belly. Luk Kung's jaw dropped. It felt like punching a bag of cotton. Unwilling to accept this, he kept punching the guy's body. He tried again, but after punching for a while with 0 damage, he was gasping for air. No good. Too much fat. The meat is too thick. I can't even make him budge. The big guy finally reached out. You done hitting yet? If you're done, it's my turn. Kim Ha effortlessly grabbed his neck with one hand. He struggled like a trapped chicken. I can't. I'm gonna suffocate. This guy's strength is terrifying. He threw Luk Kuong right out of the ring. Fian Fong was stunned. Wait. How come I don't remember there being such a strong student in your class? The Class 6 teacher smirked. Oh, really? Sorry. He just transferred here this semester. So it's understandable you wouldn't remember. Looks like you're going to lose this time. Remember our bet. If you lose, you have to treat the winning class to a meal. Vian Fong was furious but helpless, tears streaming down his face. Turns out he had Vung Kim Ha as his ace in the hole. No matter how strong Lam Tu Thun is, he can't beat this monster. Sigh. I was too careless. He totally played me. He walked over and patted Tu Thun on the shoulder. Tu Thun, it's your turn. Just spar and learn. You'll gain a lot of precious experience. Don't worry about winning or losing. He stepped forward, smiling to reassure him. Don't worry, Mr. Han. I'll win. Kim Ha was surprised. Huh. This student is the best fighter in their class. He looks a bit scrawny. He felt a bit disappointed. Hey, Junior. I'm not the type to bully the small. The 3 girls outside cheered. Fatty, don't be so arrogant. Tu Thun will definitely beat you. You fat pig. Just you wait. You're gonna get beaten into a meat pie. Go. Tu Thun teach that dead pig a lesson. The arrogant words pierced Kim Ha's ears like arrows. I'll go easy on you. Junior. I'll stand right here and let you hit me 10 times. He's being condescending just so that later, you and your fan club won't get salty and badmouth me, saying I bullied the weak or won unfairly. Tu Than scratched his head. Helpless. All right. All right. Kim Ha slapped his own stomach. Come on then. Junior. I'll stand right here. Rock solid. You just go ahead and hit me with everything you've got. He didn't hold back at all and slammed a punch right into his gut. His jaw dropped from the sheer damage of that blow. Kim Ha got launched into the sky like a kicked soccer ball. Then he crashed back down to the ground, bouncing like a ball. Everyone witnessing the scene went dead silent for 5 seconds. Then, all of Class 1 erupted in cheers. Tu Than won. He won. Kim Ha scratched his head and sat up. Huh? Why am I over here? What just happened? That makes no sense. It defies science. Mr. Sun stepped up and patted Vien Fong on the shoulder. Mr. Fong. That Tu Than kid from your class is absolutely terrifying. He took down Vuong Kim Ha with a single punch. It feels like he's catching up to Ngo Thien Thua back when he was a first-year high schooler. He replied cheerfully. Well, about that, I wouldn't be so sure. That Ngo Thien Thua kid was no ordinary human. Back in high school, he nearly gave the principal a heart attack. His performance was just too overpowering. Tu Than walked over. Curious. Teacher, who is this Ngo Thien Thua guy? Vien Fong explained. Ngo Thien Thua is a senior who graduated a few years ago. When he was just a freshman, he took down the entire top-tier class, which terrified a lot of the school leadership. During high school, Ngo Thien Thua ran 100 meters in less than 6.12 seconds, had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift 650 kilograms with one hand. Who wouldn't be scared of that? He scratched his head. That is a bit scary. But inside, he thought times. Wow. Pretty impressive. He's almost catching up to my power level from the summer. A while later, they moved to a different location, at Min Huang Restaurant. The teacher raised his water bottle for a toast. Thanks to Tu Than, we managed to beat the second-year regular class. Their homeroom teacher admitted defeat and is treating all of us to this meal. Everyone, stand up and cheer for Tu Than. The whole class went wild. Tu Than is the GOAT. Big Bro Than is invincible. Everyone was curious. Big Bro Than, how do you usually train at home? Do you have any secret techniques? Add me as a friend. After taking down the second-year class, he became famous throughout the school. Classmates crowded around to get to know him, making Tu Than feel a bit awkward. But Ham Ham hadn't changed a bit. Worried he was too busy entertaining friends to eat, she kept piling food into Tu Than's bowl. Thon Ham got annoyed with herself when she noticed him staring at her. Flustered, Than Ham got up to leave. Little Than, I need to go to the restroom for a second. But the one thing that hadn't changed was her uncontrollable urge to pee. People started whispering. Tom Thon Ham pouring water and peeling shrimp for him. She really knows how to suck up. She looks just like a maid, always serving her master. With her weak skills, if she wasn't Lam Tu Than's little sycophant, how would she ever get into our top class? I bet it won't last long. The gap between them is too huge. They'll eventually drift apart. She radiated a murderous aura and shot back. I am, not times a suck-up. Thon Ham walked away, muttering, I'm his childhood sweetheart. On the way back, Tu Thon asked with concern, Ham Ham, why do you look so down? Did something happen? She replied sadly. When we were little, I said I'd stop wetting the bed when I grew up. But even now, I still do it every single night. I have to wear a diaper just to sleep. Little Than, I feel like I'm disabled or something. I just can't hold it in, he stated firmly. You are definitely not disabled. Your ability to hold your pee is basically a superpower. It's just not fully developed yet. Than Ham looked up in surprise and asked, "A superpower? Really? Tu Thang guaranteed?" "Yep. It's definitely a superpower. Your talent with water is so good. That's exactly what makes it a power." She was curious. "So, little Chen, you've been amazing since we were kids. Do you have a superpower too?" He nodded and ruffled Thonham's hair. "Just like you. I've got a superpower too." She got excited. "If I really have one? I wonder what kind it is." Tu Than encouraged her. "I'm sure it's a super awesome one." Suddenly, he heard a loud noise coming from up ahead. A staff member blocked the way. "Put the broom down. We're exterminating rats for community safety. Please cooperate." Someone was going crazy, trying to stop them. "Stop it. Don't you dare hurt my brothers," the guy screamed. "Are you hurting my brothers again?" Then he rushed forward to attack the staff. "I'll fight you bastards to the death." Thanham was shocked. "Little Chen, is this guy crazy?" Tooth and shielded her. "Maybe he's mentally unstable. That's how unstable people are. Let's go home." Tunham agreed. As night gradually fell over the city, one room remained brightly lit. Lam Tu Than's home. The whole family sat watching the news. Last week, this female pastor went missing, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Yin Han was tense. Why is another young girl missing? That feels like the fourth one this month. Ngon Sin countered. "You remember wrong, honey. This is the fifth person. All 5 missing people this month were young, beautiful girls. We advise everyone not to go out late at night and to avoid deserted areas." She looked worried. "Little Chen, it's not safe out there lately. Don't let Ham go out alone. You hear?" he promised. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll watch over her carefully." In Sanhai City, District 20, at the 20th Street Police Station, everyone was busy dealing with the troublemaker. The police asked, "How is the investigation going? Does he have a mental illness?" The doctor replied, "We still can't determine that. I've been trying to communicate, but he won't say a single word. Like he's mute." The officer insisted. "He can't be mute. He was screaming non-stop at the vegetable market earlier." Suddenly, the officer jumped, staring inside at a horrifying scene. The troublemaker's body was mutating uncontrollably. Moments later, he had turned into a monster. "Request backup immediately. Someone in the psych ward has turned into a giant rat." That giant monster kept attacking everyone and wasn't afraid of bullets at all. A policewoman ran over. "The chief at HQ says the modified humans are all out on missions. It'll take about 10 minutes for backup. We don't have enough ammo. I'm afraid we can't hold out," the chief ordered. "Get in the car. We'll lure this rat to the suburbs and buy time until the reinforcements arrive." She hurriedly started the ignition. The officers sat tight, tensely starting the car to drive away. The mutant rat chased right after them. They rushed to speed up, leading it toward the mountain to buy more time for the mechanical enhancers. The police car sped down the highway with sirens wailing. It followed close behind, destroying everything in its path. Internal accidents happened, cars crashing into each other. The policewoman from earlier collapsed. Did we not make it in time? The ferocious mutant rat trampled every car flat. Terrifying explosions erupted across the city. A warrior appeared, firing tracking rounds that locked onto the target. The monster got hit with a combo and went even more out of control. A giant rat that knows how to dig a hole to escape. This bunch, it's gotten smarter. But looking at the chunks of flesh on the ground, it's definitely badly hurt. I still have a chance to take it down. The city night is slowly coming to an end. The time is 3:00 in the morning. Tu Thon has been writing for over half a month. More than 4,000 words a day. Currently near 100,000 words. With an income of over 10,000. There are still a few good plot points I haven't uploaded yet. When those parts are released, the numbers will be even better. I wonder how much I'll make after a month once it goes premium. After checking the novel stats in the middle of the night, to find also, Anticipation of the profits kept him awake. So Tu then found a small alley without cameras to test the results of his recent training. 100-meter sprint in 3.43 seconds. Long jump 7.72 meters. The progress is pretty obvious. He thought if he kept improving like this, sooner or later, his body would become godlike. Suddenly, Tu then heard a loud noise. He saw a mutated rat rummaging through a trash can. It spoke up. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. Man, I was just really hungry. Once I'm full, I'll make offerings to you every year." Tu then thought. It's a rat man. Could it be the fugitive? The one mentioned in the news today turned into a rat man. I need to get out of here fast and notify the police. The mutated rat muttered. I might not have to eat you. I can go eat living people now. It lunged at him, roaring. I want meat. I want to eat human meat, Tu then noted. So fast. Looks like I can't dodge this. He turned to face it, telling himself, I have to risk it all. Tu then used a kick to send the mutated rat spinning away. It wondered. This guy is clearly just a weak student. How does he have such strength? The two sides stood still, observing their opponent. He grabbed a large rock and threw it straight at the mutated rat's head. Tu then judged. I can't give it a chance to fight back. I have to land another hit to finish it off first. Then figure things out. After that, he continuously used stones as weapons to attack. Tu then let out a sigh of relief, seeing it lying motionless in front of him. Tu then touched the mutated rat's corpse and assessed. Is it dead? I can devour its life essence? So it looks like it's definitely dead. But getting only 2 points is honestly a bit low. Last time it was clearly 5. Could it be related to the difference in genes between the Rat King and those cultists? I should head back first before worrying about that. The sun is up. I can't stay here too long. Suddenly, a robotic foot landed from the sky. The girl exclaimed, wondering who had taken down this rat man. Elsewhere, in the gloomy darkness of the night, the cult leader carried an unconscious woman to the sacrificial altar. He knelt down reverently. Lord Rat God, please enjoy. The rat god appeared and scolded. Why is there only one woman? Do you want me to starve? This isn't even enough to fill the gap in my teeth. Or are you part of the sacrifice this time too? The cult leader was terrified. I wouldn't dare, please. Lord Rat God. Let me explain. My lord. Young girls these days are very vigilant. They don't go out at night. And during the day, they move in groups. So they're hard to catch. It got angry. Then next time, bring me some young men. He obeyed. I understand. Lord Rat God. Immediately, the rat god threw a piece of meat to the cult leader. He chewed it voraciously. Thank you for the gift, Lord Rat God. The woman who was captured earlier was now wrapped around its giant tongue. The rat god quickly swallowed the sacrifice whole, and the entire space was submerged in a gloomy, bloody aura. It demanded. Next time, stop catching regular people. They taste awful, way too bitter. I want to feast on the high and mighty. They're usually well-fed, so their meat is rich and delicious. To help Tham Than Ham improve her martial arts grades quickly, they held special training sessions at his place whenever they had free time. Your punching angle is too high. Lower it a bit. You'll generate more power that way. Your stance is too narrow. Widen your stance a little. You need to adjust your posture too. Don't face your opponent head-on. Turn your body slightly to the side. Than Ham nodded in agreement. All right. Let's keep going. Time for some sparring. Come at me with everything you've got. She got into position and shouted. Okay. Here I come. But Tu then easily caught Than Ham's fist. Not bad. Your angle was spot on. And your punching power has improved a lot. She raised her leg for a kick, but Tu then blocked it again. Your sweeping form is off. Don't lock up before you kick. Open your stance a little wider. Come on. Apply the corrections I just gave you. And try that move again. After that, Thon Ham launched a flurry of attacks with both her fists and feet. A while later, she collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. That was intense. But I can actually feel my martial arts getting stronger. Little Than. 3 sessions a week isn't enough. Can we do this special training every single day? He refused immediately. No way. 3 times a week is already plenty. Your body wouldn't be able to handle it if we did this every day? Than Ham replied clearly. Fine then. 3 times a week it is. Just then, Tu Than pulled his phone out of his pocket. She leaned in to take a look. Is that a breaking news alert? The Meta Group just announced on their official site that they'll provide free medical treatment for that mechanical genius girl. The one who was left disabled due to early mechanical modifications. That genius from Capital University successfully merged with the 1000 silk mutant spider gene. Breaking the university's record for the youngest person in history to complete a second gene merger. A genius from Capital University. Could it be that prodigy from the capital everyone talked about back then? Normally, most people have to wait until they're adults before they can undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, the body can't handle the beast genes, leading to a high risk of mutation. However, this prodigy from the capital, who we can now call the genius of Capital University, is under 18 years old and has already completed a second gene fusion. Her physical potential is insane. Is gene fusion really the best path to take? As night fell over Lam Tu Than's house, he sat working at his computer, with his progress accelerated twofold by the heavenly wisdom talent. And after a month of typing practice, Tu Than could now easily write 10,000 words an hour. Spending just 1 hour a day typing wouldn't interfere with his daily training schedule, so it was a perfectly manageable compromise. Ngon Sin stood behind him and praised. Little Than, your book is selling pretty well. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day, and the plot stays solid, you could earn around 50,000 yuan in royalties for the first month. Once your word count goes up, making 100,000 a month won't be an issue at all. He thought to himself, 50,000, maybe even 100,000 a month. With this income, I won't have to stress about money for unlocking the beast diagrams anymore. I hope 2 months of royalties will be enough to unlock the violent giant eagle diagram. In the martial arts class, Han Vienfong organized an internal sparring session to assess the students' progress. After that, the head-to-head battles began. Xu Chen dominated the arena as usual, beating everyone so badly that they didn't have a chance to fight back. He earned 88 credits and gained dozens of experience points at the same time, completing the natural selection achievement. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan couldn't beat anyone as usual. She was still dead last in the class rankings, but the difference this time was that when facing an opponent, she was able to put up some resistance. Last time, when she faced Wen Yuntong, the person ranked second to last in the class, Qing Han was knocked off the stage, and the match ended in less than 3 seconds. But this time, she went 2-2 with Wen Yuntong for nearly 3 minutes. And she wasn't just cowering like a turtle for 3 minutes either. Qing Han fought Wen Yuntong head-on and even landed a few beautiful kicks. Han Yuanfeng saw this and praised her for her remarkable progress. Telling Qing Han to keep up the good work, he announced, "In 1 month, we will challenge the strongest elite class of the 52nd high school batch. The goal is that, aside from their top 3 students, we must defeat everyone else in their class. Is everyone confident?" Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Sir Yuanfeng raised his hand happily to encourage them. Very good. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the novel hit the shelves. Xu Chen went shopping. "Hello. I want to buy some violent giant eagle meat," the consultant replied. "Certainly. May I ask how much you would like to buy? We are having a promotion. If you buy 100 kilos at once, you'll get a 5% discount." He thought about it. "Then I won't buy it for now." Xu Chen decided to wait until he had enough money to buy 100 kilos at once. After all, That would only be next month. Time passed until the Doug. Next day on the school campus, Shu Chen was walking with Ching Han. She said, "Xiao Chen, a new cafeteria opened up a few days ago. I heard the chef there cooks really well. Why don't we go?" He agreed. Sure. They headed to the busy kitchen together. Ching Han smelled the food and got excited. "It smells so good." Her tray was piled high with delicious dishes. Ching Han exclaimed. "Xiao Chen, it's a good thing we came early. Otherwise we would have had to wait in line." Shu Chen agreed. "That's true." Suddenly, the crowd started arguing. "Hey you. Why are you cutting in line?" "I'm not cutting. I asked my friend to save this spot for me." "You can ask people to save spots in a line. Are you kidding me? Even if I cut in? It's my desk mate's spot. What does it have to do with you? Is there something wrong with your brain?" "Yeah. I cut in line. What are you gonna do about it?" Ching Han looked worried. "Xiao Chen. Xia Yu is arguing with someone over there. Should we go check it out?" Shu Chen declined. "Probably not necessary. Xia Yu is so aggressive that he's scaring the line cutter. Look. The line cutter is leaving in anger because of Xia Yu's intensity." Brat. The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly became tense. Suddenly, a group of people cut in front of him. "What are you doing? What is the meaning of this?" One of them replied. "Nothing much. We just simply want to cut in front of you." Xia Yu was furious. "Are you kidding me? Go to the back of the line." He froze. Realizing he couldn't push them away, Xia Yu started to panic. "I can't move them." She realized something was wrong. It looks like Xia Yu is being bullied. He stepped forward and tapped the guy on the shoulder. "Hey classmate. Trouble you to go to the back and wait in line." The guy pointed his finger arrogantly. "If I don't, what are you gonna do?" Shu Chen calmly took out his phone. "I'll report you." He got so mad he actually resorted to reporting me. "That's just embarrassing. You're acting all chill. But honestly, I think cutting in line is way more shameful." They couldn't win the argument, so they stormed off in a huff. Inside a villa in the wealthy district of Songhai City, the cult leader announced that stupid Kwang was dead. Before that, he went crazy and ran to the trading market to provoke the security team. And then he got himself killed. Someone remarked, "Good thing that idiot kicked the bucket. He was causing trouble everywhere. I've wanted him dead for a long time. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have dragged us all down with him." He spoke up. "And this kid here is the new guy. In the future, he'll take over stupid Kwang's position. Everyone, get to know each other a bit. Also, the rat god told me that ordinary people taste too bitter and are hard to eat. From now on, he wants to feast on those high and mighty types. You all should know this and stop offering unsuitable sacrifices." The crowd buzzed with noise. "Leader, kidnapping people from the upper class is extremely dangerous." "That's right. If 1 or 2 normal people go missing, it's fine. But if upper-class people vanish, it'll be a huge deal." The leader instructed, "Hurry up and pick out the sons of wealthy businessmen who are useless and spoiled. That way, the risk is much lower. Since you're still new, you don't need to catch upper-class targets yet. First, just catch a handsome, ordinary young man to practice your skills. Then bring him to one of the Lord Divine Sons serving under the rat god as a sacrifice." The guy promised. "Leader, rest assured, I will offer the most beautiful sacrifice in the city to Lord Divine Sun." In the classroom, Ha Vu was saying, "I've been investigating for days and found out that the guys who cut in our line are from the 3rd year of high school, specifically the 2nd elite class, which is the strongest one we're about to challenge. Those guys have 0 class. I'm honestly speechless." Tu then calmly remarked, "Being good at studying doesn't mean their character is good too." Suddenly, he was startled by information on the screen. Tu then pondered. Another rich kid went missing. This is the 5th case of a missing rich kid already. Plus, the motive definitely isn't money, because no kidnapper has demanded a ransom from the families. Could these kidnappings be related to the rat god sect? The next day, the first-year high school class was set to challenge the strongest third-year elite class. The guys who cut in front of Ha-Vu last week kept glancing over at him every now and then. Ha-Vu immediately responded with a certain finger gesture. Not long after, both teams finished warming up, and the match began. Just like previous times, Tham Than Ham was the one to fight the first round. She had to face a strong opponent who struck decisively. Than Ham couldn't fight back and was getting attacked continuously. She thought to herself, this senior from the elite class is too strong. Even if I use the turtle defense strategy, I can't hold out. That senior girl landed a decisive blow to finish off her opponent. Every kick she threw was incredibly precise. Not just Tham Than Ham, but even Lee So Tam and the others were basically helpless against this senior. It wasn't until a slightly stronger classmate with short hair stepped up that they were finally able to defeat that senior. But another senior girl on the combo other side quickly took control of the situation again. In less than 10 minutes, this senior sister defeated 9 people in a row, including 3 male students. Soon enough, the whole class was beaten so badly that only 4 people were left: Tu Than, Vung Tu Kiet, Luke Kwong, and Ha-Vu. Meanwhile, in the third-year class, only 5 students had been knocked out of the ring, and there were still 36 students who hadn't even shown up yet. The 5 who were defeated were all girls, and the other side hadn't even sent a single male student into the ring yet. Vian Fong worriedly said, the power gap is just too huge. We can't fight them at all. The teacher ordered, Ha-Vu, you're up. Over there. There are still 6 girls left. Go take them all down. Think you can handle it. He pumped himself up and promised. Piece of cake. Teach. Ha-Vu gloated internally. Asterisk. Why stop at 6? Asterisk. Asterisk. Throw in a few upperclassmen ladies and I'd happily take them on too. With spirits high, he leaped into the ring. And done. Ha-Vu didn't let anyone down. He barely broke a sweat, knocking all 6 girls out of the ring. Suddenly, someone stormed into the ring. Chi Van flashed an arrogant smirk. Ready to get wrecked, he shot back. You're not just clueless. You're completely delusional. Aren't you? Asterisk. Since he's the first guy to step up, he's gotta be a total noob. Asterisk. Here's my chance for revenge. He rushed at Ha-Vu like a madman. Fists flying. A split second later, he landed a solid punch right in the gut. Ha-Vu clutched his chest. So fast. And that punch. Chi Van sneered. You're trash. Just give up. Furious, he shoved him away and shouted, get the hell off me. But luck wasn't on his side. Ha-Vu took another brutal kick. He collapsed, taking hit after painful hit. Ha-Vu curled up in agony. Asterisk. It hurts. Asterisk. He's not just as strong as the other guys. He's stronger. He came out specifically to get back at me. Asterisk. I was too careless. Asterisk Te Viet then issued a challenge. Don't you love sticking your nose in other people's business? If you've got the guts, come on down. If not, beat it. Tu Than shot him a glance and immediately jumped in to accept the challenge. Asterisk. I was just bummed about not getting a turn. And now the perfect opportunity drops right in my lap. The crowd roared. Brother Than. Smash him. He was annoying in the cafeteria line. But he's even worse in the ring. Get him. He instantly dashed toward Tu Than. Te Viet fiercely aimed a kick to gain the upper hand. But Tu Than blocked the attack with just one hand. Then, Tu Than grabbed Te Viet's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. He was out cold the instant he hit the ground. He stepped over the body and casually kicked him out of the ring. The audience was stunned. Te Viet was ranked in the top 5 of his class. Yet he got taken down just like that. Is that guy really that strong? Vian Fong was in shock. Asterisk Lam Tu Than is still hiding a lot of his power. There's no way he could do this otherwise. Thu Kiet was terrified. Asterisk. That guy. Lam too. Then usually seems strong. But it turns out that wasn't even his true power. Havu watched in awe. Asterisk. Is he even human? Asterisk. He turned coldly to the elite class. Who's next? The students turned pale with fear. No one dared to step up. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of Class 3 were completely wiped out. Tu then wondered. Asterisk. How far along is the natural selection progress now? Asterisk. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. He looked at it thoughtfully. Only 119. This growth rate is way too slow. Every time the class spars, I'm always the last one out. I can't let this keep happening. My power is way beyond high school level. If I didn't have to follow these high school rules. Whatever. From now on, I'm making my own rules. On Monday, a shocked voice rang out in the office. What, you want me to arrange a prize match just for you? Tu then nodded seriously. That's right. I want to challenge the entire school. The principal refused. You're only a first-year student. And you want to challenge the whole school. Are you serious? On what grounds? Tu then stood his ground. That's right. Ma'am, please just come with me to the gym. I'll prove to you that I've got the chops to handle this challenge. After that, the two of them headed over to the gym together. She spoke up. Zichen, it's getting late. Why on earth did you drag me all the way out here? He took off his shirt and replied. To show you what I'm made of. Of course. The principal worried silently. Asterisk. Is this kid trying to pull some weird stunt? Asterisk. Zichen. Wait a second. But Zichen quickly grabbed hold of the iron bar. With just one hand, he effortlessly lifted a 700-kilogram weight. The principal jumped, staring in horror at the terrifying sight. She felt a bit embarrassed. So this times was the strength he was talking about. She spoke up. 700 kilos. That's even stronger than Wu Tianqing, the strongest first-year student in the school. No problem at all. I'll arrange a solo exhibition match for you to challenge the whole school. He scratched his head. Principal, don't forget to set up some rewards. Okay? If there's nothing in it for them, nobody's gonna have the motivation to fight. It'd be best to have two types. One is a participation prize to encourage people to get in the ring. And the other is a jackpot fund. The more challenges there are, the bigger the pot grows. Whoever beats me takes it all. But if no one can, then it belongs to me. She smiled with satisfaction. Don't you worry. Just leave it to me. I'll handle everything exactly as you said. Zichen added. Principal, about my true strength. Keep it a secret. All right, if they know, nobody will dare to challenge me. The principal agreed. All right. All right. Whatever you say. A while later, inside the principal's private office, she took out some paperwork. Zichen, take a look. What do you think about this plan for the challenge event? He nodded with satisfaction. No problems at all. Thanks for your hard work. Principal. Oh. You're too polite. It was nothing. Really. No trouble at all. The two teachers behind them were baffled. What is going on? Has the world turned upside down? Yuan Feng thought. Asterisk. The demon principal is always so serious. Why is she smiling and sucking up to Lin Zichen like that? Asterisk. At 2 p.m. Students from the whole school gathered at the arena. The principal began introducing his basic info and recent achievements. Just as planned. Then, the rules and rewards were all explained in detail. As expected, the crowd below exploded with excitement. The students buzzed. Principal, are you sure about this? He's just a first year, setting up a ring to challenge everyone, just because he beat some second years. He thinks he's all that. He really doesn't know his place. Zichen announced. Starting from tomorrow, I'll be guarding the ring in the gym for 2 hours every day. During the lunch break, Everyone is welcome to come and spar inside. He was absolutely delighted. Asterisk good. Looks like a lot of people want to beat me up. There's a chance I'll complete the natural selection quest ahead of schedule. Night fell, and the streets were bustling with people. A man walked along the street with a careless expression. Girls whispered excitedly, "Hey, handsome. Are you alone interested in going to a bar for a few drinks with us?" Hearing that, he looked disgusted. "Not interested. Get the hell away from me." The two girls walked away. He's no fun at all. Asterisk destined to be single dogs. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Unbelievable. Is this really how Shanghai City operates? Asterisk. Asterisk. I just want to find a 10 out of 10 handsome guy. Why haven't I found one after all these days? Asterisk. Asterisk. None of the men on this street are even easy on the eyes. Asterisk. If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Asterisk. Asterisk. Will I get ostracized within the sect later on? Asterisk. At first, I thought about snatching some male celebrity, but they've always got bodyguards swarming around them. I'm just a newbie in the rat god cult. I basically have zero chance of pulling that off. The mission deadline is coming up fast. What am I gonna do? Suddenly, he spotted a figure running past. His eyes lit up as he checked out Tu Than. Handsome guy. Talk about dumb luck. I searched everywhere for nothing. And now he just falls right into my lap. The rat cultist grinned a wicked smile. He's the one. He stood there watching the guy run into an alley, and his face started to twist and change. Doesn't look like anyone's around here. Perfect time to transform into a mutant rat. Time to strike. Wham! Suddenly, a brick smashed right into his face. The mutant rat clutched his head, wailing in pain. What the hell just happened? Tu Than spoke up, his voice cold and indifferent. Can't believe I just went out for a jog and managed to bag a rat man. Looks like this mutant rat trash is gonna speed up my unlocking progress. He fell to his knees, thoughts racing. This guy is terrifying, and he's spouting nonsense I don't even understand. Why am I so unlucky? The mutant rat kept banging his head against the ground. Tu Than watched, totally bewildered. What is this? I only chucked one brick at his head, and he's already croaked. Are there really rat god cultists this week? Whatever. No point overthinking it. I better absorb his life essence quick before someone shows up. It only went up by 1. That's it. No wonder this rat man was such total trash. But thinking about safety, I probably shouldn't go out jogging at night for a while. After all, not every cultist is going to be garbage like this guy. There are a few rat cultists who are actually dangerous. Once they mutate, their bodies get incredibly tough enough to withstand even gunfire. The next day, Tu Than woke up and heard the news. At 3 a.m. last night, the city police headquarters, in cooperation with instructors from the Sunhai Evolution Academy, he sat on the chair, drying his hair. The rat god cult got wiped out. The one who defeated the Rat King is No Thien Thua, an instructor at Sunhai Academy. He is a gene integrator with a high-level creature classification. During the battle, Thien Thua used a continuous pro combo skill to attack the mutant rat. Moments later, his immense power completely overwhelmed it. The entire battle lasted only 30 seconds, resulting in an overwhelming victory. Tu Than was pretty surprised as he watched. So this is the true power of a high-level creature. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper with lights blazing against the night sky, the senior raised his glass and asked, Thien Thua. Still no luck contacting the teacher. Thien Thua Sihid. He's still missing. That group of elites went into Chaos Zone number 36 years ago, and their whereabouts are still unknown. The senior was curious. What's the status of Chaos Zone 36 right now? Thien Thua replied. It's considered fairly stable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to come here during the cleanup back then. A few small fry managed to escape in the chaos. The senior looked puzzled. Small fry. The entire city security headquarters was helpless against that rat king. And yet, compared to a genius high-level creature like you, I guess he really was just a small fry. Since you're already here, why not go back to your old school and give a lecture? Teen Tua refused immediately. Come on. And bro, I'm not some idle guy with free time. I have a real job to do. The senior grinned. Hey, providing ideological guidance to those lovely students is a job too. You know. Meanwhile, in another place, inside a deep pit where only the moonlight could reach, the Rat King was furious. At first, it only ate stray animals. But then, it started devouring young humans with tender flesh. It wasn't until after devouring high-class humans that you finally developed a human form. Do you have any idea how much effort I wasted just to bring you? Here I brought you here to strengthen our species and dig tunnels. Yet you went around eating people and causing such a huge scene. The Rat King flew into a rage, raising his foot high, ready to stomp down. He roared. Tell me, do you deserve to be wiped out or not? The mutant rat trembled in fear. My lord, I beg you. Please give me one more chance, the Rat King coldly declared. I can give you a chance. But he extended his claws toward his subordinate's head. You have to pay the price. In the end, only the pained screams of the mutant rat remained. The Rat King spoke with displeasure. The eyes of a sewer rat smelled truly rotten. He longed to stuff the subordinate into his mouth, but admitted, but it tastes delicious. However, I suppose you're actually quite smart. You knew how to hide behind the scenes and enjoy yourself, while letting your little brother pose as the Rat King and die. It's just that, if you don't honestly dig those tunnels for me, you will still be eliminated. The next day, everyone was buzzing. Is he the guy who wants to challenge the whole school? Lin Zichen is only a first-year high schooler. He really doesn't know his place. He's at the gym now. Let's go watch the show. Zichen ignored the gossip and opened his phone to check a message. The content read, 9 surviving remnants of the rat god sect have escaped. He looked at the bounty and pondered. 50,000 for an escapee. Of that. But if I run into them, I should probably hold back and avoid danger first. The bounty comes second. A while later, the inside of the gym was packed with people gathering to watch the excitement. Zichen stood on the ring, glancing around. Quite a few people showed up. Didn't they? His gaze sharpened. That just means more rewards for me. Then Ham announced. Challengers will get to enter a lucky draw, attractive prizes. First come, first served. The students immediately got excited. I heard there's even the latest gaming console and a fruit phone. Hey, if I win the draw, can I touch Than Ham's hand? The eyes of her admirers lit up with excitement. I want to chow. Suddenly, a girl jumped out and stomped on that guy's face. Let me, the schoolgirls went wild. I'm joining too. Junior Zichen is mine. The girls shouted from all directions. We want a piece of him too. Someone grabbed his hand, thinking, I can feel it. Oh, this strong, muscular arm. Another girl blushed shyly. His face is just too handsome. After that, the female students kept clinging tightly to him. Zichen felt apprehensive. This situation is starting to get weird. I really don't want to hit girls, but for the sake of my achievements. He quickly used a palm strike to send them flying one by one. They were all pushed off the ring. Zichen moved like a storm, apologizing as he struck. Sorry about this. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Natural selection 309 out of 1,000. Then, a female student spoke up. Big sister here, still wants to challenge you again. He reminded them. Failed challengers can't challenge again. The girls complained. What? Why is it like that? I still want to touch him some more. Then, a male student stepped forward. Lin Zichen. Right, I've found you to be an eyesore for a long time now. It's my turn to teach this brat a lesson. But moments later, he was pummeled by Zichen until the system filter hit 419. Zichen attacked continuously, and the guy couldn't fight back at all. Just like that, time flew by, and it was already 4 o'clock. During that time, he had taken down countless people. Anyone else? Suddenly, a voice rang out, loud and proud. I'm up. The crowd immediately started buzzing. It was Niem Tio Hien, the tyrant of the second-year elite class. Someone asked, between those two, who do you think is gonna win? Tio Hien. Obviously, the special class and the elite class of the second year aren't even on the same level. Back then, he took down a whole group by himself. Though, he still got beaten by Trun Vo Han, who's a cut above him. Tio Hien leaped onto the ring and declared, listen up, Junior. I used to be wild and arrogant, just like you. But after getting crushed, I realized the hard truth. There's always someone stronger, always a higher mountain. So today, I'm gonna teach you your first lesson in life. How to be a genius without being rash. But Zichen didn't care at all. Sir, can we start yet? The teacher nodded, and the match began. While he was still running his mouth, Junior, I suggest you. He instantly ate a punch to the face. The ring saw a fierce exchange. Zichen dug a finger in his ear, looking annoyed. Finally, it's quiet. The audience was horrified. Nim Tiu Hing. He actually got taken down by Lin Zichen just like that. That's insane. Suddenly, the sound of clapping from below grabbed everyone's attention. The crowd went wild. It's Chun Vo Hang. He's definitely here to get revenge for Tio Hien. The school's top student had come to challenge. Zichen raised an eyebrow. Top student. Is this one of those, kid gets beat up, so he calls his big brother situations? The moment Vo Han leaped into the ring, he scoffed. I really didn't expect Tio Hien to lose to a brat like you. Zichen asked. Sir, are we ready to start yet? Vo Han snapped. You little punk. Can't you let me finish a sentence? The teacher announced. Begin. Vo Han immediately charged forward. Looks like I'll have to beat you into the ground before you'll listen to a word I say. Then, they clashed. Zichen said, I'm really sorry, as he kicked him high into the air. But I'm very busy. Vo Han screamed in terror as he flew. Impossible. The students below stood there, jaws on the floor, in total disbelief. Zichen pointed at a random student. Hey, how you? Why are you just standing there? Get up here and fight me. Hurry up. The student looked confused. Who me? Zichen nodded. Yeah. And you? You haven't fought me yet. Right. The student stepped up, trembling. Please. You have to go easy on me. Okay, he thought to himself. Asterisk, I'm already here. If it wasn't for the lucky draw chance, I definitely wouldn't be doing this. And just like that, Zichen took him down. The system chimed, progress +1. The audience steeled themselves. I'm already here. Even if I lose, it's not embarrassing. I just want to win that fruit phone. Immediately after, he knocked them down one by one with ease. More and more people got absolutely wrecked by Zichen. The system notifications kept pinging non-stop. He used light, decisive moves to send his opponents flying out of the ring. The system announced, in the primary competition, please utilize the most primitive biological methods. Zichen suddenly lit up with excitement. Finally, he looked at the system and thought, increasing damage attributes. Simple, crude, but extremely practical. Though, it doesn't say exactly how much the damage. He hopped down from the ring. The challenge was over. As everyone dispersed, the students buzzed. That was so fast I wanted to watch a bit longer. After that, Zichen left the gym with Thanham. Moments later, the rest of the students flooded out of the building. Sometime later, the door to the principal's office creaked open. The principal spoke up. Congratulations, kid. To think you actually snatched the #1 spot in the entire school. You even took down Tran Vo Han. You're definitely still hiding your true power, aren't you? He replied calmly. That's true. But just a tiny bit. She shot back. I think it's a lot more than that. Chen Wuhang recently took the special recruitment test for Jingdu University, and he lifted 690 kilograms with just one hand. Based on that, your stats must be at least 800 kilograms. Xu Chen replied. Principal, you're a genius. I'm at 790 kilograms. But inside, he thought. Asterisk, I still can't let her know my... The principal smiled. I knew it. Suddenly, he asked, Principal, when will that prize money of 8,810 yuan be transferred to my account? She took out her phone. I'll transfer it to you right now. She sighed internally. Asterisk, truly a brat who only cares about money. The principal started. Xu Chen. From now on you represent the school, but he cut her off. Principal. Shen Qinghan and I both love swimming. Could we use the pool in the gym? You can use it whenever you want. Furthermore, when you two are using it, no one else will be allowed in. She nodded. I get it. Just letting you two use it is fine. Right? Xu Chen was surprised internally. Asterisk. She agreed really fast. He added, I don't like people watching me in swimwear. So when we're using it, I'm going to cover the cameras there. The principal fell into deep thought. Oh my. A boy and a girl alone together is one thing. But covering the cameras too. She imagined a steamy scene. Asterisk. Is this kid planning to? Asterisk. The principal grabbed a key. If that's what you want. Naturally, I'll satisfy all your requests. From now on, that's your private pool. Just be careful. Don't go creating a human life in there. Okay. Hearing those words, he looked blank. Human life. A while later, Xu Chen and Qinghan left the room. He held the key, lost in thought. Asterisk. Now I can finally figure out what Qinghan's hidden ability actually is. She spoke up. Little Chen, there's something I want to ask you. Xu Chen was curious. What is it? Qinghan pleaded. I signed up for a singing contest. I've got the song down, but I need someone to help me practice the chorus. Little Chen, can you practice with me tonight? He agreed. Of course I can. She walked away, saying, That's great, Xu Chen thought to himself. Asterisk. Does she really care about this contest that much? Asterisk. Asterisk. I hope she can be more confident during the competition. Asterisk. As night fell, only the streetlights remained. Qinghan happily showed off her singing talent in front of him. Jianye worried. Honey, the kids are grown up now. A boy and a girl alone in a room. Isn't that inappropriate? Xu Meng retorted. Those two are childhood sweethearts who grew up playing together. Since when does an old man like you get to object? You old man Shen. I'm warning you. Stop making a fuss. He tried to explain. I won't say another word. Those voices quickly reached Xu Chen's ears. He said, Han, we've been practicing for half an hour. It's almost time for study hall. Tomorrow after school, we'll go to the school pool to practice. Remember to bring your swimsuit. Okay, she agreed. Okay. Qinghan waved goodbye to little Chen. And he replied, See you tomorrow. Left alone, she started thinking shyly. Asterisk. The swimming pool times. Qinghan looked through her clothes. Asterisk. Which swimsuit should I wear? Asterisk. She spread her clothes out on the bed, racking her brain to find the perfect one. Qinghan shyly picked one up. Is this one too revealing? She blushed, imagining swimming with him, then quickly stuffed it into her bag. Anyway, it's just going to be little Chen and me in the pool. The next day at school, the atmosphere was fresh and quiet. Inside the deserted swimming pool, there was only a single figure. Tu Than stood there in his swim trunks with his arms crossed. waiting for someone. He glanced up at the security camera and thought, "Don't worry, ma'am. I'm on the job." Suddenly, Tu then heard a voice calling from behind. Little then it was Than Ham, running over in a charming swimsuit. She moved gracefully but sounded apologetic. "Sorry to keep you waiting so long," Tu then warned her. "Slow down, be careful. It's slippery." But inside, his heart was racing. Asterisk, she's so cute asterisk. He blushed. "Come on. Let's get in the water and train." And then, the two of them jumped into the pool to begin their practice. Tu Thon held Than Ham's hand. They gazed at each other affectionately, her eyes sparkling with pure happiness as she looked at him. The two of them just kept locking eyes. Than Ham pointed upward, signaling to surface. Tu then wrapped his arm around her and swam them up. When they broke the surface, Than Ham wrapped her arms around his neck. Tu Than asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Ham. She splashed the water playfully and said, "Tu Than, the water can pass right through me." Than Ham scooped up some water and said, "Look at this." The water droplets fell right through her hand. Than Ham exclaimed excitedly, "It's going through my hand again." Than Ham wondered aloud. "It's so strange. Why does the water flow through my body like this?" Tu then fell into deep thought. Asterisk. Could this be Ham's superpower asterisk? He suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Let me see your hand for a second." Tu then realized that apart from the water passing through, there was nothing unusual about her. He pulled Than Ham along by the hand. "Let's go over there. I'll help you check your body to see if there are any other places the water can pass through." Startled by Tu Than's sudden move, she couldn't help but blush. A while later, Than Ham was lying on a table, looking incredibly shy. Little Than. At this moment, Tu Than was using water to test different parts of her body, leaving Than Ham flustered. How much longer is this going to take? He analyzed the situation. "I've tested 3 times, but there's nothing abnormal about your body. It looks like, for now, only your hands have this ability." He helped her sit up. "Is that so?" she asked. "Little Than, you know how I've had trouble holding it in since I was small. Do you think maybe there's a part of my body that lets water seep through?" Tu then replied, "That might actually be the reason. Next time, when you feel like you can't hold it anymore, make sure to tell me. Okay? Oh. And try to focus and feel for yourself. See if there's any other part of your body that feels the same way your palms do." He felt a dark cloud over his thoughts. Asterisk, I almost sounded like a total pervert just now. Than Ham held up her hand, looking at it with joy. In other words, I'm not a useless girl. I'm someone with water-related superpowers. One day, my powers will be fully unleashed. Then I'll be able to stand by Little Than's side and be the perfect partner for him. As night fell, the streets bustled with people. At a certain shop, a staff member greeted a customer cheerfully. "Hello, welcome to our store." Suddenly, a black card was tossed onto the counter, startling her. Tu Than casually made his request. "I want 100 kilograms of violent eagle meat, and have it delivered to this address." The staff member took the card, completely stunned. "Yes, sir," she thought to herself. Asterisk, it's him again. Which rich young master is he to be spending so generously asterisk? Sometime later, the delivery arrived. The staff member reminded him, "Please give us a 5-star rating for our service." Tu Than held the box of goods and pondered. "I just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning. In total, I have nearly 210,000 on hand. Buying these 100 kilograms of violent eagle meat should be enough for now. Let's see what kind of surprise unlocking this diagram has in store for me." Then, the system prompt quickly appeared. "You have devoured a significant amount of life force." Finally, Tu Than found himself in another dimension, a place resembling a vast ocean. Massive waves crashed down, drenching his hair. At the same time, A gigantic talon with sharp claws snatched up an octopus. He stood firm. Staring at the system, you have successfully unlocked the Tyrant Eagle diagram. Sky Eye vision and your motion capture ability have increased. Immediately, a strange golden light radiated from Toothan's eyes. Beams of light from his eyes shot out across the city. Toothan zoomed in on a pedestrian who was busy looking at their phone. He could clearly see the content on the screen and mused. This eagle eye is truly powerful. Finally, Toothan returned to his familiar home. He glanced over and saw his mom and dad intently watching the news. The news reported that recently, an individual with triple gene fusion mutated in a public place, causing hundreds of casualties. Gene fusion is a mistake. Throughout history, only monsters have yearned to become human. No human has ever wanted to become a monster. If we strive for it, we can evolve into higher-level beings. Someone stood up to object. That's just a fairy tale. Without gene fusion, we couldn't even stop a single bullet. And Gonsin spoke up, getting straight to the point. Gene fusion is like an uncontrollable ticking time bomb. Once mutation occurs, it's a catastrophe. Uyen and disagreed. That worry is baseless. The government controls this issue very strictly, so the probability of that happening is extremely low. Instead of worrying about mutation, we should be concerned about the lineage of gene fusion users. After all, they lose the ability to reproduce. He nodded in agreement. That's true. That's why it's necessary to store genetic material before fusion, or find a partner to have children with first. Those words made her freeze in shock. Uyen turned around. Oh, little Van, you're back, she thought to herself. Did we just say something inappropriate in front of our son? Gonsin scratched his head awkwardly. Little Van, you're back. Well, let's have dinner first. As they sat at the table, Toothan spoke up. Tomorrow, our school is hosting a singing competition. Ham has signed up to participate. His father was surprised. Really? Then our whole family definitely has to go and cheer for Ham. His mother agreed. Of course, Ham is just like a daughter to me. He ate quietly, observing the awkward expressions on his parents' faces. The next evening, the school stadium was incredibly bustling and lively. Gonsin and Uyen were especially excited, shouting, Ham, you're the best. Inside the classroom, Thanham and Toothan shared a private moment. He was helping her with her makeup. While Thanham was dozing off, she opened her eyes and asked, Little Van, why are you staring at me like that? Toothan smiled gently and complimented her. Because you're beautiful. That remark made Thanham blush with embarrassment. She gripped the hem of her dress to relieve her tension. Suddenly, So Tam walked over with a teasing look on her face. Are you two done being lovey-dovey? Thanham hurriedly explained. I just asked Little Van for help because he's good at makeup. It's not a confession or anything like that. She covered her mouth, giggling. I get it. Husband and wife stuff. Right. Nothing purely platonic about it. At this moment, looking like a professional makeup artist, he thought to himself. Having too many skills isn't always a good thing. Then So Tam turned to leave. I don't want to be a third wheel here. I just wanted to remind you that after 2 more acts, it'll be our turn to go on stage. Then she closed the door and left. She replied, I got it. Toothan packed up his stuff and said, All right, let me walk you out so you can get ready. Suddenly, Thanham stood up, her body trembling uncontrollably from discomfort. She stepped forward, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and whispered, Little Van? Thanham couldn't hold it back anymore. She looked distressed. I can't hold it in any longer. Thanham started sobbing. Little Van, what am I gonna do? It's almost time for So Tam and me to perform. We've been practicing for so long. If all our hard work goes down the drain just because I peed my pants, she's going to hate me forever. Toothan quickly tried to calm her down. Hey, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll have to redo your makeup. She wouldn't stop weeping. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Tu Than's face lit up. He'd found a solution. He spotted the white curtain hanging by the window. Got it. Tu Than quickly bent down and rummaged for a pair of scissors in the desk drawer. He grabbed the white curtain, then meticulously and gently cut along the fabric. Meanwhile, Thon Ham was still shedding tears. She looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was doing, and whispered, "Little then." He brought out the finished outfit. "All done. Hurry up and go to the restroom to change into this." Thon Ham looked embarrassed. "No need. Little Than. Just turn around. I'll change right here." Hearing that, Tu Than was so embarrassed his entire face turned beet red. He quickly turned his head away and stammered, "Oh, okay. Then." She slowly pulled the dress off her body. The rustling sounds drifted into Tu Than's ears, making him hyper-aware. Both of them were flustered, their faces as red as tomatoes. Than Ham was struggling to tie the strings behind her back. She called out, "Little Than, you can turn around now." "Thank you, Little Than. Maybe because I cried so hard earlier, I don't feel nervous anymore." Tu Than patted Thon Ham's head. "Let's go. I hope the performance goes smoothly." An announcement came from the stage. "Next up, please welcome contestant pair number 20, Lee So Tam and Tham Than Ham." A while later, the results were in. The winners of this year's school singing contest are Lee So Tam and Tham Than Ham. Standing in the audience, he couldn't stop clapping for her hard work. Meanwhile, the teacher was yelling about which brat cut the window curtains. Consequently, the two of them ended up doing classroom cleaning duty together. Tu Than thought, "Is this my punishment for cutting the curtains?" Suddenly, the system popped up. Startling him, multiplayer cooperation accumulated. Power increased. Seeing that, a smile curled on Tu Than's lips. What an unexpected harvest. Later, the other girls kept praising her. "Ham Ham, your singing was amazing. Let's go to karaoke after school. You're so talented. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two." Than Ham happily replied. Sure, the singing contest had truly helped Ham Ham regain her confidence. With her confidence back, her martial arts skills also began to improve. As for him, everyone was cheering him on. "Little Than, you're incredible. A guy actually took the championship. Captain, you're the best. After 5 years, our school finally brought home the trophy." Just like that, Tu Than went on to win first place in many martial arts competitions. Later, he signed a contract to become the spokesperson for the Ha Vu family dojo. The advance payment from the endorsement deal, combined with the royalties from his novel, totaled 900,000. He was thrilled. It was almost enough to unlock the next beast map. The delivery guy greeted him cheerfully. "We meet again. Handsome. So, what are you choosing this time?" "The stealth dragon, a lizard species famous for its ability to hide." Tu Than quickly absorbed it into the system. "You have devoured a massive amount of life essence. You have successfully unlocked the hidden dragon totem and acquired a biological attribute, natural camouflage. It suppresses your body's vitality to minimize your presence." Tu Than pondered. This creature's attribute actually has two effects: reducing my presence to evade or sneak attack enemies, while also hiding my creature level. Business is done. But that cake mom told me to get still isn't bought. Tu Than thought. Better go buy that cake and head back. Suddenly, he heard a shout. "Be honest for once." Tu Than looked over and saw a woman being heavily guarded under arrest. Trong Kai walked over and said, "Tu Than." "What a coincidence," Tu Than replied in surprise. "Senior Trong Kai." He glanced down at the gear below, curious about his legs. He explained, "Years ago, I didn't get into high school, so for a while, I lived recklessly, ended up crashing my motorbike, broke my leg, and had to have it amputated. Luckily, I joined the Machine God Group's body modification experiment. Never thought I'd change from a disabled person into a cyborg. Tuthan asked. So who is? Truong Kai answered. That woman is a remnant of the rat god cult. The only woman among the 9 survivors. Someone warned him. Truong Kai. Stop chatting. Let's move. He replied. All right. Let's talk later when we have time. I'm off. Tuthan waved. Talk later, Tuthan pondered. The Security Bureau poured all their resources into catching the rat god cult remnants for so long with 0 results. Yet the Machine God Group caught them just like that. Looks like this Machine God Group isn't to be underestimated. Suddenly, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. Yuan Han asked. Little Than. Did you buy it yet? When are you coming home? Tuthan replied. I'm buying it now. I'll be right back. She told him to be safe on the road. Ham, and he were born just 1 day apart. So every year, both families celebrated their birthdays together. And their 18th birthday this year was no exception. Someone teased. Come on, pretty boy and pretty girl. Exchange gifts already. Tanham spoke up. Little Than. This is my gift to you. Tuthan replied. Ham. Here's mine. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the whole house began to tremble. Ngon Sin shouted. Earthquake. He frowned, analyzing the situation. This doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, deep underground in Sunhai City, a secret was unfolding. The news reported. The strong tremor in Sunhai City was just a minor natural earthquake. According to relevant authorities, Sunhai City is not on any tectonic plates. Citizens, please do not panic. Tuthan stood up. Mom. Dad. I'm done eating. I'm off to school now. Uyen Han reminded him. Be careful on the way. Later. He met Tanham. She said. Little Than. Let's walk to school together. He agreed. Sure. Tanham said. We've celebrated our 18th birthdays. So we're adults now. Tuthan agreed. Yeah. And the college entrance exam is coming up soon. She sighed. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. After some time, he finally had enough money to unlock the Void Leviathan diagram. System, you have devoured a massive amount of the Void Leviathan's life essence. Instantly, a massive fish head appeared underwater, while a giant eagle spread its wings in the sky. Beneath the current, the colossal fish swam endlessly. Tuthan looked at the system and thought, with this, I can prevent sneak attacks now. First, let's head to the mall to test out the effects. Just as I thought. In the real world, regular people are the majority. Next up, I'll unlock this diagram. Who knows, I might even get the healing ability of the undead slug. But this thing is way too expensive. A licensing fee of 100,000 a month won't even cover it. Looks like I'll need to find a way to boost my income after the college entrance exam. The fresh scenery of Sunhai City under a clear blue sky. In a luxurious building filled with high-ranking officials. Inside the office of the minister, the one who holds the power. She sat listening to a teacher report on the achievements. The general education results for the cities in Namjong province this year are, overall, quite similar to last year's. Dean Quen City is still in the lead as usual. Next is Thuong Châu City, Nam Quan, Sunhai, Dao Sun, and finally, Hai Nguyen. Director, that concludes the report on the educational situation across the province's cities for this year. She took a sip of tea and replied, Thank you for your hard work. He asked the director, How is the situation at Origin Site number 36 right now? She replied, It's basically stable now. If it weren't, I wouldn't have the time to preside over the provincial college entrance exam. He thought to himself, That guy is just too good. If it weren't for him, the entire Jiangnam province would be done for. She stood up. There's nothing left for you to do here. Go on and attend to your own duties. The teacher nodded. Yes, ma'am. Just call me if you need anything. Then, the door quickly closed behind him. In the quiet room, she sighed, realizing that before she knew it, it's been several years since I last accepted a disciple. She looked at her reflection in the glass window. Outside, the sky was blue and the water was calm with gentle ripples. The martial arts entrance exam in this world lasts for a total of 9 days. On the morning of the first day, there is a written test to evaluate theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, there's a physical examination to assess physical fitness. The students undergo a continuous series of physical tests. From the second day to the 8th day is the combat phase. All martial arts students in the province are taken to the forest to survive in the wild. On the 9th day, they test compatibility for gene fusion and mechanical modification. Today is June 7th. The first day students step into the college entrance exam. Tunham and Duthan walk together down the long road. She suddenly tugged gently on the hem of his shirt, trying to get his attention. Tunham's eyes welled up with tears. Duthan, I'm so nervous. What if I pee my pants during the exam? Duthan quickly flashed a bright, sunny smile to reassure her. He pulled her into a hug. You don't need to worry. Your theoretical knowledge is excellent. And you're already wearing a diaper. So just do your best later and you'll be fine. Tunham blushed. I'll do my best. You have to do your best too. Duthan replied. Let's do our best together. A while later, inside the exam room, he was taking the test with utmost seriousness. Duthan felt bored. I'm already done writing. And there's still plenty of time left. Why don't I think about the plot for my novel? Later, he saw her looking gloomy. Did Ham not do well on the test? He reassured her. We're martial arts students. We just need to pass the written test. There's no need to chase a high score. Tunham spoke up. I actually did really well on that part. So you don't need to comfort me. Duthan asked curiously. So? Why do you look so unwell? She glanced at him. Embarrassed. I really gotta pee. Wait here a sec. I'll run to the restroom and be right back. Duthan reminded. Hurry up. The physical exam is about to start. Later, the results were announced. Lam Duthan's final result was a one-handed lift of 950 kilograms. The students were shook. That is just way too overpowered. His 100-meter sprint time was insane too. Plus a vertical jump of 19 meters. He's too strong. Ham wiped her sweat and walked over. Duthan asked. Ham, how did you do? She answered. I ran the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds and jumped 1.62 meters. And I lifted 125 kilograms with one hand. Even so, I still can't compare to you. Little Than? Duthan patted Thanham's head. But you're already a top student. Ha Vu walked over. Little Than. Ham. The written test scores are out. I heard Vuong Thu Kiet and Luke Kwong both got over 80 points. I was short by 1 point. What about you guys? She looked worried. I'm checking now. Thanham got excited. 82 points. He praised her. Higher than me. That's amazing. Ham. Then the two of them turned their heads. Havu asked. What about you? Little Than. Duthan held up a score sheet, showing 100. She admired him. So amazing. Little Than Havu got annoyed. This guy is a freak as always. Later, while walking on the street, Tunham spoke up. Little Than. Tomorrow starts the 1-week combat test. I wonder what the forest venue looks like. He held her hand. No need to worry. I'll be right by your side to protect you. Thanham smiled happily. I'll stick close to you then. Little Than. The crow mask spoke up. The combat test starts tomorrow. Use your role as security staff to stop and control the top 10 geniuses. He took out a box. Inside this box are 10 demon seeds. The crow mask emphasized. It will give you a hand. If you handle this well, I will introduce you to the higher-ups and make you an official member of the organization. The man hesitated. I'm not in a rush to become an official member. What I want right now is a mutant fruit. The mask said, Young man, you really are short-sighted. A mutant fruit will at most help you evolve to a normal 7th stage. If you join us, you could become a high-level creature. Hearing the attractive offer, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva, then agreed. You're right. Becoming an official member of the organization is worth a higher price first. The students were arriving at the venue for the combat evaluation, reminding candidates to prepare to get off. Tu Than woke Than Ham up. Ham. We're at the exam site? Wake up. She woke up groggily, eyes sparkling as she asked. We're there already. Candidates at Gate 9. Please get off the bus and proceed to the gathering point. There are many scorecards placed throughout the forest. Each one is marked with a number, and each number corresponds to points. These cards will be placed in difficult locations like treetops, cliffs, near wild beasts, or even on mutant beasts. Every wild beast and mutant beast is guarded by security staff. You can seek help in an emergency, but the price is immediate elimination. The mutant beasts are deep in the forest. Contestants, please remain calm. Besides personal points, the combat evaluation score is based on video performance. There are 1 million candidates but only 500,000 scorecards. More than half will get in. We highly value cooperation and competition. Participants can team up to share points or rob others. You have 1 hour to prepare before entering the exam zone. The students were buzzing with noise. My dad is a senior manager at Kothan Group. If any big shot takes me along, I'll pay you well, someone shouted excitedly. I'll take you. I'm the top student of the class. At Changzhou No. 1 High School, the teacher gave a warning. First strike. No obvious teaming up allowed like that. The guy got scared immediately. I'm sorry. Other students swarmed him. Lam Tu Than. You're so strong. Let me tag along. He gave a cold shoulder. Pass. A girl asked. What's wrong? Tuan Bin walked over. Hey classmate. I'm feeling a bit hungry right now. Could you sell me some of your food? Tu Than tossed something to him. No need for money. It's a gift. Tuan Bin was surprised. You're that nice, tell you what. Why don't I team up with you two? I'm Hong Tuan Bin, from the elite rocket class at Teen Quian School. Tu Than refused. Thanks for the offer, but we're good. He turned around to leave. Fair enough. Thanks for the bag of snacks. Though, Than Ham was puzzled. That guy is so weird. There are tons of food stalls around here. Yet he came over to beg us, Tu Than remarked. He had other intentions. Who asked us to have such a gorgeous beauty with us? She blushed. So, he just came over to hit on me. He grabbed Than Ham's hand. It's almost time. Let's head out. To give Than Ham time to adjust to the pace. They didn't head deep into the forest right away. Instead, they started by searching for point cards on the outskirts. Tu Than activated his special skill, the Heavenly Eyes. Everything around him seemed to shrink into his field of view. Tu Than pointed it out. There's a point card at the top of that tree. Go get it. She nodded. Okay. Than Ham jumped up the tree and held the card high. Little Than. I got it. Right after that, he used his godlike eyes again. Over here. And so, the process repeated itself. Tu Than's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden energy. He acted as the guide for Than Ham to collect them. And right here, too. After a while, she was holding a huge stack of point cards. Than Ham was thrilled. Little Than. You're amazing. How on earth are you doing this? As they were celebrating, a voice interrupted. What a coincidence. Huh. Tuan Bin waved as he walked over. We meet again. I've already grabbed 28 points. And a guy like me always repays a favor tenfold. He thought to himself. Asterisk, she is just too cute. I have to get to know her today. Tuan Bin suggested. Why don't I lead the team for you guys? We can split the points 3 ways. Tu then pulled Than Ham behind his back and spoke up. No need to team up. If you really want to repay the favor, just hand over all the point cards you have. Hearing that, the guy got annoyed. His brows furrowing, Tuan Bin raised his hand in anger. Classmate, you're making this road a little too narrow. Then he swung his fist. I said, the road is getting too narrow. Tu Then just rubbed his hair and replied, you're right. The road times is a bit narrow. And with that, Tu Then gently landed a punch right in Tuan Bin's gut. Immediately, the guy grimaced in pain, spitting out blood. Finally, he took Tuan Bin's cards and led her away. Thanks for these. Than Ham asked worriedly. Little Than. Will he be okay? Tu Then replied. He's fine. I didn't use any real strength. For the rest of the time, he continued helping Than Ham find point cards, and even taught her how to use the cards as weapons. Tu Then instructed. Aim carefully before you strike. Remember fast and precise. They even picked fruit to eat together, and taught a lesson to anyone who tried to ambush them. Together, the two of them defeated enemies left and right. When they got tired, they leaned on each other to rest. She secretly wished this moment could last just a little longer. Than Ham spoke up. Little Than, we've reached the mutant beast zone in the middle of the forest. Little Than, it looks like we're too late. All the beasts are gone. What a shame. Than Ham said sadly. If we had arrived earlier, you definitely would have been ranked as a genius beast slayer too. Tu Then comforted her. It's nothing to feel bad about. That title doesn't really mean anything anyway. He took her hand. All right. Let's head back. Asterisk, Tu Then thought to himself. Asterisk, there are cameras and security staff everywhere. So even if I killed that beast, I couldn't have devoured it. Helping Ham train her wilderness survival skills was definitely more valuable. After the combat exam ended, the next step was the gene fusion compatibility test. Everyone moved to the Island Genetic Research Institute. The instructor called out, everyone, please line up at the testing window. A moment later, the organizer's voice rang out. Next, Than Ham asked curiously, Little Than, are those reagents over there used for the gene fusion compatibility test? He nodded. That's right. That is the cloud jellyfish gene reagent. The genes of this beast are highly compatible with humans. It can easily trigger a special chemical reaction with human blood. That's why it's used as a reagent to test gene fusion compatibility. The testing method involves drawing fresh blood from the candidates right on the spot and injecting it into the cloud jellyfish reagent to trigger the reaction. Based on the intensity of the reaction, they can determine whether the candidate is suitable for gene fusion or not. Havu said anxiously. I really hope I pass the gene fusion test. I really don't want to take the mechanical compatibility test. So Tam fretted. Yeah. I heard the mechanical modification compatibility test requires implanting special alloy materials into your body, and the pain is equivalent to childbirth. The two of them prayed in unison. Please, God, please let me pass the gene test. A moment later, Than Ham went to get her blood drawn. Her whole body tense. Tu Then spoke up. The results should be out in about an hour. Someone cheered. 8. My gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can become a gene fuser. Another person sighed sadly. Only 4. I knew I couldn't become a gene fuser. Ah, just barely passed. Awesome. Asterisk. He thought. 6 is a pass. 8 is elite. And 10 meets the standards of the two prestigious universities, Capital University and yet, the gene fusion compatibility of that prodigy from the capital reached 16. My physical constitution is much stronger than his, so I should probably reach 20. She tugged at his hand. Little Than, I can't take it. I'm so nervous. Tu Then reassured her. It's okay. Being nervous is completely normal. Asterisk. But inside he worried. Asterisk. If Ham's compatibility isn't high enough, she won't be able to come with me. Suddenly, so Tam screamed, making them jump. Oh my god, I actually qualified for 2 universities. I can't believe I got a 10. Havu complained. Why is it only 11? It should be 12 or 13. Tu then stood up. Those 2 were behind us, and they already have their results. Ours must be ready too. Let's go check. Tunham shrank back. I don't dare. Look. You check yours first. Then you can check mine for me. Tu Than took out his phone. All right then. I'll check yours in a bit. The screen displayed times Lam Tu Than's gene fusion compatibility result 15. She hugged him excitedly. Little Than, with this score, you'll definitely be the top scorer in the province. Asterisk. But Tu Than thought. Asterisk. Only 15. So I'm not even as high as that genius from the capital. It seems physical strength isn't the only factor that determines compatibility. He spoke up. Ham. It's your turn for the checkup. Okay. Got it. She comforted her. Don't worry. Ham. Even someone ranked dead last in class like me could get a 10. So you definitely can. Suddenly, Tu Than looked at the result. Surprise clearly written on his face. The others looked too and couldn't help but be astonished. Their mouths hanging open. Content Tham Than Ham's compatibility result is 21. At the education headquarters of Jiangnan Province, high-ranking officials were constantly reviewing the exam results. A comrade spoke up. The gene compatibility results from many schools are in. Please take a look. Everyone? After the projection, everyone exclaimed. They really didn't expect this year's provincial top scorer to come from Sun High Middle School. Principal Bach received congratulations for producing a top scorer. She replied humbly. Oh, I wouldn't dare claim credit. But in her thoughts, she was smug. Well done. Tu Than. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You really make a principal like me proud. Just when everyone thought Tu Than was the top scorer, Than Ham's test result shocked everyone. What the heck, it reached 21. Is this really a value a human can achieve? Principal Bach was astonished. Tom Thon Ham is Lin Tu Than's childhood sweetheart. Usually, she looks so average. The comrade asked. What kind of student is this Thom Thon Ham? She replied. Her performance is very ordinary. Could there be a problem with the test results? The comrade heard this and sighed. There's no other way. It looks like I have to go there personally. The hall buzzed. What is that? Is 21 a mistake or not? Than Ham was bewildered. Little Than. Why is it 21? Is there an error with the test? He stepped over and held her hand. I feel the test isn't wrong. You were born with very high compatibility with water. And the Lu Yun jellyfish gene used in the compatibility test is a mutant beast with a very strong water attribute. Than Ham understood. So my attribute is very compatible with the water attribute beast. Am I a genius? She was happy in her heart. I'm finally worthy of Little Than. He was happy too. That's great. Ham. Suddenly someone shouted. Hey look. What is that? It was Dong Chi appearing with a massive tsunami. Someone was excited. That girl standing on the high ocean wave is a dragon lady. Is this a heretic? Does she want to drown this place? Dong Chi's long legs stepped gently down from the wave. The staff present bowed respectfully. Principal Vien. The students buzzed. Is that Principal Vien Dong Chi, the vice principal of Sun High University? Does that person come from the Vien family? The 1,000-year martial arts family. I heard the Vien family once killed a dragon and fused with the dragon clan's genes. Isn't that a water attribute gene fusion? No wonder she can control water waves. She walked over and looked up and asked, Are you Tham Than Ham? She was scared by the woman's imposing aura and spoke up. Yes, it's me. Dong Chi waved her hand to give an order. Draw blood 3 times to recheck. The staff bowed reverently. Understood. So Tam spoke up. Gosh. Drawing 3 more tubes of blood. Ham. Are you okay? Then Ham raised her hand. My arm is a little numb. The doctor called out. Ham. Please follow me for a moment. Later, she went to the woman's room. Sorry to bother you. Dongqi gently turned her chair around and smiled. The results are in. It's truly hard to believe. But all 3 times. It was 21. Thon Ham was confused. Really, she suggested. I'll get straight to the point. I want to accept you as my disciple. Than Ham couldn't believe it and pointed at her own face. I'll take you as my disciple. Dongqi said. As my disciple. You can do things like walking on water. You'll be able to pull this off easily in the future too. She replied timidly. But this is all so sudden. Can I have some time to think about it? I need to ask Tu Than about this first. She continued. There's nothing to think about. Becoming my disciple has only pros and 0 cons. I'm both the Minister of Education and Training and the Vice Principal of Sunhai University. Since we'll have a master-disciple relationship, the university you'll attend is definitely Sunhai University. Do you have anything to say? She blushed. No. Ma'am. Dongqi held out her phone. Good then. Come on. Let's add each other on WeChat. Thon Ham took out her phone to scan the code. Thinking. I'm totally being led by the nose here. She added. Oh right. Besides you, I have one other disciple. She started 10 years before you. But she's about your age. So she counts as your senior sister. I've sent you her photo. When the time is right, I'll introduce the 2 of you. She looked at the girl in the photo, Tan Tuet, and was surprised. This is. Than Ham couldn't help recalling the past and muttered the name. Bok Tuyet. Than Ham hurriedly asked. Master. What's my senior sister's name? Dongqi was surprised. Lak Tian Tuyet. Why do you ask? Do you know her from before? She shook her head. Back in elementary school, I had a best friend named Bok Tuet who looked just like senior sister. But she transferred schools really quickly. I was wondering if senior sister might be Bok Tuyet, she replied with absolute certainty. Impossible. Tan Ham. Your gene fusion compatibility rate is higher than anything I've ever seen. Now, I'm going to do a full body scan to see if there's anything special about your physiology. She agreed. Yes. Ma'am. Then Dongqi placed her hand on Than Ham, channeling energy to scan her body. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her brows furrowed tightly. Dongqi pulled her hand back, her voice filled with confusion. How strange. She quickly grabbed her hand. Is there something wrong with my body? Dongqi shook her head. No. It's because everything is times 2 times normal that it's strange. This is clearly a body with a compatibility rate of 21. To protect you, I'll alter your official score to 16 and announce that figure to the public. We need to prevent bad actors from targeting you. Than Ham replied obediently. Yes, Master. She checked her phone. It's getting late. I've said everything I needed to say. You can go back now. She walked to the door, turned back, and said, Goodbye, Master. See you later. Right after that, the sound of the door slamming shut rang out loudly. Dongqi sat alone in the room and made a call. The voice on the other end asked, How did it go? Dongqi replied, Dad, that person I told you about with the fusion rate of 21. I've officially taken her on as a disciple. He sounded satisfied. Good. You did well. You must nurture this disciple with everything you have. Dongqi continued. I investigated her background too. It's clean. Plus, the second-ranked student, Lam Tu Than. The 2 of them are childhoods, her father remarked. It's not that simple. Your disciple will definitely achieve greatness in the future. When that happens, the benefits we'll reap will be unimaginable. Furthermore, regarding the terrifying talent of this genius disciple of yours, You must never let anyone else find out about it. Absolutely no one. Dongqi obeyed. I understand. Dad. As night fell, Toothan rode his bike with Thonham on the back, his voice full of dissatisfaction. You really are the one to blame here. You know, why did you just accept a master out of nowhere? Even I think it's weird. It was way too sudden, he reassured her. Let's just let it go for now and see what happens. If she doesn't have any bad intentions in taking you as a disciple, then just accept it. If her character turns out to be rotten, we'll just wait until we're strong enough. Then cut ties and end the master-disciple relationship ourselves. Thongham agreed. Winhun waved as Du Meng ran out. Diuthun. Ham. You two are back, she continued. You're just in time. Tonight, we're going to Minhun restaurant to celebrate, she asked. I heard Ham was the provincial top scorer this time. That's truly amazing. Du Meng beamed. Now Ham can go to the same university as Tio Thun. That's wonderful. A moment later, everyone raised their glasses in unison. Cheers to Ham and Tio Thun for taking first and second place. Ngon Sing waved his hand. It's getting late. Everyone get home safe. Tum Gin replied. You too. Let's get together again sometime. As night fell, only the light of the full moon remained. Inside the house, the sound of knocking echoed. Wien Hun hurriedly ran to open the door, calling out, Coming. She looked at the blushing Thonham and asked, Ham, did you come to sleep with Tio Thun again? Thonham explained shyly. No, it's just, there's something really important I need to talk to Tio Thun about face to face. She dashed into the house, her face burning red. Aunt Hun, I'm going to find Tio Thun now. Wien Hun thought deeply. Something important that has to be said in person. Could she be planning to confess her love? She ran to his door and knocked. Tio Thun, I have something really important to tell you. Tio Thun opened the door, looked at Thunham, and asked, What's up? She stepped inside and replied, It's about that master I accepted this morning. He looked surprised. Your master. Thunham sat on the bed, hugging a pillow. Today, master did a full body checkup on me. The results showed that there's nothing special about my body. I'm no different from a normal person. As for the water issue with my body, she couldn't find a trace of it. Tio Thun thought to himself. Could it be that Vian Dongqi, a person who can control huge waves on the ocean, still couldn't see the secret inside Ham's body? It seems her body is even more mysterious than I imagined. He touched her shoulder and instructed. For now, don't let a third party know about this. If it leaks out, we can't predict what kind of consequences might follow. Wait until we become stronger and more knowledgeable. Then we can slowly research it again. There's no need to rush. Thunham agreed. I'll listen to you. She took out her phone. Oh right. There's one more thing. When I was at the base, Master told me I have a senior sister. I saw a photo of that senior sister and realized she looks a lot like Back Twit. He took the phone to look and fell into thought. It really did look a bit like her. But their auras were completely different. Tio Thun spoke up. But where is this background scenery? Do you recognize it? Thonham looked at the photo again and shook her head. I don't know. Let me ask Master. She typed a message, Master. Where did senior sister take this photo? Dongqi replied, the origin. She asked further. Where is that? She replied. I only know it's the origin. I can't ask about anything else. Thunham relayed to Diuthun. She only knows it's the origin. She couldn't get any other details. He sat down next to her. Then let's just talk about it later. A moment later, Thunham crawled up the bed to lie near Diuthun. While he looked at his phone, her face was pressed against the pillow, her eyes full of thought. Thunham spoke up. Diuthun. Do men really like women who wear cheongsams? Hearing that question, Diuthun pondered. Has she been influenced by that master of hers? He imagined her wearing a cheongsam, blushing as she said, "It looks pretty good. If Ham wore that, bet she'd look amazing." Suddenly, Thon Ham pinned Tu Thon down. "So, do you like it?" He blushed. "You like it?" she kept asking. "What about fishnets? Black, white, or nude?" Tu Than was flustered. "Why are you asking me such weird stuff? If I had to choose, black or white?" Than Ham immediately added the cheongsam and fishnets to her cart. He was totally lost. What on earth is she doing? Just then, there was another knock at the door. Wu Han gave a suggestive look and said, Ham, your mom just dropped off your toiletries. You're staying over tonight." "Okay." She took the bag. Embarrassed. "I didn't tell my mom to send this stuff over. Why did she just go and do that on her own?" She reassured them. "It's no big deal. You two are grown up now. Sleeping together is totally fine." Then Wu Han closed the door to give the young couple some privacy. Thon Ham looked at Tu Than, both of their faces red as tomatoes. She walked over and dumped the bag out. "It's fine. I'll just get changed and go to sleep." Suddenly, Than Ham jumped. "What is this?" She read the label and immediately screamed. "Super thin, natural latex condoms." Thon Ham threw it back in, mortified. "Why did mom put this stuff in here?" She scrambled off the bed in a panic. I'm gonna go get changed first." He watched Than Ham panic and sighed. "What was that all about?" Tu Than spoke up. "I'm starting the bike. Hold on tight." Both he and Ham had been accepted into the Evolution Academy at Sunhai University. Than Ham wrapped her arms around Tu Than's waist and held on tight. She smiled happily and shouted, "Let's go." Just like him, Than Ham had signed a contract with the Havu family's dojo. Today, they were heading to the dojo to participate in a promotional event. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hello there." They hadn't been out long when they ran into a strange group of people blocking their path. Tru Yen Vo spoke up. "Excuse me, would you happen to be student Lam Tu Than?" Tu Than stopped the bike and asked suspiciously, "Who are you guys?" The man replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Trian Vo, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Sunhai University. We are here today representing the Thean Non Pavilion." Hearing that name, he fell into deep thought. The Thean Non Pavilion had been in the news. They were a conservative faction that opposed genetic fusion and mechanical body modification. They were pretty trending online, but mostly because people were bashing them for being a bad influence on the younger generation. The man continued, "On behalf of the Thean Han Pavilion, I would like to invite you to join our organization." Tu then coldly brushed past him. "You're in my way. Move." Suddenly, Tru Yen Vo put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Could you spare a moment to talk? I can gift you this latest model iPhone." Tu then said, defeated. "Dean Liu, let's talk over here." A bit later in a coffee shop, he began. "At the Thean Non Pavilion, we research how to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without the need for genetic fusion or mechanical modification. We break the chains of the common rank, evolving into high rank, rare rank, and even epic rank beings. We have already achieved certain results. Just watch this video, and you'll understand. My biological rank is common level 9. This is a video of me fighting above my weight class and killing a high-level gene fusion user." He was stunned by what he heard. Ngo Tien Thua single-handedly slaughtering members of the God Trial sect. In the arena, the beastmen were constantly using their wings to dodge attacks. Besides, every single feather turns into a secret weapon. Once you get hit by one, your body is gonna take some serious damage. Right then, Tien Thua landed softly on the ground, hiding his wings away. At the same time, Tru Yen Vo threw another punch forward. His punch was so powerful it literally distorted the guy's face. And then, Tien Thua was knocked down, nearly flying right out of the ring. Tru Yen Vo continued explaining, The human body is invincible on its own. Why borrow strength from alien bodies? Pure-blooded humans cultivating body-tempering methods. That is the true future of humanity. Hearing this, Tuthan was still skeptical. Is this legit? Was the video doctored? Or was no Team Tua just faking it? The old man emphasized with full assurance. This video hasn't been edited at all. I'll continue challenging other high-level gene fusion users later. You're welcome to come watch anytime. He wondered. Why don't you guys post this video online then? Wouldn't that be better advertising for your heavenly human pavilion? Tru Yen-vo explained. We want to, but the current authorities won't allow it. Tuthan was curious. Why? He explained that the authorities believe if a creature's level doesn't increase, there's no future in it. So it's not worth promoting, but if we don't advertise, to get more people researching, it'll be very hard to achieve a breakthrough. After all, a change in quality requires a change in quantity. But if a genius like you joins our organization, it won't be like me. I've been bitterly training for 50 years, and I'm still stuck at Common Level 9. You, however, could definitely evolve into a high-level being. He was startled. Wait a minute. 50 years. He only looks about 50 years old total. Tru Yen-vo said confidently. Don't let my appearance fool you. I may look 50, but actually, I'm nearly 100 years old. I can maintain this youthfulness thanks to the body tempering method. Tru Yen-vo reminded him. If you don't believe me, you can look up my information on Baidu. Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Tuthan looked at the info and thought, body tempering really can extend life. I wonder if mom and dad could practice it too. Let's see if there's any other useful info. In his youth, he was the eldest young master of the Liu family, one of the top martial arts families in Namjiang Province. Liu family martial arts. However, when the era of gene fusion arrived, they refused to fuse with genes, and the entire family declined. And Liu Tru Yen-vo, the eldest young master, ended up with his wife and children leaving him. He resolutely refused to follow the path of gene fusion, while his wife and kids were all for it. If it were Ham, she wouldn't leave me. That's the bond of childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he continued scrolling through the information. This is Vien Dong Chi. Isn't this Ham's master? Relationship with Liu Tru Yen-vo ex-wife, Vien Dong Chi. Son Vien Hook, Thang. Daughter Vien Hoy. The photos of his son and daughter are grayed out. Does that mean they're dead? Tuthan glanced at him, assessing. This guy really isn't someone to be underestimated. Tru Yen-vo said proudly. I'm nearly 100. Yet I still maintain the appearance I have now. That's proof enough that pure-blooded humans still have a bright future. And that is exactly why our heavenly human pavilion exists. What does heavenly human mean? It means man will surely conquer heaven. That is a heavenly human. Gene fusion relies on mutant beasts. You'll never surpass the beasts themselves. In the end, you won't stop their invasion, leading to the day of humanity's extinction. Modifying the body with machinery is the same. Many materials used for mechanical cyborgs. If we rely on tech derived from beasts, we're just leaning on them. We'll never actually surpass them. Look, our heavenly human pavilion isn't against gene fusion or mechanical cyborg upgrades per se. We just object to betting the entire future of humanity on those two paths. We should use gene fusion and mech upgrades just to survive the early stages. Then, while we're safe, we research a different path to prepare for the endgame. Student Lam Tuthan, I sincerely invite you to join the Heavenly Human Pavilion. Let's strive for the future of humanity together. I am absolutely certain that you can. To become the first pure-blooded human to shatter the chains of the ordinary ranks. He scratched his cheek and spoke up. You've been talking about this body tempering method for ages. But what exactly is it? He continued. The Heavenly Human Pavilion's method refers to the blood-tempering art found in an ancient ruin. Just like the name suggests, The blood tempering art uses your own blood energy to refine the body, toughen the flesh, and boost your combat power. According to the records in the ruins, if you cultivate this art to the highest realm, your flesh becomes saint-like. You can fly through the heavens and burrow through the earth. Your fists can shatter mountains and rivers. You could tear giant beasts apart with your bare hands using just your human body. However, only pure-blooded humans can practice this. Those who have undergone gene fusion have impurities in their blood. They aren't pure, so they can't learn the blood tempering art. And those with mechanical upgrades, their bodies are incomplete. Their blood energy can't circulate through their whole system, so they can't practice it either. This is exactly why we believe the future belongs to pure humans, while the gene splicers and cyborgs have no future at all. Student Lamb. To then, do you want to join our heavenly human pavilion? Learn the blood tempering art and walk the path of the pure-blooded human. Tu then voiced his refusal. I feel like I still know too little about this pure human stuff right now. Let's just wait and see. Suddenly, Tru Yenvo stood up and slammed the table. You can learn about it slowly, but Student Lam Tuthan, your natural talent and physical body are so powerful, it would be a huge waste if you didn't try the pure-blooded path. In the eyes of our heavenly human pavilion, that provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion isn't even worth mentioning compared to you. The implication made Thon Ham spit out her drink. She wasn't worth a single hair on his body. We've always believed that you, with the #1 physical stats, are the real top scorer of Namjiang province. If you choose to follow the finalists' pure-blooded path, you'll definitely be able to crush her in the later stages. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, thinking, I didn't say a word. Why am I getting targeted? Suddenly, he raised his hand, surprising the man. Tu Than introduced. That provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion is actually her. Than Ham gave an awkward laugh and said, Hello. He placed his hand on the phone box and said, It's getting late, and we have other things to do. Thanks for the phone you gave me and for treating us to bubble tea. We'll be going now. Tru Yenvo reached out to stop them. Wait half a year. Just join for half a year and give it a try. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy is giving you, our heavenly human pavilion will give you double. If double isn't enough, we'll give you triple. Hearing such a lucrative offer, Tu Than was stunned. Triple. He immediately turned back to the table. You know, I've always deeply respected the ideals of the heavenly human pavilion. I've decided to bring my talents and join the heavenly human pavilion to contribute my strength to the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Tru Yenvo looked helpless. It's good that you understand. But inside he was weeping. Triple, how many resources are we going to have to waste on this kid? Tu Than nodded in assurance. Right. I have a question. Do you know where the origin land is? He was surprised. This kid actually knew about the origin land. Tru Yenvo explained. It is a place believed to be the source of all life. He emphasized that all the mutant beasts existing today came from there. Tu Than pondered. The source of life. The origin of mutant beasts. The origin land. So humanity has actually researched these beasts. And what's more, they can enter the origin land, he asked curiously. So, does the beast meat sold in the malls come from there too? Tru Yenvo assured him. That's obvious. Otherwise, the meat left on Earth would only be enough for the higher-ups. It would never reach the common people. Tu Than wondered. Do you have any videos of the origin land? He shook his head. No. All electronic devices are rendered useless there. If you want to record something, you have to draw it. He realized the truth. So that image he saw was actually a drawing. Suddenly, a phone started ringing. On the other end, a voice called out. Hey, handsome. Hey, beauty. The dojo's promotional event is about to start. When are you two getting here? Tuthan replied. We're on our way. The person on the other end urged. Well, hurry it up then. He stood up and said, I've got something to do. So I'll head out first. Let's talk more later. Tru Yanvo took out a book and explained. This is the translated version of the blood tempering art. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering art has certain requirements. Your biological level must reach standard level 4. And your blood energy must be abundant before you can. With your current physical stats, you're already close to standard level 4. You can look it over during summer break. And wait until the new semester starts. Once you evolve to standard level 4, you can start training immediately. Tuthan felt a bit smug inside. Is that so? I'm already at standard level 6. I'll give it a try when I get back. Later, amidst the high-rise buildings of the city, Ni Gok Nien was training hard inside a room. She launched a powerful kick, denting the heavy punching bag. Seeing Tru Yanvo arrive, Ngok Ngien stopped her movements. She wiped her sweat and asked, Dean, what's got you so happy? He beamed proudly. Thanks to my invincible charisma and character. The runner-up of the Namjiang Provincial College entrance exam. The one who topped the physical examination in the whole province, has now become a member of our Celestial Pavilion. Ningoknian was skeptical. For real? Tru Yanvo pulled out his phone. Of course it's real. I've already got his contact info. She was stunned. Dean, how did you pull that off? He replied arrogantly. Like I said, my personal charm. Nguyen scoffed. Tell me the truth. Tru Yanvo answered calmly. Well, I told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offered, our Celestial Pavilion would triple them. She screamed in horror. Triple? We're already drowning in debt, he reassured her. Don't worry. I've got dates lined up with 3 sugar mommies. Covering triple benefits will be a piece of cake. Nanguk Nin sighed helplessly. Dean, please stop making such reckless promises. Tru Yanvo changed the subject. Nanguk Nyen. Back when you practiced the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your blood energy? She replied. That was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it took about a week. He asked. And what about controlling the blood energy? Nokin Gian answered. 2 months. Tru Yanvo looked satisfied. As expected of the runner-up of the capital's university entrance exam. Your talent is truly outstanding. I consider myself a genius. But back then, it took me 2 whole weeks just to sense the blood energy. Suddenly, she looked downcast. Don't mention the capital's runner-up title anymore. Since I gave up gene fusion to join the Celestial Pavilion, I haven't evolved into a high-tier life form in years. Who knows how many people have mocked me? He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Let others laugh all they want. Just wait a few years when you evolve into a high-tier life form. Won't you be able to completely crush them then? Yu Yan looked disappointed. I've already gone through body tempering twice, but I still haven't opened a single acupoint. Tell me, regarding that Lin Ji Chen guy, how long do you think it'll take him to sense his blood qi? Chu Wan Wu predicted. That kid's body stats are insane. They're only a tiny bit lower than yours were back in the day. I'd guess about 10 days. She was astonished. Really? Then I really need to do my best to teach this genius junior. Meanwhile, as night fell over Zi Chen's house, he sat on his bed, cultivating while focusing on a book. Zi Chen thought, sensing blood qi is way too simple. It only took me 3 seconds. The next step is controlling the blood qi and starting body tempering. He made a decision. I'll start tempering my right arm first. The system appeared. You are using blood qi to temper your skin? Half an hour later, Zi Chen thought. I've finished the first tempering of my right arm. Let's test the hardness with a knife first. Just the first tempering, and it's already impervious to blades. No wonder Lu Chuanwu could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather barrage after 3 temperings. I wonder just how strong my body will be after 5 temperings. 3 hours later. Panting. He analyzed. At this speed, it won't take more than a week to temper all the skin on my body once. I've already tempered the skin on both arms. My blood qi consumption is probably around 1/3. Suddenly, Zichen heard his phone chime. It was a message from Han Little Chen. Are you asleep yet? He replied. Not yet. She texted back. I've prepared a surprise for you, she suggested. Can you come over to my room and see? Zichen wondered. What kind of surprise? Qing Han replied. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. He agreed. All right. I'm coming over now. Zichen stood up, filled with confusion. What exactly is this surprise? Calling me over this late at night? Xu Meng came out to open the door. Little Chen. Are you here to see Han Han? He answered. She messaged me on WeChat saying she has a surprise for me and urged me to come over. The aunt covered her mouth, smiling suggestively. Then you better hurry up and go find her, or she'll get impatient waiting. A moment later, Zichen knocked on the door. Han Han. I'm here. Qing Han called out. Come in. Immediately. Zichen pushed the door open and entered her room. Zichen looked puzzled as he saw Qing Han covering her whole body with a blanket. What are you? Her face turned bright red as she said, This is the surprise I prepared for you. Zichen was curious. What kind of surprise requires wrapping yourself in a blanket? He blushed, his imagination running wild. Don't tell me the surprise she mentioned is offering herself to me. Is she going to make me look at a glow-in-the-dark watch or something? Qing Han suggested. Come here and you'll see. Her face burning red. She watched Zichen approach and said, Lift it up and take a look. Qing Han shyly lowered her gaze to the pillow, not daring to look at him. Zichen's face felt hot. He pursed his lips tightly, then reached out and firmly lifted the blanket. Once the blanket was lifted, revealing Qing Han in a cheongsam, Zichen was instantly stunned. His eyes widening, she asked in a shy voice, Do I look pretty in this? He nodded repeatedly, his face flushing red. Beautiful. Qing Han twirled a lock of hair with her finger and asked, I also bought black fishnet stockings. Do you want to see me wear them? Zichen accepted the offer. Put them on. Let me see. And so, she took out a pair of black stockings and put them on her legs. Fan Ham's movements were slow and gentle. The more Tu Then watched her, the hotter he felt, his lips pressing tight without him realizing. After putting them on, she asked, Do I look good? He answered immediately. Beautiful. It really suits you. She tested the waters. Touching these fishnets felt amazing. Do you want to touch them? Tu Then reached out, touched her leg, and replied, Feels really good. Fan Ham got curious. So, the fishnets or my legs? Which one feels better to touch? Tu Then replied, Definitely your legs. They feel way better. She agreed. I think so too. Just then, Tu Meng's voice rang out from outside. Little Van. Your mom just dropped off some personal items for you. I'm hanging them on the doorknob. Okay, you can grab them yourself in a bit. Tu Then got out of bed, walked to the door, and said, Yes. Got it. Aunt Mong. Then he took the basket his mom sent and brought it inside. Inside was a box of condoms. Tu Then felt helpless. Sure enough, he tossed it back into the basket. Defeated. We haven't even kissed yet. What's the rush? Fan Ham got down and said, Little Van, it's getting late. You should stay here and sleep. I'm putting on a diaper. So turn around. Don't look. Tu Then immediately turned his back to the door. She walked closer. I'm done. Let's turn off the lights and sleep. Okay. 2 or. A moment later, they were lying in bed, facing each other. Tu Than spoke up. Ham Ham. Why does your bed smell so good? Did you use something on it? Than Ham smiled and replied. That's my body scent lingering on the bed. If you don't believe me, take a sniff. He didn't believe it and said, in surprise. How is that possible? She stayed silent, just lying there quietly looking at him. Tu Than looked back at Than Ham. Her face turned red as a tomato. Suddenly, her small mouth parted slightly, and unconsciously, Tu Than slowly opened his too. Then he wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her closer. The two shared a passionate kiss, born from genuine feelings. Tu Than was kissing her deeply when suddenly, Than Ham's eyes shot open. She pushed him away, panting and stammering. Wait. Seeing Than Ham rush off the bed, Tu Than asked, confused. What's wrong? Than Ham covered her legs in embarrassment and said, I peed. Right then. The atmosphere between them turned awkward. Suddenly, Tu Than spoke up. Wait a second. What did you feel just now? Was your mental state fluctuating really intensely? She said shyly. My heart was racing, like a thumping sensation, and my body suddenly got super hot. And then, I peed. My mind really was racing just now. He realized what was happening. Just as I suspected. I suspect the unknown superpower you have is linked to your mental energy. It's controlled by your mental state. If your mental energy is high enough, you might be able to fully trigger and control this power. Come here. Let's keep kissing. We need to see if it happens again when your emotions spike. Than Ham stopped him. Wait a minute. Let me change my diaper first. Tu Than countered. It's just going to get wet again anyway. Let's just keep going first. Then she got back on the bed, and the two continued kissing, looking at Than Ham's flushed face. He asked, how did it feel this time? She answered awkwardly. Same as before. My emotions went crazy. And then, I peed. Tu Than suggested trying a few more times. Now we can basically confirm that your superpower is triggered by mental energy. She turned away and spoke up. I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower. A moment later, Than Ham called out. Little Than. I forgot my clothes. Can you grab a set of pajamas and bring them in for me? Tu Than replied. All right. I got it. Then he walked over and opened Than Ham's closet. It was stuffed with all kinds of outfits. Tu Than held up a pair of panties and commented. Cute. Ham probably wears a diaper to sleep, so she doesn't need panties. Right. He picked out an outfit, saying, let's go with this one. Later, the two of them slept together in the same bed. Tu Than woke up and opened his eyes. Looking at the girl beside him, Than Ham was still deep in dreamland, drool trickling down her face. He smiled slightly and reached out to wipe her face. Then, Tu Than gently stepped out and closed the door behind him. Tu Meng called out from outside. Little Than. Breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you eat before you head home? Then I'll eat before I go. Qian Yep sat at the dining table and asked, Is Ham up yet? He sat down and replied, Not yet. Just let her sleep a little longer. The uncle praised him. If only Ham had as much self-discipline as you do. Tu Than reminded him. Ham brought home the provincial top scorer title in the university entrance exam for you. Uncle Nyep. Sleeping in a little bit during summer break isn't too much to ask. Qian Nyep agreed. That's true. Too. He waved his hand, saying, No need to see me out. Aunt Mong. Tu Mong watched him leave, then closed the door with a knowing smile. She nudged her husband's shoulder and said, Last night, I got up in the middle of the night to wash my hands, and I heard sounds of showering coming from the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter and Little Than were? Qian Nyep realized what she meant. Hearing you put it that way, it must be true. Tu Mong hurriedly took out her phone, This is a huge development. I have to tell Uyenhan the good news. Meanwhile, Tu Than had arrived home and was pushing the door open. He took off his shirt, muttering to himself, "Gotta wash yesterday's dirty clothes." Seeing Tu Than about to hurry off, Uyenhan called out, "Son." Her praising attitude confused Tu Than. "You did great." At that very moment, sunlight was streaming into a high-rise building. Tran Ha stormed in, shouting with full intensity, "Liu Toyen. Vo, you owe me an explanation regarding Lam Tu Than." Truyen Vo calmly replied, "What about Lam Tu Than? I don't understand what you mean." He roared, "Lam Tu Than clearly registered for my Evolution Academy, and you went behind my back, using dirty tricks to drag him over to your martial arts academy. Have you no shame?" He immediately raised his voice in retort. "What dirty tricks did I use behind your back? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit students? Is my martial arts academy not allowed to?" Tran Ha shouted. "There has to be an order to things. You've lived this long. Don't you understand basic principles?" Truyen Vo refused to back down. "I don't give a damn about order. All I know is that the semester hasn't started yet. So, he is not officially a student of your Evolution Academy. If I want to recruit him, I will. It doesn't violate any school regulations." The other man countered, "The school regulations might not cover this, but you violated the agreement made between the deans." He scoffed. "Ridiculous. That's an agreement between you people. What does it have to do with me? In short, my recruitment is perfectly reasonable and logical. It's fair competition. If you're unhappy about it, go find Lam Tu Than and recruit him back to your Evolution Academy." Tran Ha's face darkened. "A despicable scumbag like you has the nerve to talk about fair competition. Ha! If you're so great, get in the ring and fight me. Now times would be fair competition." Truyen Vo picked his ear, mocking the challenge to fight in the ring. "Do you think I'm stupid? A high-tier 5th rank master like you, bullying a lowly 9th rank commoner like me, and you've got the nerve to talk about fairness. Have you no shame?" he fumed. "I'm 48, and you're 95. He teased. "How am I bullying the weak? You're the one bullying the elderly." Tran Ha was furious. "Liu Trinva, as long as you refuse to undergo genetic fusion, you'll remain a weak 9th rank commoner for the rest of your life. To you, normal creatures are less than ants. Just keep messing around with that so-called pure-blooded humanity of yours." Later, Dongqi tried to calm him down. "Relax, Dean Mun. Just wait until a while after school starts. When that Lam Tu Thun sees peers who are less talented than him surpassing him by relying on genetic fusion or mechanical body modifications, he'll naturally want to switch majors when that happens." Tran Ha reminded her. "Vice Principal, the point isn't that? It's that Liu Trinva broke the rules, and he must be punished," she advised. "If you're upset, then give him a taste of his own medicine. Go and poach that runner-up student back." He agreed. "Then, I'll do as the vice principal suggests." Dongqi watched Tran Ha's grumpy figure walk away. She remarked, "Normally, Mun Tran Ha is quite calm and steady. But every time he's in front of that guy named Liu, he gets provoked until he loses his mind. So many years have passed, and that Liu hasn't changed a bit. His mouth is still as sharp as ever. His body could have been as formidable as his mouth. But it's a pity he chose the wrong path when he was young. Otherwise, he would be at least a principal by now." Meanwhile, on the road, Thon Ham and Tu Thun were running together, sweating and exhausted. She said, "I can't do it. I can't run anymore." He handed a water bottle to her. "Here, hydrate. That's enough training for today. Let's go sit on that bench up ahead and relax our muscles." Afterward, Than Ham lay stretched out on the wooden bench while Tu Thun helped massage her. Blushing, she turned her head and said, "Little Thun, thank you." He smiled and replied, "Given our relationship," saying, Thank you feels too distant. Tanham sat up and asked shyly. So, what exactly is our relationship right now? Friends, childhood, sweethearts, or lovers? Tuthan flashed a sweet smile and said, family. Tanham looked puzzled. Family? What kind of family? How do you want to be family? Her face turned bright red with shyness. You mean? Like a fiancé? Hearing his answer, Tanham immediately lit up with joy. Yeah. A fiancé. She held out her pinky finger and proposed. Then, can we get married after we graduate from university? Tuthan followed her lead and agreed. Sure. They hooked pinkies and chanted in unison. 100 years. No changes. We'll worry about what happens after 100 years later. Later, his whole family was watching the news on TV. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Ngon Sin went to answer it. Coming? As soon as he opened it, he looked at the visitor in surprise. Dean Ma, what brings you here? Tren Ha waved a greeting. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late. I came to speak with Tuthun about his academy selection. Ngon Sing was surprised. Academy selection, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Didn't he already choose a long time ago? Asterisk. Asterisk. Why run over here to talk about this now? Asterisk. He immediately tried to bribe him. I have 2 ice crystal fish here. The flavor is incredibly fresh. A graduate student of mine gave me a lot. So I brought Ma. Ngon Sing replied. You're too kind. Tren Ha casually responded. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Ngon Sin invited him inside. Director Ma. Little Chen is in the living room. Let's head inside. Have a seat. And talk. He walked in. Sorry for the intrusion. Moments later, inside the house, Tran Ha spoke up. Little Chen's genetic fusion compatibility has reached 15%. If he follows the path of genetic fusion, his future will be limitless. There is really no need to pursue that so-called pureblood human path. It would be such a waste of his natural talent. The Heavenly Human Pavilion might have a good starting point, but their theory on pureblood humans hasn't made any substantial progress recently. It is nothing but a scam. If Little Chen chooses this path, he'll only be hurting himself. Little Chen, take my advice. Don't go down that pureblood human road. It will only turn you into a nobody, just like everyone else. Your best bet is still the Evolution Academy. At that moment, Little Chen fell into deep thought, his expression turning serious. Uyen Han spoke up timidly. Director Ma, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're saying. Didn't Little Chen already register for the Evolution Academy? He quickly spoke up to explain. Mom. Dad. I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion. I've already switched my registration to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to follow the path of the pureblood human. Hearing this, his mother was stunned. Little Chen. What on earth is going on? Little Chen looked at his parents and explained. First off, I actually agree with the Heavenly Human Pavilion's philosophy. Plus, to show so, I agreed to join the Heavenly Human Pavilion for half a year to try out the pureblood human path. If there's no progress after 6 months, I'll go back to the Evolution Academy and follow the genetic fusion path. Hearing this, Ma Tran Ha was furious. He cursed silently. Asterisk. That dirt poor old geezer can actually afford to pay triple the benefits asterisk. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Triple benefits might sound like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just a petty gain. There is no need to sacrifice a great future for a small. Even though you're only joining for half a year to try it out, and you can return to the genetic fusion path if it doesn't work. That short 6-month period is enough for you to miss out on a massive amount of precious knowledge. So much so that even triple the benefits wouldn't be enough to make up for it. The boy politely replied, Thank you for the reminder, Director Ma. But right now, I really believe in the Heavenly Human Pavilion's philosophy. If I don't give it a try, I'll definitely regret it later. It might even become an inner demon that holds me back. In his heart, however, he thought, asterisk, I didn't want to either. But triple the benefits is just too delicious to pass up. Hearing those determined words, Ma Tran-ha let out a soft sigh. Then he stood up. If you are this stubborn, then nothing I say will make a difference. I have other matters to attend to. Ngon Sin stood up to see him off. Director Ma, let me walk you out. High above, white clouds blended with a pale pink hue. Under the starlight, the house emitted a soft, faint glow. Little Chen drank some water while thinking. Asterisk. Let's see if there's any news today. As soon as he saw the content, he was terrified. Asterisk, what is this Times? The screen displayed official announcement. Little Chen was shaken to his core. Runner-up of the Namjiang Province University entrance exam, Lam Tu-than, has joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion to follow the path of the pureblood, human. Regrettably, this university runner-up has now become just another ordinary person. It even mentioned the university runner-up from the capital 10 years ago, stating that, after that female genius joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion, she also faded into mediocrity. The feed just keeps scrolling, searching for hot topics. The cherry blossoms have bloomed how many times now? This celestial pavilion is seriously good at fleecing the sheep, he wondered. It was all negative comments. Extreme ones too. Just like paid shills manipulating public opinion. My personal info has been completely doxed. Cyberbullying is one thing. But if the cultists take notice, that's going to be a real headache. Did Ma Zhenha leak it, or is it some other faction that hates the Celestial Pavilion? None of that matters right now. What I need to do is… Zichen quickly made a call. Hello, I'd like to file a complaint about a news report leaking a candidate's private information. 2 hours later, he sat staring at his phone and let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. It's been deleted. After that, Zichen quickly grabbed his phone and checked the group chat. Messages were flooding in. Why did Lin Zichen join the Celestial Pavilion? The Celestial Pavilion. Isn't that the place that leads young people astray? Someone even leaked Lin Zichen's photo. Now the whole online community is talking about him. There's even a bunch of people simping for Lin Zichen on there. Lin Zichen. Say something, is Lin Zichen here? Zichen frowned, slightly annoyed. My photo's been posted. This just got a lot more complicated. Night fell, leaving only the moonlight to illuminate the city. Qing Han gently suggested, Chen, stay here and sleep with me tonight. Are you looking at that news about yourself? Those jerks? Using an innocent candidate as a weapon like that. They don't have a shred of decency. Zichen explained. That's how these struggles work. Sticking to principles puts you at a disadvantage, while having no principles gives you the upper hand. She said, Little Chen, my master, seems pretty powerful. Do you think if I asked her, she could help you solve this mess? He shook his head wearily. This factional infighting wasn't surprising at all. The Gene Fusion faction is suppressing the pure blood human faction. Her master supports the Gene Fusion faction. So there's no reason she'd help with this. Qing Han nudged him. It wouldn't hurt to try. Right? She took out her phone to send a message. Master. Oh. It's already resolved. Qing Han was surprised. That fast? It's only been half an hour. Hearing the news, Zichen gasped in shock. How is that even possible? She assured him. Little Chen. It's really fixed. I can't find the news anymore. Searching for Lin Zichen brings up 0 results. Zichen thought to himself. She actually helped me. Is she just spoiling her disciple? Or is she doing this because of her past marriage with Lu Chuanyu? Regardless, speaking up now works in my favor. Han Han, please thank your master for me. Tell her I'm extremely grateful for her help. I really appreciate it. Qing Han replied. I already thanked my master. But how are you going to thank me? Zichen asked curiously. How do you want me to thank you? She leaned in close. teasing him. Well, you could give me a kiss. A long while later, Zichen sat in his room cultivating. He exhaled softly, his breath carrying a trace of spiritual energy. Biological system level increased to stage 7. Zichen felt relieved. Finally, I've completely purified the skin layer. Status window name Lin Si Chen. Age 18. Zichen mused. 9 biological attributes. That's basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. With this, I can crush that genius from Capital University who only has 4 gene fusions. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. He paused, deep in thought. It was Han Han. Little Chen. Chu Xin asked me to go get my certificate on Monday. Can you come with me? Han Han will definitely have to undergo the gene fusion process. And when she does, she'll lose the ability to reproduce. So, take this opportunity to extract and preserve them for future in vitro fertilization. The message read, Little Shen. Chuxin made an appointment for me to get my eggs extracted on Monday. Can you come with me? Zichen quickly replied. Sure. The school campus was incredibly peaceful. On Monday, Qinghan was lying on a bed in the infirmary. The nurse gently reminded her. I've injected the ovulation stimulant. Come back tomorrow for the extraction. Okay, she obediently replied. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Later, while walking, Chusin complained. What a hassle. I thought we could just get it done right away. I didn't expect we'd have to wait until tomorrow. Qinghan worried. I'm still a bit nervous. Chushin put her arm around her and suggested. Well, since we're already out, and it's rare to get a trip like this, how about we go shopping? It'll help relieve your stress. She smiled and agreed. Sounds good. Chusin turned back and asked. Zichen, do you want to come with us? I'm not going. Zichen refused. I have to go home. I've got things to do. She turned away excitedly. Awesome. Today is a world just for me and Han Han. Later at home, he focused on his cultivation. Now was the time to temper his muscles. System muscle and skin strength +1. Blood tempering art proficiency +1. He thought the burning sensation of tempering his flesh was even more intense than tempering his skin. But it was still bearable. After an afternoon, he had tempered his entire right arm. But now his head was starting to feel dizzy. Then Zichen went to get something to eat. He needed to replenish his qi and blood. Just the power of his right arm alone had increased his overall strength by 50%. The blood tempering art really suits my physique. Just then, a voice came from outside. Little Shen, I need to talk to you about something. The doors unlocked. He called out. Come in. Qing Han walked in and said shyly. Chusin suggested we go out for fun before school starts. Heiyu is going too. So I already agreed on your behalf. Zichen held her hand. If you're going, then I'm definitely going too. She hesitated. But Chushin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to ruin her mood. And I didn't know how to refuse. So I promised her, you know. I've heard terrifying sounds under the sea before. So I'm scared. Zichen gently reassured her. It's okay. I'm here. At worst, we just won't go into the water. Elsewhere, in a horrifying scene bathed in red light, a giant creature appeared right in the center. The Rat King asked excitedly. Lord, and why? I've ordered the sewer rats to dig all 108 tunnels. Next, it is your turn to establish the biological coordinates here. Hearing this, the crow mask suddenly radiated killing intent. He raised his staff high and slammed it down, causing the ground to crack open terrifyingly. The crow mask continued by using a knife to cut his wrist until it bled. He let his blood drip onto the staff, drop by drop. Then the crow mask announced, I have established the biological coordinates here. The only thing left is to find a corresponding point in the source world and establish the same biological coordinates there. Once the coordinates resonate with each other, we can connect the tunnel to the source world. Inside the car, Chukin's voice rang out. Hey you. When did you get your driver's license? Hey you replied. I spent 10 days during summer break and got it. My dad pulled some strings to sign me up for a crash course. She was surprised. There's actually a class like that, he answered with total confidence. If you three want to sign up, I'll just go home and put in a word with my dad. Easy peasy. So, do you guys want to do it? They all shouted in unison. You. Of course I do. A bit later, the car pulled into the lot. We're here. Havu spread his arms wide, soaking it all in. The sea breeze. The peaceful and poetic scenery. His voice was booming. The beach, Havu shouted, his eyes immediately darting toward the girls in the water. Bikinis, so Tam furiously bonked him on the head. Can you stop being such a pervert for 5 seconds? Come on. Ham. Let's go over there and change. Just ignore him. Than Ham nodded. Yeah. He grumbled from behind them. Hey. Then Havu threw his arm around Tu Than's shoulder. Let's go. Man. We should go get changed too. I'm dying to jump in the water. Suddenly, someone asked, isn't that the guy who scored second highest in the Namjong College entrance exams? Didn't he join the Pavilion of Heaven and Man? Did he get brainwashed or something? Or maybe he was just never right in the head to begin with. Talk about ruining your own future. Havu instantly flew into a rage, veins popping out on his neck. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're worthy to judge the Namjiang runner-up? He scared the living daylights out of them. Snarling. Why'd you stop talking, huh? Tu Than grabbed Havu's arm to calm him down. Let it go. Don't waste your breath on them. Havu complained. Tu Than. You've got way too much patience. If it were me, I would have punched them out ages ago. Tu Than explained. I just don't really pay attention to stuff like that. But if it were something I actually cared about, trust me, I'd throw hands too. Havu looked puzzled. So what do you care about? Just then, so Tam's voice cut in. Do you even have to ask? Tu Than obviously cares about Ham the most. Havu scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. Stupid question. She reminded them. You two hurry up and go change. A bit later, Tu Than offered. Ham. Do you need me to put some sunscreen on for you? Lying under the sunlight. Tan Ham replied. Sure. He walked over to help her. Is that okay? Than Ham answered. Havu watched them, blushing and judging. You really are smooth. Man. Then he raised his voice. So Tam, let me put sunscreen on you too. So Tam scolded him coldly. Get lost. Than Ham looked at him, blushing as she thought. Asterisk, little then, is really. Asterisk, but right then. She froze in terror as she heard it. Great God, panicked. Than Ham immediately sat up. Awaken. The origin of the sea. She looked around in bewilderment. Asterisk. This voice. Asterisk. Than Ham stared out at the distant water. It was coming from the sea. Tu Than noticed something was wrong and leaned in with concern. What's the matter? Than Ham replied fearfully. Little Than. I heard that voice again. It said something about a great god awakening, and something about the origin of the sea. It was just as creepy as before. He replied. Could it be related to the origin realm? Our knowledge right now is too limited, and we can't look anything up. We need to find information about this origin realm first. Wait until we get to university. You can try to ask your master about the origin realm then. After Tu Than finished refining all the muscles in his body, he smoothly began the bone tempering process. He didn't expect that tempering bone would be 100,000 times harder than refining flesh. He lay on the bed, deep in thought. Finally, he had finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. System, congratulations. You have successfully evolved into a rank 9 common life form. Tu Than sighed in frustration. He was just one step away from evolving into a high-level life form. If I can just successfully open the acupoints in my body, even if I only open one, I can evolve into a high-level life form. But how do I open them? The method in the book is way too vague. He closed the book, coming to a conclusion. Looks like I'll have to figure this out on my own. Meanwhile, at Sun High University, an excited voice rang out. Xiao Chen. Han Han. We're here. Ching Han pointed excitedly. Xiao Chen. Look quick. That ice cream shop is actually still there. He agreed. Yeah. It's the same one we ate at when we came here for a walk. Yuan Shin suggested. Let's go over there and get some ice cream. It's still early anyway, so it won't be too late to register after we eat. She quickly agreed. Okay. A moment later, Ching Han spoke up. My ice cream is strawberry milk tea flavor. It's so good. She gently moved her spoon toward him. Xiao Chen. Have a taste. Suddenly, Zichen was startled. Come on. Give me another glass. Someone outside said. Jia Xin. The skirt you're wearing today is way too long. It makes it hard for me to touch you. Jia Xin replied coquettishly. You can just slide your hand inside. Nobody's paying attention anyway. Someone teased. Brother Yang. Don't just focus on groping women. Hurry up and guess the number. They chatted incredibly loudly. You lost. Drink up for me. Someone whispered. That Huang Jia Xin is always pretending to be a cold goddess at the art academy. But look at her now. Clinging to guys from the Evolution Academy and letting them grope her all over. Well, who asked the Evolution Academy guys to have such a bright future? If you were a girl, you'd be clinging to them too. True enough. If I were from the Evolution Academy in the inner campus, I'd come out to the outer campus every day to pick up girls too. Zichen ate his ice cream while thinking about the inner campus. Shanghai University was divided into two zones. The outer campus was the area for cultural and art students. The inner campus was for students of evolution, mecha, and martial arts. And because the inner campus involved secrets regarding gene fusion and mechanical body modification, it couldn't be exposed. Only teachers and students of the inner campus were allowed to enter. Even students from the outer campus of the same university couldn't go in. Yuan Xin instructed seriously. You two are starting university now. So you have freedom. But you can't be reckless, like those people drinking outside. You must continue to study hard. Understood. We understand. Yan Shang stood up, patted his shoulder, and reminded him. Xiao Chen and Han Han have been good kids since they were little. They won't turn out like that. It's getting late now. Xiao Chen. Han Han. You two should get ready to head to the inner campus. Your mom and I can't enter the inner campus. Xiao Chen. You have to take good care of Han Han. Zichen dragged his suitcase along and replied. Mom. Dad. Don't worry. A moment later, a security guard stopped them. Please show your admission notices. Ching Han held hers out. Here is mine. The guard replied. All right. No problem. All right. You don't need to search for yours. I recognize you. The provincial runner-up joining the Celestial Pavilion. Go on in. The inner campus was full of people with gene fusions and mechanical body modifications. They could be seen everywhere. After Zichen and Han Han finished filling out the procedures, at the freshman registration area, they were assigned their dormitories. She waved her hand. Xiao Chen. See you at the party. Zichen replied. Yeah. See you at the party? After taking Han Han to the Evolution Academy dormitory, he also went to the Martial Arts Academy. The girls buzzed with excitement. Junior Zichen. You're so handsome, Junior Zichen. Can I add you on chat? Junior Zichen. Let me carry your luggage for you. Junior Zichen. Let me take you to the dorms. Then I'll have to trouble you. Senior. Xiao Tong spoke up. Junior Zichen. Over there is the Student Achievement Board. Do you want to go take a look? He replied. Please lead the way. Senior. She said politely. It's no trouble at all. Being able to guide a handsome junior like you is my honor. Zi Chen looked at the information and pondered. The combat power leaderboard is split into two lists, the Apex rankings and the rookie rankings. One lists the top 500 strongest students in the whole school, and the other tracks the top 100 most powerful freshmen who just enrolled. The top 3 on the Apex rankings are all high-level elites, and they're all evolution and mecha students. Plus, they're all seniors in their 4th year. The Martial Arts Academy only has 3 people on the board. They're all 4th years, and they're all stuck at the very bottom of the rankings, Hudong explained. Actually, back in the day, our Martial Arts Academy had a senior sister who made it to 6th place on the Apex rankings. She was just like you, the runner-up in the entrance exam who chose the Martial Arts Academy. But because her path as a pure-blooded human hit a bottleneck, she was gradually surpassed by the students with gene fusion and cybernetic enhancements. Her name is Tong Nelk Ngin. Now, she's become an instructor for our academy. She's also a top researcher at the Celestial Pavilion and Dean Lu's right-hand woman. A moment later, she announced, Junior Death God. We're here. The perks for the university runner-up are seriously nice. You get a whole room to yourself. It really makes a girl jealous. Hey, Junior Death God. Walking around outside just now was so hot. Can I come in and rest at your place for a bit to cool down? Tu Than replied politely. You've worked hard. Senior, actually, there's a bubble tea shop right across from the dorms. Let me treat you to a drink, she replied. I guess that works too. Thinking to herself, asterisk, why didn't this guy take the bait times after treating his senior to bubble tea with all the toppings? Tu Than considered the debt for guiding him fully paid. Suddenly, a message popped up from Ham Little Than. Have you reached the dorms yet? Hurry up and send me a pic of your room. I want to see, he pondered. Compared to Ham's luxury apartment, this small single room instantly looked mediocre. The Evolution Academy really was richer. Than Ham immediately got upset. Your room is way too small. Why don't you just move in with me? The dorm bed here is even bigger than the one at home. Tu Than agreed instantly. Moving? I am definitely moving. I'm coming over right now, he thought to himself. Asterisk Evolution Academy really is loaded. Their student dorms are insane. Compared to that luxury apartment, the room the Martial Arts Academy assigned me is basically a dog kennel. And that was supposed to be their best room. 2. Can Lu Truyenvo really make good on his promise of triple benefits? A moment later, she came out to welcome him. Little Than, you're finally here. Come inside. Quick, I turned on the AC in the living room. It's super cool in there, Tu Than remarked. This room is seriously luxurious. It's spotless. 2. I can tell your master really cares about you. You didn't accept that master in vain. Than Ham replied. I think so too. Master really treats me well. From now on, this is our little home. Mom and Dad aren't here, so even if we run around naked, no one will care. He blushed and scolded her. What do you mean, run around naked? Stop talking nonsense, Than Ham innocently said. I'm all sweaty. I'm gonna go take a shower first, Tu Than reminded her. Don't throw your clothes on the floor. Since he had a moment, he decided to check out what was in the freshman app he had downloaded earlier. Asterisk, this is it. The Shanghai University School app. Asterisk, high-speed mechanical prosthetics. Mutant Beast Hennes. Asterisk, Tu Than was surprised. Asterisk, these are all evolution resources that you have to swap points for. Asterisk, there are 3 ways to earn points. Asterisk. Asterisk, climb the Apex or Rookie rankings. Accept and complete missions assigned by the school. Or represent the school in competitions and achieve excellent results. Just then, her voice echoed out. Little Than. I'm done washing up. Could you grab my clothes and bring them in here? Okay? Coming right up. Tu then knocked gently. Here are your clothes. Than Ham said shyly. Little Than. Soaking in this tub is so comfortable. Do you want to come in and join me? Than Ham sighed. This tub is huge. It would be such a waste if I just soaked in here all alone. Tu then took off his jacket and replied. Then let's soak together. A moment later in the tub, he suggested. Let me scrub your back for you. She agreed. Okay. You scrub mine. And I'll scrub yours after. Tu then accepted. After washing up and eating, he began his second skin tempering session. Tu then thought to himself, the second tempering is definitely harder than the first. It took 2 hours just to finish tempering his right arm. He spoke up. Ham. Do you have a sewing needle? Than Ham replied. Yeah. Let me go get it for you. What do you need a needle for? Tu Than explained. To test the skin's durability after 2 temperings. After practicing the blood tempering art, the system announced you are using a sewing needle to poke the back of your right hand. Durability of the skin on the back of your right hand +1. She gasped. That needle is so sharp, and you stabbed it hard. But it didn't even pierce your hand. You really are invulnerable. Right after that, Tu then tried stabbing the needle into his skin again. She said. The needle even snapped. This blood tempering art is too powerful. It makes me want to become a pure-blood human too. He reminded her. Next up, it's time to test the heat resistance of my right palm. Tu then walked over and placed his hand over the flame. System, you are using fire to burn the palm of your right hand. Heat resistance in the palm of your right hand +1. He thought. It took over a minute to even feel a little heat. The tempering effect of this blood tempering art is insane. With the enhancement from the creature's evolution through use attribute, my body will become saint-like sooner or later. Suddenly, Tu then paused when he heard his phone ring. A text message. He realized it was Lu Chuanwu. The message read, Tu Than. Have you registered at Shanghai University? Yet I got here this morning? The luxury single dorm I prepared for you. Is it okay? It's pretty good. Tu Than. Have you registered at Shanghai University yet? I got here this morning. The luxury single dorm I prepared for you. Is it okay? It's pretty good. Are you free right now? Want to come visit the Heavens Human Pavilion headquarters? I'll show you around and introduce you to the other members of the pavilion. I'm free. Sure. Wait downstairs. At the dorm building. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Dean. I'm not in my dorm room right now. I'm at my childhood friend's dorm. Central Garden Building 8. Room 603. Chuan Wu replied. Then I'll send someone to Central Garden Building 8 to pick you up. He sighed helplessly. Guess I'll go downstairs and wait. Tu Than announced. The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me to the Heavens Human Pavilion HQ. I'm heading out for a bit. Than Ham waved her hand. Go ahead. As he walked out, he thought. There's some shade over there. I'll stand there and wait for the pavilion people. Just then, Mo Yu approached and struck up a conversation. I know you. You're Lam Tu Than, the runner-up in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam. You've joined the Heavens Human Pavilion. Tu Than replied. Hello, he thought. I guess I really am famous. The guy immediately launched into a speech. I actually admire you a lot. Giving up on gene fusion to follow the path of a pure-blood human. I've always believed that no matter which path you choose, as long as you start with good intentions, it deserves encouragement. I'm just like you. A freshman this year too. But I'm from the capital. And my house is super close to Imperial Capital University. I used to hang out on campus all the time when I was a kid. Imperial Capital University used to have a pure-blood human research institute. But after 20 years of study, they didn't make any, he thought to himself. Where did this chatterbox come from? As Macnu walked away, he waved and said, Hope you get some good results at the Heaven and Man Pavilion. Good luck. Right at that moment, Tu Thun was startled by the roar of an engine. She pulled up and asked, "Hello there, you must be student Lam Tu Thun." "Right," Tu Thun slowly replied as Nok Nien approached. "That's right. That's me." She introduced herself. "I'm Tống Ngọc Nhiên, an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and a researcher at the Heaven and Man Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Heaven and Man Pavilion's headquarters," he replied politely. "Hello, senior Tống Ngọc Nhiên," he thought. The university runner-up who chose the pure blood path but was forgotten by everyone. A moment later, Ngọc Nhiên teased, "Tu Thun, you can hold on tighter. Aren't you happy? A beautiful big sister like me came to pick you up?" Tu Thun replied. "It's my honor." She wondered aloud. "By the way, why was a martial arts academy student like you hanging out under the Evolution Academy's luxury dorms just now?" Tu Thun answered honestly. "My childhood sweetheart lives there. I moved in to live with her." Ngọc Nhiên sighed. "Young people these days have it so good. Not like me. I'm almost 30. And I haven't even held a man's hand yet, let alone lived with one." A while later, she announced, "We're here, at the Pure Human Research Institute." Ngọc Nhiên said, "Let's go inside." He critiqued silently. Pure Human Research Institute. "Is that short for Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute?" she introduced. "This is the living and entertainment area of the institute. Research work is usually pretty dry, so you can come here to relax. Everything in the fridge was bought with our budget, so feel free to eat or drink whatever you want. Come on, I'll show you around the research area." Tu Thun asked, "Senior Nhiên, why is the institute so empty? I don't see anyone at all." Ngọc Nhiên explained, "The Heaven and Man Pavilion has never been popular. The budget the school gives us is tiny, so we can't afford to keep many people. To be specific, the current members are just the dean, me, as you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students." Tu Thun was confused. "So, the first time I met him, all those people following him around were just hired actors to make him look good. Whatever. As long as I get triple the benefits, I can overlook the rest." Ngọc Nhiên knocked on a door. "Dean, I've brought Tu Thun." Trien Voss spoke listlessly. "Tu Thun, you're here. Come in," she complained. "Dean, you look terrible. How long has it been since you last stepped outside?" "Almost half a month. I've been obsessed with researching the blood aperture, opening for the blood tempering art. Unfortunately, still no progress. It's a bit tough." He patted the boy's shoulder. "But now, with the addition of Tu Thun, the path of the pure-blooded human will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Don't let your senior Nghien's goofy attitude fool you. She was the runner-up in the capital's university entrance exam back in her day." Ngọc Nhiên looked smug. "My body stats during the entrance exam back then were 1 point higher than yours. Does that hurt your ego?" Trien Voss sighed helplessly. All right. We know you're amazing. Stop teasing the junior." However, it was precisely her joining that left me stuck at the second stage of body tempering for decades. To successfully complete the third stage of body tempering and use the pure human body. Common rank 9, bloodline. Totally crushing those high-tier beginner rank gene fusers. 2, fan. Even though your college entrance exam results weren't as good as your senior sister Niggins, life is still very long. There are plenty of late bloomers who accumulate power and break through later on. You still have a huge opportunity to catch up in the future. I have very high hopes for you." She nodded in agreement. "The dean is right. As long as you build up enough foundation, you might break through. Surpassing me isn't entirely impossible either," he continued. "Right. That blood-refining art I gave you over summer break. How's your progress coming along? Have you learned how to control your blood flow yet?" Tu Thun replied. "I've learned it. Tru Yen Vo asked curiously. Has your biological level evolved to common rank 4 yet? He answered. Yes, it has. He praised him. Very good. Next, I'll have senior sister Nyen guide you through skin tempering. Back in her freshman year, it took her less than 3 months after school started to successfully complete the first stage of skin tempering. With her guidance, you can definitely smoothly complete the first stage of skin tempering within the first semester, Jacques Nien said excitedly. Leave it to me. Tu Then bluntly refused. No need. I already completed the first stage of skin tempering during summer break. She was stunned. What did he just say? He was shocked. Is there something wrong with my ears? Ngak Nien shouted. Are you kidding me? You were home alone all summer, with no one to teach you. Mastering blood control is impressive enough. But how could you possibly learn skin tempering, and you're saying you finished the whole process? In reality, it only took half an hour of reading to figure it out. Tu Then shrugged nonchalantly. The translation of the blood refining art had detailed notes. I studied it for a few days and learned how to do the skin tempering. Tru Yen Vo burst out laughing. Tu Then, you must be mistaken. You probably think you've tempered your skin. But that's likely not it. Come on. Give me your hand so I can verify it. Biological attribute system. Natural camouflage. He told himself. Best to keep it disguised. Immediately after, Tu Then rolled up his sleeve to reveal his arm. Here. Take a look. He was bewildered. How is this possible? It really is the first stage of skin tempering. She was terrified. What? How did he do that? Tru Yen Vo shouted. Tu Then. What is your current biological rank? He scratched his face and answered evasively. Common rank 9. He immediately roared. A peerless genius. We're saved. The path of the pure-blooded human is saved. With you here, the pure-blooded human body can definitely break the chains of common biology and evolve into a high-level being. Njok Nien silently assessed. Truly, there's always a higher mountain. But now, we have someone even more capable to lead us, pioneering the pure-blooded human path. Going further is definitely a good thing. She spoke up. Dean. We should immediately promote Tu Than's potential to attract more geniuses to join the Heavens Pavilion and secure more funding. Tru Yen Vo shook his head and refused. No. For now, do not spread word about Tu Than. If we carelessly reveal his shocking compatibility with the pure-blooded human path, it could easily bring danger to him. Besides, geniuses need quality, not quantity. Now that we have Tu Than, we need to focus on dumping all our resources on him. We must do everything to help him break the chains of common biology. Ngak Nien realized. So that's how it is. But if we do that, how much funding will we lose? Without enough funding, how can we research the pure-blooded human path? He reassured her. Don't worry. I'll use all my connections to prepare evolution resources for Tu Than. Once Tu Than shows everyone just how terrifying he is, I'll help him secure a backer, ensure his safety, and then hype him up like crazy to promote the Heaven Man Pavilion's philosophy. Nok Ingyen praised. As expected, you've thought of everything. Dean, the martial arts master looked smug. Of course. Tu Than thought to himself. Asterisk. If I told them that I'm already a stage 9 commoner, and I've already finished refining my flesh and bones, and am currently on my second refinement, just how crazy would they go? He raised his voice. Tu Then, from now on, you don't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Those low-level lectures won't do you much good. Just come straight to the Research Institute. Your big sister Nigyen here will be your assistant. She complained. You want me to assist a junior student, Dean? Don't I have any pride left? The martial artist shot back. We're researching the path of pure-blooded humans. What do we need pride for? Our faces are already thicker than city walls. Tomorrow afternoon, the school is holding the freshman welcome party. After that, there'll be an assessment trial to pick the top freshmen. With your current strength, barring any accidents, that title of top freshman should be yours. When you're in the trial, remember to torment those freshmen from the Evolution Academy and Mecha Academy a bit. Vent some anger for our martial arts academy. Get it done. And I'll give you 10 blood chi pills. She chimed in. Dean, that's your real goal, isn't it? Plus, if you win the top freshman title, the school awards you 10 academic credits. His body radiated an aura. Asterisk 10 academic credits. The day of the Sunhai University freshman welcome party arrived quickly. People whispered, "Isn't that the runner-up from the Namjang provincial entrance exam who joined the Heaven Man Pavilion? Why is he sitting with Dom Thon Ham? What's his relationship with my goddess?" Mac Nu walked over to strike up a conversation. "Hey, Lam Tu Than. Do you remember me?" Tuo then looked up and nodded in response. "I remember." He looked at them curiously. "What's the relationship between you two?" Tu then grabbed Than Ham's hand and held it up. "Childhood sweethearts. Engaged. And getting married after graduation." Hearing this, Mac, Nug, and everyone around them were shocked. Inside the hall, everyone was chatting happily. Her figure was graceful, and she attended the ceremony with utmost seriousness. Her gaze was incredibly cold, devoid of any warmth. Tu Than felt a bit apprehensive looking into those deep eyes, while Mac and Gu quickly went around, chatting up everyone. On stage, the host was raising his hand, when suddenly, he stood up abruptly. The crowd buzzed. The freshman representative is him, usually. The representative is the strongest student among the freshmen. I thought it would be Ma Hai Vai, who's already undergone gene fusion. This Lee Mac Nu guy dyes his hair blonde and talks too much. He doesn't have an ounce of genius aura. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Mac and Gu felt smug inside. Asterisk. That's right. Be even more shocked. To create this contrast, I dyed my hair blonde and acted like a chatterbox. Finally, I get to act cool asterisk. He took the stage and spoke up. Have you all heard of Li Dich Tien? Tu Than thought to himself. Asterisk. Who doesn't know the genius of Imperial Capital University asterisk? He continued. Then I'm sure none of you know this. Li Dich Tien has a genius younger brother. He was the valedictorian of this year's university entrance exam in the capital, with a gene fusion compatibility rate of 16%. That's on par with the provincial valedictorian of Nanjiang province. And my physical stats are also ranked number 1 in the entire country. And that genius brother of Li Yijin is none other than me, Li Moyu. Standing right here in front of you all. Back in middle school, I made a promise to my big brother. In the future, he would be in charge of setting records at Imperial Capital University, while I handle the records here at Shanghai University. Every single record at these 2 prestigious universities will be dominated by us, the Li brothers from the capital. Now, get ready to feel a little taste of the pressure from a Tier 5 common ranker. Moyu secretly felt proud. Is this the pressure of a Tier 5 common ranker? Most of us are only at common rank 3, or even just common rank 2. Is this the gap between us and a genius? It makes me feel so hopeless. He raised his voice to introduce himself. My name is Li Moyu. I hope everyone remembers my name. Ching Han whispered softly. Little Chen, that Li Moyu guy is such an idiot. He's only at common rank 5 but thinks he's invincible. He has no idea you could crush him easily with just one finger. You reminded her? We need to keep a low profile. She agreed. I know. The host continued. Next, please give a round of applause for President Zhou Shuihong, representing the Student Council, to come up and give a speech. He was extremely respectful. President Zhou, here is your mic. Shuihong raised his voice. Hello, freshmen. I am Zhou Shuihong, president of the Shanghai University Student Council. I'm here today mainly to tell you 3 things. First, student discipline is not managed by the teachers, but by the Student Council. The Student Council holds a lot of power that you can't even imagine. Second, the Student Council recruits 10 people from the freshman class At the beginning of every semester, recruitment is based solely on strength. Freshmen who want to join the student council in the next half year, remember to show us what you've got. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place where strength is everything. We uphold a primitive environment policy: whoever adapts survives. Seniors suppressing juniors. The strong bullying the weak. These things happen as often as eating a daily meal. You must be mentally prepared for that. That is all I have to say. Before I step down, I'll let you feel the power of a high-level creature. Everyone was terrified by his power. The creature pressure is too strong. I can't breathe. It's so painful. Xu Chen pondered. The pressure from high-level creatures is indeed strong. But at this distance, for a common rank 9 like myself, it's no threat at all. The others were deep in thought. Thank God he only released it for a split second. I thought I was going to die here. Is this a high-level creature? Truly terrifying. The official spoke after the freshman orientation. You will all participate in the entrance trial right here. The rules of the trial are very simple. There is a large martial arts platform in the center of the sports field. Anyone who can stand alone on the platform for more than 1 minute and wins the title of Rookie King of the Year will receive 100 credits, which is 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold the ring for more than 1 minute will take second place and receive 90 credits. The ranking will continue in this manner until the final 10th position is determined. That person will receive a reward of 10 points. Someone got excited. In previous years, the geniuses from our class always took all the top 10 spots. And this year will surely be no exception. During the entrance trial, if only one person from a non-genius class, genius class, which means even students from the regular class have a shot at the top 10. That means, aside from the freshmen in the genius class, every other first-year student will get 1 credit. Some people calculated that a single credit is worth 10,000 yuan. If we stick together and snag a spot in the top 10, we'll make a killing. Right then, a voice shouted for order. Havu grabbed the mic. I'm Havu from Class 6 of the Evolution Department. My desk mate is Lam Tuthan. You guys probably know him as the second highest scorer in the Namjiang Province entrance exam and a student of the Heaven Pavilion. He's the strongest among all the new students in the school. We're gonna join forces to beat those genius class guys and help Lam Tuthan get into the top 10. The others chanted in unison. Lam Tuthan will enter the top 10. Lam Tuthan paves the way. Tru Yen Vo spoke sarcastically. President Chu, you're being way too petty. Earlier this year, you were completely humiliated by Lai Dichtian in the arena. But why take your anger out on Lai Dichtian's younger brother? Tran Ha scoffed. Speaking of petty, there are nearly 20,000 people at Sunhai University. Who can compare to Lu Truyen Vo? He teased. If I'm petty, I only target the individuals involved. I don't drag their families into it. Just then, Hak Hong walked over and cut in. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter got a very high score in the college entrance exam. Didn't she? He replied. It was pretty good. She ranked 3rd at the Capital University. He continued. Dean Ma, please let your daughter join the student council. I'll groom her to become a seed for the student council president position. Tran Ha agreed. Joining the student council is a must. I'll have to trouble President Chu to look after Haivai in the future then. Hak Hong was firm. As long as it's a genius, I'll look out for them. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Everyone wondered. Between Lai, Mac, NGU, and Ma Haivai, which of these 2 outstanding freshmen would become this year's Rookie King? A guy asserted. It's definitely Lai Mac Nugu. His biological level has already reached the ordinary stage 5. His physical strength is nearly invincible among the freshmen. A girl countered. Dean Ma's daughter's college entrance exam score was a bit lower than Lai Mac Nu's. But during the summer break, she successfully fused with the Shadowcat gene. So her current strength might not be weaker than Li Mac Nu's. The guy remained firm. I still think it's Lai Mac Nu, even though Ma Haivai went through gene fusion. It's only a partial fusion, so the strength increase is limited. Right then, Trien Vo's voice rang out. If you ask me, neither Lai Mak and Jiu nor Ma Hai Vai has a chance at winning the Rookie King title this year. The Rookie King will naturally be none other than Lam Tu Than, a member of my Heaven Pavilion. Tran Ha sneered. The physical test score of Lam Tu Than in the entrance exam didn't even make it into the top 10 freshmen this year. How could he possibly become the Rookie King? Is he just getting hyped up because he's a member of the Heaven Pavilion? He continued to provoke. Dean Ma, if you don't believe it, do you dare to make a bet with me? He asked arrogantly. What's there to be afraid of? Trien Vo continued. Then let's bet 100 credits. Tran Ha agreed. It's a bet. When you lose, don't try to run away, he demanded. You guys bet too. Put a little down for fun. They chimed in. Then we'll play too, Trien Vo reminded. Dean, with your status, you should bet 1,000 credits, Trien Vo reminded. Dean, with your status, you should bet 1,000 credits. Dongji agreed. He watched and cursed silently. That old geezer dares to bet on this round. Did he bribe Lai Mak and Gu to fix the first match? But my daughter is still here. Could that Lam Tu Than really become the new human king? But how is that even possible? Right then, he walked over to Dean Ma. Lam Tu Than, the second highest scorer in the provincial college entrance exam. He was originally a freshman at your Evolution Academy. But Teacher Lu snatched him away halfway. Heartbroken. Are you? He retorted. He's just a provincial runner-up. The Evolution Academy has plenty of those. So we don't really miss someone like him. Do we? Thought to himself. I heard old Ma recruited the remaining 3 top 4 rankers from the Pavilion of Heaven and Man. Yet he says he doesn't care. Isn't this clearly just seeking revenge? Trien Vo secretly rejoiced. Awesome. Everyone bet 100. And one person bet 1,000. I'm gonna make a killing this time. Below the arena, people were screaming. Charge, wipe out the genius class. Someone said. It's starting. The entrance trial chaos erupted below the stage. Don't hit me, I surrender. Tu Than stood still, thinking. In the genius class, many rely on hygiene fusion compatibility. But some have this is a top-tier strategy belonging to the genius tier led by Lai Mak Nu and Ma Hai Vai, totaling 12 people. Suddenly, the system displayed a biological trait, danger sense. He pondered. The 2 strongest, Lai Mak Nu and Ma Hai Vai, have both reached the common rank 5 biological level. The remaining 10 are all at normal rank 4 or higher. Someone shouted. The genius class is nothing special. We've already punched them down. The genius class shouted back. Don't hide up there. Come down here and die. Suddenly, Koichi rushed down, relying on numbers to bully the weak. You beat a few chickens and think you're hot stuff. Come on, I'm standing right here. Attack me all you want, and you'll realize just how weak you are. They yelled. Get him. We have the numbers. What are we afraid of? If we all rush him and land 1 punch each, we can take him down. He was incredibly confident, throwing punches with disdain. Insects. Very quickly, everyone who rushed up was taken down by Koichi. Countless ordinary students were knocked flying out of the ring. He gloated. Bugs are just bugs. The number, no matter how high, can't shake an elephant. A student screamed. Lam Tu Than, this guy is too arrogant. He opens his mouth and calls our ordinary class bugs go deal with him. He walked up from below and responded. Since that's the case. Tu Than put his hands in his pockets and said confidently. Then bring it on. Koichi retorted. So you're the top scorer in the physical exam of Namjiang province. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I, Lu Kai-chi, am the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam in Van Thien province. 100-meter dash in 5.69 seconds. Standing high jump 4.52 meters. 1 arm deadlift 1,150 kilograms. Lam Tu then. Why don't you report your physical exam results from the entrance exam? Tu Than kept a straight face and said, no need to report. He swung his fist and said, you just need to feel it. Immediately, Koichi was kicked flying far away. Everyone instantly praised. Lam Tu Than is the GOAT, Mac Nu thought in confusion. I thought Lam Tu Than would win with tricks. I never expected him to win with absolute power. Dong Ji was curious. That kid Tu Than. What the hell kind of power is that? Tran Ha assessed. He looks elegant. But deep down, he's ruthless. Just as he stepped onto the ring, the top scorer of Daijiang Province, Lak Ving Kiem, sprinted at full speed, only to be sent flying by Tu Than the moment he got close. The students went wild. That was top tier. Crush those high and mighty snobs from the genius class. Our normal class has geniuses too. Lai Mac Nu. Ma Hai V if you two don't step up. The Rookie King title is going to the normal class. Someone couldn't help screaming. Sister V. You're the best. Smash him. Sister V. Show him the true level of the genius class. Brother Than, don't you dare go easy on her, just because she's hot. Brother Than for the win. Tu Than silently told himself. This is a good chance to observe gene fusers up close. Watching Hai Vi move. Tu Than remarked. So fast. Is this the attribute bonus from the Shadow Owl? She was startled seeing him dodge so easily. He actually dodged that. Right now. I'm not posing any threat to him at all. Continuing to attack is useless. Suddenly, Hai Vi spoke up. Give me 30 seconds. Once I fully activate the Shadow Owl gene, we'll see who's really stronger. Tu Than calmly replied. Go ahead. It's a rare chance to witness gene activation. Why would I refuse? In the stands, people whispered. Director. Ma. Has the Shadow Owl gene in your daughter really developed to this stage? That gene fusion talent is just too high. A genius. Even more of a genius than I imagined. No wonder she ranked third in the Capital University entrance exam. Her talent surpasses even the top scorers from other provinces. He immediately frowned. She hasn't been fused with the gene for long. Pushing it like this could cause a backlash on her body. She's just as competitive as she was when she was little. She suddenly spoke. Lam Tu Than. You are too arrogant. To think you'd actually wait for me to activate the Shadow Owl gene. Now. You're going to pay the price for that arrogance. Tu Than watched Hai Vi launch a kick and analyzed. Before. She was just a standard stage 5. But now she seems to be approaching stage 6. She was surprised by his calmness. I still can't touch him. Hai Vi continued her barrage of attacks. While Tu Than calmly dodged them all, she started to panic. Why can't I hit him? Impossible. He casually analyzed the characteristics of the Shadow Owl gene fusion. Having collected almost complete data, then, Tu Than clenched his fist, deciding not to waste any more time on her. The moment he launched his move, Hai Vi was thrown into confusion. How? She was sent flying. Unwilling to accept it. How is this possible? The crowd went wild. Oh my God, he turned that pretty face into a pig's head. She sat up, clutching her face and crying. My face. Tran Ha ran over anxiously. Vivi Lam Tu Than. You've got some nerve beating my daughter like this? Tu Than retorted. Are you even a man? The path of evolution distinguishes only the strong and the weak, not men and women. Mac Nu stood in the stands, arms crossed, and said, well said. The path of evolution distinguishes only the strong and the weak. As he jumped down, the audience got even more excited. It's Lai Mac-Enju, he's finally going up. Brother Noak. You're the only hope for the genius class. Crush him, get revenge for Vi Vi. Mac-Enju spoke up. Lam Tu Than. I never guessed you were such a pro at acting. Pretending to be second place in the entrance exam on purpose. Just to wait for the opening trial to knock out the provincial top scorer with a single punch? Too bad, you're not the only one hiding your true strength. He gloated. My body is evolving rapidly. Because I'm the same, he exclaimed. To think Limak Nu is also a gene fusion user, he continued. And it's the gene of the demon eye giant ape. No less. This requires an incredibly high physical intensity to successfully fuse. His current biological power has probably reached the standard level 6. Even though he's clearly still in the normal stage, to fuse with the demon eye giant ape gene. This Lai brother is truly a genius. Seeing this, the traditional martial arts students froze in panic, looking like they were done for. We're going to lose our shirts this time. That's 1,900 credits and 19 million in cash. In the corner, Luke Kwong was busy organizing and handing out missions. The person on the other end said, I've just placed a high-level demon seed in the garden outside the school. You two make sure to retrieve it. Then find a chance to make Lai Mak Nu eat it. Thu Kiet replied. Lai Mak Nu is the young master of the Lai family in the capital. Isn't making him eat a demon seed way too risky? The person on the other side warned. The power of this organization is far greater than you can imagine. A tiny Lai family in the capital could be wiped out with the snap of a finger. He raised his voice, asking, Akit, are you going to do it or not? He asked back. Do we even have a choice? Tu Than silently analyzed. Demon Eye Giant Ape. Strength and defense are maxed out, but the beast's speed is quite slow. At maturity, the average level is usually high tier, with only a few powerful individuals reaching the rare tier. Mak Nu crossed his arms and spoke smugly. Even though Lam Tu Than and Ma Hai Vai are considered the twin prodigies of Sun Dai University, in reality, they're worlds apart. I wonder if they can handle me as easily this time as you did just now. Before he could even finish his sentence, the boy rushed in with a punch. His reaction was excellent. He managed to dodge a punch Tu Than threw at a standard level 6 speed. Then let's try standard level 7 speed. Tu Than's punch had enough power to knock Mak Nu's face to the side. He silently praised him. Defense is very strong. Roughly higher than the standard level 6. He cursed angrily. Sucker punching me. You have no martial honor. Now I've cranked my focus up to 120%. Your punches won't hit me easily. Before he could finish, Tu Than appeared right in front of his face. The crowd whispered. Even though Lam Tu Than is incredibly fast, it's a shame he can't deal much damage to Lai Mak Nu Gu. Lai Mak Nu is definitely slower, but he has the defensive advantage and a high margin for error. On the other hand, Lam Tu Than can't take a single hit from Lai Mak Nu. Looks like the winner is already decided. He thought to himself. Reaction speed test is just about done. The next test will evaluate the final attribute, strength. Mak Nu roared in fury. Lam Tu Than, I might be slower than you, but your strength is pathetic. You can't even hurt me. You've definitely lost this duel. He went berserk and charged forward. Now, it's my turn. Someone in the stands screamed in worry. Lam Tu Than, get out of there. The higher-ups reminded us about the 100 martial arts credits. Don't forget to transfer them. Everyone there was on the edge of their seats, staring intensely at the arena. Mo Yu's hand bones instantly cracked in the dead silence. He clutched his hand in agony, screaming, My hand, it's shattered. The audience was confused. What is happening? What's wrong with Li Mo Yu? Did Lin Zichen actually win? That was way too freaky. Zichen fell into thought. The power of someone fused with the giant ape demon eye gene is immense. Enough to even break their own hand. Looks like his offensive power far exceeds his defense. He spoke up. Li Mo Yu's right hand is probably crushed. Someone get up here and help him treat it. Quick. The medical team responded. On it. Suddenly, Dong Ji appeared and ordered. Step aside. She examined the injury. Could his entire right hand be shattered just from the impact of punching Lin Zichen in the face? If that's the case, just how hard is Lin Zichen's face? Suddenly, the system appeared. Skill-activated natural camouflage. Zichen wondered, should I use my spiritual power to check my own strength? I just hope natural camouflage can help me get through this. Dong Zi glanced at him. Biological level, ordinary stage 6. But his skin density far exceeds his rank, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles is exaggerated. But is that all? A man spoke up, asking, "Well, what kind of power does that Lin Zichen actually have?" She replied, "Ordinary stage 6. Just with a stronger physical body intensity. Nothing else unusual." Zichen observed silently from above. "Looks like I managed to hide it." Mo Yu was confused. "I just drank some kind of miracle potion. I'm completely healed already." Zichen asked. "Your hand is fully recovered." "Right," he replied happily. "It's exactly like it was before," Zichen demanded. "Then you can get off the stage now." Suddenly, he shouted, "Lin Zichen, just you wait until my gene fusion technology reaches a new level. I will definitely defeat you in this ring." Immediately, an argument broke out between the two classes. "So what if you can fuse genes? Lin Zichen can do it too. And he'll be stepping on your head for the rest of your life." This is the first time in my life I've seen someone lose and still act so self-righteous. Li Mo Yu lost to Lin Zichen. Not to you. If Lin Zichen wins, it means our class wins. Then Zichen looked up, realizing a full minute had passed. The announcement sounded, "Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Rookie King." His classmates went wild with excitement. Brother Chen is the GOAT, the glory of the ordinary class. Then he jumped down, making a decision. Since he'd already secured the Rookie King title, suddenly, Zichen scooped her up in his arms. To everyone, "Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? What does Lin Zichen want with her?" Qinghan blushed, feeling shy. "Is Zichen? Does he want to make our relationship public right now?" And then, Zichen arrogantly declared, "Next, I want to take all the spots from 2nd to 10th place." Someone shouted indignantly, "Lin Zichen, you're bullying us too much." Everyone from the genius class, "Charge, beat him up, cripple him, and get that traitor Shen Qinghan from the genius class too, beat them both." But then, anyone who rushed up was quickly taken down by Zichen. Shi Wei charged in with a swollen face, screaming, "D. Traitor," but she was quickly sent flying by a kick from him. Zhen He looked on anxiously as he saw his daughter get hurt. Zichen thought to himself, "The opponents from the genius class have been wiped out. Surely no one else will dare to object now." Right. The system announced congratulations to Shen Qing. Ham took 2nd place in the entrance trial. Then he demanded the rest of the rankings be handed out in order. "You guys get the glory of the rank. But the credits, those are mine." The other students went wild with excitement. "God tier brother. I'm coming. I want to be in the top 10 too." Just like that. The total credits for the top 10 amounted to 550 points. Havu was thrilled to snag the reward so easily, plus the 9 credits all the freshmen racked up from the demon classes. The grand total came to 559. He fumed. Principal Lam Tuthan is completely out of line here. It's against the rules. That brat already secured the Rookie King title. So how can he hog all the points from the top 10 for himself? Tru Yanvo stepped up to argue. "What do you mean against the rules? Since when does the entrance trial forbid someone from sweeping the entire top 10, even if there isn't an explicit rule? That doesn't make his behavior acceptable." Lam Tu Than is clearly exploiting a loophole in the system. A colleague agreed. Dean Ma is right. This is definitely a loophole in the rules. However, we can only amend it next year. Changing it now wouldn't be fair to Lam Tu Than. Tran Ha was incredibly annoyed, but he had to go along with it. "I got it. There's a message from Lu Kuang. The plan has changed. We don't need Lai Mak Nagu anymore. Switch the target to Lam Tu Than. Feed him that high-grade demon seed and make him a member of the organization." After the entrance trial ended, he rushed over with his arms wide open. "Tuthan, how many more surprises are you hiding from me?" But Tuthan dodged the hug and didn't forget to remind him. "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Trujin Vo replied. Of course, here are 10 blood vitality pills. Plus triple the semester benefits for you. I've already transferred 300 credits directly to your account. You can go buy whatever you need yourself. All right, he thought to himself. After all, you little brat. If you just help me win a bet worth 1,900 credits. He leaned in and whispered. Tu then. Be honest with me. Are you still hiding your true power? What's your actual level? Tu Than replied casually. Just a standard stage 6. I've tempered my flesh a bit. And I was born with naturally tough bones. Tru Yen Vo was shocked. You've already mastered flesh tempering. I can say with absolute certainty that before you graduate, you will be able to evolve into a higher life form, beyond a pure-blooded human. You must stay firm on the path of the pure-blooded human. If you do, you'll achieve greatness in the future. Tu Than promised. Don't worry, Dean. I will. Later. Back in his private room, he looked at the item. So this is the blood vitality pill. Tu Than decided to swallow it and test its effects. The system announced blood vitality plus 108. He sighed in disappointment. That's it, just a tiny boost. This increase isn't even as good as jogging a few kilometers. It's basically useless for me. Tu Than decided it would be better to give them to Ham. Than Ham asked curiously. Little Than, when did you get back? About half an hour ago. He replied. Here. Take this blood vitality pill. Let's see how it works for you. Her eyes went wide with surprise. A blood vitality pill? Tu Than asked concernedly. How does it feel? Dan Ham replied. My body feels hot. My energy is surging. Little Than. This pill is amazing, he explained. These pills don't really work on me. So you take the remaining 8. Just remember, take a maximum of 1 per day. She agreed. The next day, Tu Than greeted. Hello, Sister Nguyen. She replied. Well, hello there, new rookie king. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually at a standard stage 6. Plus, you've even mastered flesh refining. You replied. That's right. Njok Nguyen immediately gasped. Oh my god. Tu Than, you're seriously a total genius. With you joining the Celestial Pavilion, we'll definitely shake the world and change how everyone sees us. Tu Than gave a helpless nod. All right. Let's do our best together. A moment later, he thought to himself. Liu Truyen Vo and Tong No Nguyen have been researching the blood tempering aperture technique for years. Yet they still haven't been able to master it. Looks like I'll have to dig through the original texts myself. With the boost from my biological attribute, the celestial wisdom root. Researching this stuff will be a piece of cake, she spoke up. Tu Than, the student council members are looking for you at the Research Institute gate. They probably want to recruit you because of your outstanding performance yesterday. Tu Than refused immediately. I'm not interested. Ningok Nguyen reminded him. Being a student council member gets you extra credit points every single month. You know? Just then, Chu Hong spoke up to strike up a conversation. Hello there. I'm the student council president. Chu Hong. Tu Than replied. Hello, Mr. President, he continued. I came here today to invite you to join the student council as a prime candidate for the next presidency. You'd be groomed to become the future student council president. Joining us comes with plenty of perks. Aside from 3 special gourmet meals a day, you also get to participate in school policy decisions, big and small. Plus, you'll receive extra credit points every month. So, are you interested in joining us? He immediately perked up. Of course I am, Chu Hong continued. However, I have one condition. You must abandon the path of the pure-blood human and choose gene fusion instead. Tu Than looked surprised. Why is that? He crossed his arms and explained. The student council only accepts future geniuses. Right now, you have talent. But if you don't pursue gene fusion, then even that talent will be overlooked. The pure blood path has no future. Dean Liu and Instructor Tong are living proof of that. Tu then asked, "So, Mr. President? You mean I have to follow the gene fusion path to be allowed into the student council?" "Right." Hak Hong nodded. "Correct." Tu then shrugged. "Then forget it. I'm not joining." In his mind, he thought, the benefits of the student council can't even compare to the celestial pavilion anyway. The people behind him immediately started whispering, "Is there something wrong with this new human king's head? He actually still wants to follow the pure blood path, just because he got the title of human king. He's acting all high and mighty. That stupid freshman is going to regret this later. President, I told you a long time ago." The brainwashing at the Celestial Pavilion is intense. It was a total waste of time coming here to find him. Hak Hong turned to leave. "Whatever. Let's go. We'll recruit other geniuses. A genius with no future isn't a genius at all. They're just trash." On the other side, Ngok Nguyen was fuming. Why do these 20-something brats in the student council think like a bunch of conservative old geezers? They're hopeless. She was about to slam the table but stopped. The dean had returned. The two of them looked at Truyen Vo's expression in surprise. "Dean O. Dean, you're truly too noble. For the sake of pure blood development, you haven't hesitated to sell your body day and night just to on the path of the future. Of pure blood humanity. Your name will surely go down in history." He cursed silently. "Would it kill you not to add the phrase selling your body?" Truyen Vo walked over and patted his shoulder. "Tu then. Remember this well. Women are nothing but stumbling blocks on the path to. They'll snap your bones and suck out the marrow. If you can steer clear of them, do it." "Oh right. Tutan. Regarding the families of geniuses, the school actually provides housing and can even arrange internal jobs for them. Do you want to bring your parents here to live with you?" Tutan replied. "I understand. Dean, this weekend, I'm heading home for a visit. I'll talk to my parents about it then," the dean added. "Also, I've unlocked your clearance level, so you can now accept school missions. With your current abilities, there's no need to wait until the second semester of your freshman year. Go ahead and start taking missions to earn credits. Don't waste any time getting stronger." Ngok Nguyen stood up and patted her chest. "Your big sister Nguyen here goes off campus every week to run missions and rack up credits. Later on, you can tag along with me to get the hang of things and gain some experience. Give it a little time. And I'll take a mission to hunt down a mutant beast. I'll take you along to open your eyes a bit," he replied. "Then I'll be counting on you, Sister Nguyen. But first, let's see what missions are available on the school app." Tu Thun thought to himself. The missions assigned by the school are mostly petty chores, usually worth only 1 or 2 credits. Although the pay is low, the difficulty is also low, so they're incredibly popular. Let's check the missions posted by other students to see if there's anything suitable. Mission recruiting. A genetic fusion sparring partner. Requirement: female. Preferably with beast ears. Fair skin. A pretty face. And long legs. Is this looking for a sparring partner or a date? I'd better check the off-campus missions. There are tons of off-campus missions, and the credits are high. But these 2 locations are a bit far. Mission capture a bandit gang of 7 members who have repeatedly hijacked trucks transporting mutant beast meat. Mission hunt and kill a level 9 common mutant beast. Finally, he made a decision. This one is perfect. The screen displayed the details. Mission capture a berserk catgirl genetic fusionist. He accepted the mission. She leaned in closer. "Curious. You took that catgirl mission. Want me to come along?" Tu Thun refused. "No need. But how did you know about it?" Sister Nguyen Ngok Nguyen looked puzzled. You can see who accepted the mission right on the page. You know. He listened and fell into thought. It was true. A total of 28 people had accepted this mission. 26 were upperclassmen. Besides him, there was one other freshman, Manhwa. She is only a level 5 common. Yet she dared to take this mission. She definitely has someone helping her. Tuthan waved as he walked away. Sister Ngian. It's getting late. I need to head back for lunch, she called out. All right. Travel safe. A while later, on his way back, he sensed someone following him. The system triggered a danger alert. Tuthan detected a level 7 common presence. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind, shouting, Lam Tuthan, what exactly did Vai ever do to you? Why are you targeting her like this? During the entrance trial, you slapped her face and even kicked her in the butt, and now you're trying to steal her off-campus mission too. Did Lu Trianva put you up to this? What's so great about bullying a girl? Do you have the guts to fight me? Tuthan asked calmly. Did Manhwa send you here? Or did Dean Man send you? The guy yelled. Neither. I came on my own. I just can't stand the sight of you. Tuthan raised an eyebrow. So what? The guy challenged him again. Do you dare to fight me or not? He walked away. Annoyed. I'm in college now, and I still have to deal with these weak little simps. The guy went totally berserk, screaming. Stop right there. He calmly threw a punch. God. You're noisy. Then Tuthan asked. Are you satisfied now? Later. Back at home. I'm home, Fanham replied. Oh. You're back. Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands and let's eat. Little Van. In the 10 kilograms of raw snail meat you bought at the mall yesterday just got delivered. I'll put it in the fridge for you. Okay, he replied. Got it. Thinking to himself. Originally, I planned to buy everything to unlock the full atlas. But that would be too flashy and attract too much attention. That's why I only bought 10 kilograms to test the waters first. System, you have absorbed a large amount of primal essence from the raw snails? She walked over. Curious. Little Van. Why are you putting the raw snail meat in a trash bag? Tuthan explained. This snail meat has gone bad. Just throw it away. Fanham looked suspicious. But when I signed for the delivery, it still looked really fresh. He explained. It was fresh when you signed for it. But I just absorbed all the essence inside it, which is why it spoiled so quickly. She was surprised. Absorbing essence? Is that your superpower? He nodded. That's right. I can absorb the essence from the meat of mutant beasts and gain some of their power. Fanham was stunned. Is that even humanly possible? No wonder you didn't choose the path of gene fusion, but instead chose to remain a pure-blooded human. With a superpower like this, you basically don't need gene fusion at all. 2. Then suddenly remembered. Oh right. Dean Liu told me that the school can bring the families of genius students here to settle down, and even arrange jobs for them. Should we bring our parents here? Fanham hesitated. Is that really an option? Of course I want to, Tuthan suggested. We have a few days off this weekend. Let's go home together and talk to our parents about it. She told him. Little Van. During class today, my teacher mentioned there's a top-tier match happening at the arena at 3:00 this afternoon. It's supposed to be really worth watching. It's a challenge match between the 9th-ranked mechanics student and the 8th-ranked gene fusion user. Do you want to go watch it with me? Tuthan agreed. Then let's go after we eat. Besides, the teachers and students. Representatives from the Mecha God Group will be there too. The Mecha God Group is the biggest partner of the mechanical department at Shanghai University, so their presence isn't really surprising. The host announced. Everyone, look quickly at the second-floor corridor. That mechanical genius girl we always see online is actually here. The only reason the Mecha God Group spends so much money supporting the Mechanical Academy is to expand their own influence. Tan Ham spoke up. Tu Than. Who do you think is stronger? That genius from Capital University or the mechanical genius girl? He replied. Well, we'll have to see who wins and who loses in the next match. It's hard to say for sure. If the 8th-ranked evolutionary student wins, then the genius from Capital University is likely stronger. But if the 9th-ranked mechanical student wins, then that mechanical genius girl is probably the better one. Then, the announcement rang out. Let the duel begin. The mechanical genius girl quickly flew up high to gain the upper hand. Immediately, a barrage of bullets rained down on her opponent like lightning. The commentator continued. The 8th-ranked fighter is being completely suppressed. He has absolutely no chance to fight back. Is the mechanic switching to close combat mode? Right at that moment, a fierce battle was raging below the arena. With a punch thrown like a violent storm, in the middle of the ring, the 8th fighter was quickly beaten until his face was crooked. Finally, he lay flat on the ground. Instantly defeated. The stands buzzed with noise. Oh my God. The cyborg actually won. At the same time, Shu Yun was reporting. Second miss. The area around Origin Zone 36 has been unusually quiet these past few months. I don't know if the other side has abandoned the passage there or if they are plotting some major scheme. She asked. Where is Tian Shui? How is she doing in the Origin Zone? Has she adapted yet? The subordinate replied. She has adapted very well. She is growing extremely fast. About to evolve into high-level stage 2. Second miss. What kind of person is Tian Shui? Anyway, why is her physique so special? It feels like she's not an earthling at all. The woman warned. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Shu Yun was scared. I'm sorry. Second miss. I was being thoughtless. She ordered. All right. I have a student council meeting to attend. So I won't talk to you anymore for now. Just get back to work. The subordinate replied. Understood. She switched channels and remarked. Cyborgs have the advantage when fighting evolved creatures. This divine machine group is stronger than expected. Mechanical enhancements have the benefit of wide application. But no matter how powerful the mechanical improvements are, they can't penetrate the origin zone. Once they enter the origin zone, all electronic and mechanical devices will malfunction. Then she turned off the screen. Even the strongest robot would just turn into a pile of scrap metal. Zichen and Han Han will go home for a trip this weekend. They already mentioned to their parents about everyone moving to live permanently at the school. And everyone agreed. Next up is completing the Catwoman mission. Catwoman. A common stage 6 creature. Very fast speed. Usually, appears in the red light district of Shanghai City to seduce men. Then tortures and kills the target. The content on the screen read, Target is proficient in disguise techniques. Extremely cunning. And specializes in using various drugs. He pondered. Location: the square. The enemy is both cunning and hard to catch. No wonder this mission has been up for a long time and no one has completed it yet. First, I'll use the Sky Eye and Danger Sense to conduct a thorough search. At this moment, the street was buzzing. That guy's eyes are scary. What is he doing? He's handsome, but his eyes look a bit chilling. Just then, a burly man stepped out. Hey kid, who are you staring at? Zichen ordered. Get lost. He secretly used creature suppression. I've finished scanning this area. But there's nothing suspicious. Now let's switch to the next red light district and see. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened in surprise. He bumped into an acquaintance. Ma Shi Wei. Beside him were two seniors. Common stage 7. They probably came along specifically to complete the Catwoman mission. Right, the girl warned. It's Lin Zichen. Shi Wei looked disgusted. What a jinx. Let's stay away from him a bit. The two people beside him agreed. Okay. Zichen saw that scene and felt helpless. Weird. Shi Wei explained. Lin Zichen also took the Catwoman mission. So he's definitely here looking for her. We must get ahead of him and make his efforts useless. The guy said. He took the mission. Just leave it to me. I've fused genes with a demon dog. My sense of smell is extremely sharp. I will absolutely find the Catwoman before him. Suddenly, he sensed it. I smell the Catwoman. She's right in the bar across the street. We have to get ahead of him and make sure all his hard work goes to waste. He accepted the mission. Just leave it to me. I fused my genes with a hellhound, so my sense of smell is super sharp. I'll definitely find the Catgirl before he does. Suddenly, he sensed it. I caught the Catgirl's scent. She's right inside the bar across the street. She rushes forward. Just wait until we catch Catwoman. Then we'll drag her to Lin Zishan just to provoke him. Hi, Vi stops walking and asks, "Where is that woman?" The senior points. Right over there. Hi, Vi is skeptical. Really? She just looks like a normal college student. He explains. The scent coming off her is exactly the same as the smell I picked up on Catwoman's personal items at the police station. I can't be mistaken. That Catwoman is definitely a master of disguise. She's incredibly cunning. She moves in. Let's save the talk for later. We need to catch her first. Seeing the group approach, Catwoman spots them and gives a faint smile. Immediately, she bursts through the glass window. They shout. Crap, she's trying to run. Hi Vi's group quickly chases after her. She realizes, no good. That Catwoman is too fast. We're about to lose her. He reassures her. It's fine. I can keep tracking her scent. She has to stop and rest eventually. We caught up. She's hiding in there. Hi Vi orders a blitz attack. Don't let her escape again. Suddenly, Catwoman speaks up. If I really wanted to run, do you think you could actually catch me? The better the hunter, the easier they become the prey. Don't tell me you don't even understand that basic principle. They instantly go on guard. She's releasing her biopressure. The group panics. She's a level 9 common rank. Hi, Vi is wary and uneasy. This Catwoman. She was hiding her true power. Yeah,